I don't think about any of my students as much as I think about Henry Willow. For decades, I lectured in the field of biology at a respected university. My students have gone on to spearhead conservation efforts and save species from the edge of extinction. They have helped cure disease and deepen our understanding of life itself. So many of the young minds I taught over my career grew to do good. Quite a few of them reached out to me over the course of my retirement to tell me I played a pivotal role in their career. Through my tutelage, so many of my students have gone on to do great things. Good things. I have so much to be proud of, yet I don't think about any of my students as much as I think about Henry Willow. Henry had attended 2 of my classes, both in the second semesters of his first and second year of study. He had spent his first class much like many of the other freshers who would never finish off their degree. He skipped all lectures that weren't mandatory, arrived late if he did actually show up, and seldom paid any attention during class. When I saw his name on the attendance list a year later, I hoped he would have bettered his academic commitment. He didn't. Henry still had the look and, sadly, smell of a student who only came to university to drink and experiment with drugs. Even though most of Henry's ilk had dropped out by then, he still kept his grades high enough to stay enrolled. I once tried keeping Henry after class to discuss what he planned to do with his biology degree. He wholeheartedly refused and rushed out of class as fast as he could. The young man had no interest in science, and I made peace with the thoughts that he wasn't long for the university. By then, I had taught for long enough to know which students were a lost cause. I was certain that I knew the trajectory of Henry's studies. I was certain, yet I was wrong. In a way, Henry wasn't long for the university. What I underestimated was his commitments to the field of science. One week, as per usual, Henry's name was missing from the attendance sheet. This was nothing out of the ordinary, so I barely registered it. Yet, a couple days later, Henry dropped by my office to apologize. He said he had contracted food poisoning and was unable to attend the lecture, but that he would never miss another one again. He apologized profusely for missing the class and any classes before that, and swore to me that he had changed his ways. He even asked if there was any additional reading that he could do to get a deeper understanding of what was discussed during the lecture. Henry would often show up to my class hungover, and he would look it. Yet that day he was pale as a ghost. His eyes were ringed with exhaustion, and even his voice seemed to emanate from the depths of weariness. The young man seems to have had a serious medical episode. I pointed Henry to a couple of studies referenced in the week's reading that explored the topics at hand in more detail, and told him I appreciate him dropping by. I also told him to drink plenty of water. Henry thanked me profusely and said that he was wholeheartedly committed to learning as much as he could from me. After he left my office that day, I considered whether his sudden change of commitment to study might be some sort of a prank. Were it not for Henry's terrible state, I would have been certain that it was. Henry's change of heart, however, appeared to be genuine. No longer did I see him drunkenly milling around the outdoor seating of the pub by the university. Instead, long after classes ended, the man would sit in the library, digging through every major piece of scientific writing that he could get his hands on. Henry's presence in my classes changed as well. No longer did he sit in the back of the lecture hall, trying to sneak a nap or chat with one of his female colleagues. Henry sat at the front of the class, pen in hand, committing every theory or thought I expressed into his notebook. He listened to every word of my lecture and nodded his head vigorously at every point that I made. He even laughed proudly at all the little jokes I would pepper in throughout my lecture. Henry looked healthier than he did the night at my office, but his color had not fully returned. He still looked like a man who had a close shave with death. His sudden change in attitude should have alerted me that something was off, yet back then I was simply happy to have such an attendant student. Perhaps in my hubris I thought that it was I who had motivated him to be committed to his studies. Yet it wasn't me that brewed a thirst for knowledge in Henry Willow's soul. I had nothing to do with it. Henry's newfound passion for the science had different roots. After the lecture, he stayed behind to speak to me. Henry lavished me with praise for my presentation, and he even remarked on the little jokes I peppered in. Then, without pause, he started to ask questions. I was happy to see a struggling student engage with the material. Perhaps his appreciation of my humor endeared me to help somewhat as well. Maybe somewhere deep down I could sense that something was off with the man, but I didn't ask myself those questions. I only answered Henry's enthusiasm. The young man was full of questions and curiosity, but he never outstayed his welcome. Henry would make his inquiries for 20 minutes after a lecture, no longer. He didn't want to eat up too much of my valuable time, he said. Once or twice, when he found an interesting study and couldn't help himself, he showed up at my office. I didn't mind the intrusion, but Henry apologized profusely nonetheless. I enjoyed his enthusiasm, and most of his questions were at least tangentially related to what was being studied in class. Yet, every once in a while, Henry would ask something strange. The first question that caught my attention was, by when will humanity be able to map the genome of a horse? The question had caught me off guard. I had to ask Henry multiple times to clarify what he meant. He patiently explained. When I gave him my general guess of 2 decades, he jotted something down in his notebook, thanked me for my time, and left. The questions never got less strange or sudden, yet they always came at the end of our talks. I considered them a friendly intellectual prodding to end our weekly conversation on. When Henry asked me whether a dog could ever be engineered to lay an egg, I even laughed. But I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have laughed, because Henry Willow was being deathly serious. As the semester drew to a close, I started to suggest to Henry other classes he should sign up for to fully utilize his time in university. Henry dutifully noted down my recommendations in his notebook, yet he never commented on them. Any talk of his 3rd year of university seems to deflate the young man. It wasn't until the lecture before final exams that he told me the truth. Henry wasn't going to be attending the 3rd year of his studies. He was planning on dropping out. To my utter shock at his decision, Henry simply lowered his eyes. When I demanded an explanation for why he would leave university, he struggled for words. Finally, when the nerves left him, he told me that I would consider him insane if he told me the truth. The young man seemed shaken, and I was genuinely concerned. I promised to Henry that I would listen to his reasoning without judgment. When I said those words, I meant them. I am a man of my word. I am a man of my word, but soon I did wonder whether Henry had lost his mind. During his brief bout of food poisoning, Henry had a series of overwhelming visions. They told him he was destined for a life in the sciences. They told him to pay close attention to his studies and utilize his professor's knowledge as much as he can. He was to absorb what he could and then drop out of university at the end of the year. His work in the field of science would be done beyond the scope of academia. He was to create new life. He was to forge the hybrids that would rule the world. It all sounded like a joke, yet Henry had that same strange look in his eyes he had when he asked about the genome of the horse. Out of sheer curiosity, I asked what Henry would do for work if he were to be a scientist without a degree. "I plan to win the lottery on Wednesday," he answered without hesitation or smile. "And much of the winnings will be invested into stocks where they will grow. My future research requires sizable amounts of capital." Even though Henry's voice was dead serious, I laughed. I desperately wanted him to be joking. In an effort to coax a smile out of him, I suggested that if he wins the lottery, he should get his favorite lecturer a nice bottle of wine. It was a mere twitch of the lips, but Henry Willow did smile. He said he would. He said he would, and then he bid me goodbye. Henry was the first among the class to hand in his exam a week later. It was flawless. Over just a couple of months, Henry had transformed from my most troubled pupil to the top performer of my class. As the other students handed in their papers, I started to take comfort in the thought that Henry's ramblings about the lottery were a mere joke. The moment the class was dismissed, however, Henry came to talk with me once more. There was a bottle of wine in his hand. A 76 Leroy, an expensive purchase even then. Henry profusely thanked me for my tutelage and presented me with his promised gift, with his promised evidence. At first, I protested that I could not accept a bottle of wine from a student whose exams I was yet to mark, but eventually, I asked the question that was my true concern. Had Henry really won the lottery? With pride in his voice, Henry said he did. Everything was going according to plan. He was soon to depart the country and continue in his pursuit of knowledge. I was not to fret, though. Eventually, I would hear of his success. Henry Willow walked out of my lecture hall that day, and I have never seen him again. The bottle of Leroy still remains with me. Initially, I planned to open it in celebration on the day I was to hear of what became of Henry Willow. When that day finally came, I could not open the bottle. I still haven't opened it. I cannot bear to drink to Henry Willow's depravity. Henry had reached out to me over email in 2008, the year I had retired. His message lacked the usual praise or pleasantries that I was used to from our talks in the lecture hall. Henry simply stated his research had fielded significant results. He would be unable to discuss them digitally, but he insisted that I could come and see them. His new laboratory was situated in Central Asia, and he would happily cover the travel expenses. I wrote back to Henry, thanking him for the offer, but that I was not in a position where I could travel to the other side of the world on a whim. I was, however, curious as to what he had been up to. I asked him to at least give me a hint, the field of science in which he practiced at least, yet my email got no response. Instead, about 3 months later, I received a package. It contained a series of tapes along with a small note. The realm of science I have committed myself to is beyond your comprehension. Within the viewing of a single tape, I knew Henry was right. The images that flashed across my TV screen defied comprehension. Henry Willow had brought creatures to life that should have never seen the light of day. I have done my best to forget the contents of the tape, yet they still haunt my nights. I saw terrible amalgamations of animals that should never exist. I saw crabs with the eyes of men and cats with 6 legs and rats that spun spider webs and shot acid from their mouths. The viewing of but one tape left me pale. I needed to see no more. Once I managed to steady my hands, I wrote to Henry once more. I demanded he tell me how he found my address and explained what I had seen on the tapes. If it were a joke or an exercise in trickery and animation, I was not amused. Were these hybrid monstrosities a real product of flesh? I stated I would never in my life visit such a vile den of abhorrence. I urged Henry to abandon his pursuits. These beasts he had created were an affront to God. I got a response within an hour. It simply read, "You need not travel. You will soon see the hybrids yourself. The hybrids will soon rule the world." I have spent many sleepless nights in fear of what Henry's final piece of correspondence meant. I wish I had spent those nights thinking about the conservation efforts and research and cures that my other students brought into fruition, but I don't. I don't think about any of my students as much as I think about Henry Willow.
Back in the year 2000, I used to work at a comic book store. This was at the height of Pokemania, so the place had morphed into a shrine to all things Pikachu and the store was constantly annexed with screeching children. Life was loud and chaotic, and filled with concerned parents. Before every shift, I'd hotbox in my car so that I could stay mellow during the after-school rush. Being 19 and stoned, I'd do my best to avoid any semblance of responsibility and left all the heavy lifting to whoever was on shift with me. For about a month and a half, I got paid to stand around the store and stare off into the ether. With enough complaints from my coworkers, however, a regional manager was summoned to check on the quality of customer service. The moment I walked into the store, I was chastised for coming in late and not looking presentable. The manager was the spitting image of my middle school math teacher, smelled like a dentist's office, and clearly had it out for me. She took notes on everything I did and would ask all these super patronizing questions that made me sound like an idiot. Mandy, my coworker, who was definitely responsible for the majority of the complaints about me, was barely containing her joy. Every time the manager chastised me, Mandy kept grinning this stupid grin that was making it hard for me to keep my cool. In order to look busy, and mainly to get away from Mandy, I excused myself to go speak with the customers. That's how I met Professor Henry Willow. Not being a child or a parent, Willow stuck out of the crowd of our usual clientele. I had seen him in the store a couple times before. A small balding dude in a dress shirt and spectacles. He looked like he was killing time before catching the bus to adult math camp. Willow never bought anything. Every time he'd pop into the store, he would just stare up at the big poster of the 151 Pokemon in complete silence. Sometimes he'd pick up a pack of stickers or trading cards and examine it, but it never held his attention for long. He'd just stare up at that poster with a keen, scientific interest, and then, when he was satiated with the cartoon monsters, he would leave the store. I wasn't certain if I could make the strange man buy anything, but at that moment I was absolutely sure I shouldn't try talking to a child in front of the stern manager lady. In as casual a way as I could muster in my crispy state, I asked the man if he needed any help. At first, Willow just stared at me as if I had arrived from another planet. It was only once his stare had sufficiently weirded me out that he started to speak. His voice was low, and he seemed to choose every word with the utmost caution. It quickly became obvious that the man was batshit crazy. Willow told me how he had seen the creatures on the posters before, in his dreams. For well over a decade, he had seen a world filled with Pokemon of flesh and blood. The longer the spectacled man spoke, the more he was getting worked up. I feared a scene, so to calm him down, I asked Willow if he wanted to buy anything. My question seemed to pull him back from whatever internal wonderland he was traveling. With a hint of embarrassment, he nodded. This was a store, after all, he said. It would be impolite to not make a purchase, he said. I expected the man to grab a pack of trading cards and call it a day, but Willow kept picking away at the shelves until he had a sizable purchase of stickers, cards, and books. He picked out the items with a sort of guilt, as if he was paying penance to be in the presence of all these cartoon monsters. Both the manager and Mandy seemed to be in awe of how I got the strange man to buy so much stuff. I, of course, knew my sales skills had nothing to do with the purchase, but I sure as hell pretended that they did. When I rang Willow up, I told him I'd be happy to answer any other questions he had about Pokemon if he ever came back to the store. This wiped the guilt off his face. With a thankful smile, he told me he'd be back soon. I didn't get fired that day. Far from it. In fact, from the day I met Professor Willow, I became the top salesman in the branch. Every day I sold to a market of one. But that singular customer had deep pockets. By the end of the month, Willow owned one of just about every piece of Pokemon merch we carried. He bought all the books and sticker collections and video games. Willow even bought 2 of the overpriced Game Boy Colors and a Game Link so that he could catch all the Pokemon across the different versions of the game. The man was obsessed in a way I had never seen before. He snagged up every new piece of merch like it was a priceless collector's item. But more importantly, he asked questions. He asked very specific questions. Not only was Willow interested in the origins of the Pokemon themselves, he also wanted to know more about the society in which they existed. Who financed the Pokemon hospitals? Where did the profits from the Pokemarts go? Could the fact that all the police officers and nurses were related point to some sort of monarchical ruling power? With every visit, Henry Willow filled my stoned head with all sorts of theoretical questions about the Pokemon universe. Back then, I didn't make much of those questions. They were strange, sure, but the scientist was keeping me at the top of the regional sales charts and got Mandy to seethe with jealousy whenever she was on shift. Willow was generally calm. With tranquil eloquence, the scientist could philosophize about the nature of Pokemon evolution or the power hierarchies of the various criminal organizations in the Kanto region. It is only once the topic of the Elite Four and the Pokemon League championships came up that his voice tensed up. Out of all things Pokemon, it was the championship that seemed to fascinate him the most. He wanted to understand why so much resources and attention were devoted to the Pokemon gyms. He wanted to know how involved the ruling class was in organizing the tournament, and what happened to the champions once they had won, or, God forbid, lost. Where his voice was calm and measured through most of our topics, the question of the Pokemon Championship would make his words shiver with obsession. I did not understand the man's fascination, but I did not question it. I would simply let him ramble about the implications of a regional Pokemon Championship, and then happily ring up whatever merch he snagged off the shelves. Willow would ask me questions, but he seldom gave me time to answer. I wasn't a particular Pokemon expert, so it's not like I had much to add to the conversation. To Willow, I presume, I was more of a bouncing board for his ideas. A friendly face that could be paid at regular intervals to listen and nod, and assure the man that there is nothing unsettling about his obsession. Willow was definitely strange, but I didn't spend too much time psychoanalyzing him. My lack of curiosity was mainly tied to the fact that I was stoned out of my mind, but Willow also didn't seem to warrant any caution. He was short and lanky, and generally timid. He seemed harmless. That was, until I suggested a reason for the Pokemon Championship. I had channel surfed past a documentary about human civilization and sports the night prior, and spent a good chunk of my shift thinking about it. When Willow came in for his usual shopping binge and started talking about the Pokemon League, I thought I would tell him what I learned from the documentary. Maybe the Pokemon Championship is a way for the community to celebrate shared ideals and unite all of the Kanto region, I said. I didn't think my comment was particularly insightful. I thought it was just an innocent observation about a hypothetical situation. My comment, however, set Willow off. With madness blazing behind his spectacles, Willow started to ramble. I was right, apparently. The Pokemon Championship was being used to unite the whole island into a single set of values. The Pokemon Championship was being used to make it easier to rule over the Kanto region. Willow's celebration of finally finding the reason behind the fictional universe was exceedingly loud, even for the after-school rush. Both parents and children quickly shifted their attention from the pictures of cartoon monsters to the raving scientist in the center of the store. Willow was loud, but it wasn't just his volume that was bothersome. The way he talked about the Pokemon universe was wholly disconnected from the friendly nature of the cartoon. Willow spoke about a world filled with incomprehensible monsters, about a life suffered in the husk of the old world, about a terrible existence which required a strong hand to keep order. Willow spoke about the world of Pokemon in apocalyptic terms, which made everyone around him uncomfortable. Worst yet, however, the scientists spoke about this broken, ravaged world as an inevitability. Willow yelled about the coming end of days and how the globe would be filled with incomprehensible monstrosities that would have to be tamed through technology. I tried quieting him down, and eventually I did, but the damage had been done. Just as I calmed Willow down to speaking volume, 2 police officers entered the store. Without any hesitation, Mandy pointed out the man to the cops and insisted he be trespassed immediately. I tried sticking up for Professor Willow, but the scattering of parents in the store quickly took Mandy's side. The man was, apparently, dangerous. He apparently had no business being around children. I put up a token resistance to the idea of the trespass, but in the end it was my signature that ended up on the paperwork. I was a bit too stoned and had a few too many grams in my glove box to argue with the cops. Without much ceremony, Willow apologized and promised to never return to the store. Years later, I can still see his sad, teary eyes as he looked back at the shelves of Pokemon merchandise. Years later, I can still see Mandy's stupid, crooked grin. Willow's absence was quickly reflected in my sales figures. Within 2 weeks, the stern regional manager had returned. With me having been the previous top seller in the store, she was much nicer at the start of her visit. With no big spender to save me, however, I was quickly revealed to not be a very good employee. By the time the manager's visit was done, I was certain that I wouldn't hold the job past the end of the week. I left the store that day wondering about what other gigs I was qualified for that wouldn't mind me being a bit blazed on the job. It's then, as I was heading to my car, that I met Professor Henry Willow once more. He approached me in the parking lot, profusely apologizing. It wasn't until I accepted his apologies at least 3 times that he finally calmed. Once he was sure I held no grudge against him, he revealed the true nature of his interest in the world of Pokemon. He had seen similar creatures in his dreams and visions. That was true. What he never told me, however, was that he was a scientist specializing in genetic manipulation. He had seen unnatural creatures in his dreams, yet in accordance to the dreams, he brought those creatures into reality. The manager's visit had definitely soured my mood, but listening to the lanky man explain how he could create Pokemon, or hybrids as he called them, cheered me up. I thought he was kidding, so I laughed. Professor Willow, however, found little humor in his subject of study. He claimed that he had been working for months on developing these hybrids, and that he had kept some of his samples in a storage facility not far from the comic book store. Willow had worked independently for all of his career, but recently, he had come across like-minded scientists out east. He offered to take me to his rented lot at the storage facility. He offered to prove to me that his hybrids were real. The prospect of seeing Pokemon in the flesh was alluring enough, and I was about to accept. Yet before I could agree to join him, the scientists produced Polaroid photographs of these supposed hybrids. He must have pressed around 20 of those flimsy photographs into my hands, but I did not see more than 5. They were far too disturbing. Merely looking at them made my stomach churn. Even though I was looking at mere photographs, the freshly sown sweat across my back made me certain I was looking at something patently against the laws of nature. I've done my best to forget what I'd seen on those Polaroids, but I recall a strange 6-legged, cat-like creature covered in thick green vines. I remember a strange glob of gray flesh covered in a symphony of bug eyes that seemed to be hiding beneath a layer of shrubbery. I remember a dog, an almost regular-looking dog, engulfed in fire, with hot magma dripping from his cheery maw. I rejected Professor Willow's offer to see his hybrids that night, and I do not regret my decision. As lanky and harmless as the man seemed, there was something patently wrong with the creatures he had developed. God knows what would have happened to me had I followed the mad scientist to his storage space that night. It's been well over 2 decades since this all happened, and I try not to think about it. Yet, every once in a while, I find myself wondering whatever became of Professor Willow. I find myself replaying the events of that evening in my head, and trying to ascertain how real the creatures that he showed me were. With the pandemic and the wars and the constant nuclear saber rattling over the past couple of years, I find myself wondering how likely it is that Professor Willow's visions of the future will come to pass.
Bidding on abandoned storage lots is a lot more glamorous on television than it is in the flesh. On reality TV, the auctions are filled with colorful characters that you'd love to grab a beer with, and every other rusty door holds a priceless collection of Civil War artifacts ready for sale. In the flesh and bone world, The storage hunters aren't quirky savants who can smell out a hidden boon a mile away. They're carrion birds, searching for a cost-to-benefit high. The real world holds significantly less treasures as well. When that mysterious door slides up, you're more likely to find an old wedding dress and stacks of poorly written love letters than something that's going to pay for your kid's college. Storage lot auctions aren't glamorous places, but they still manage to scratch that itch in the back of my brain. I used to gamble. I used to be good enough to do it professionally. Yet, as these stories go, Lady Luck found some other sob and my career was short-lived. When the bills came tumbling down, I promised my wife, under threat of divorce, that I would never touch cards again. That promise I have kept. When she found out I was betting on a different kind of sport, she was furious. Her finding out, however, coincided with me bringing back home a dusty lawnmower that worked without a hitch. That tempered her anger somewhat. When I returned a month later with a vintage Lego collection that fetched a nice enough price to warrant a vacation, her displeasure diluted into compromise. We made rules, had a $300 budget for my hobby, and at the end of each month, I would have to walk her through what I found and how much it fetched. It felt emasculating to run everything by my wife, but she knows better than anyone that I need rules to not slide off to a dark place. For months, our rules have kept me from selling out our future again. For months, I have obeyed and kept the straight and narrow and stifled my inner demons to keep my marriage afloat. Yet, old habits die hard. At my latest auction, I let myself get drunk off the high of the chase. I broke our rules, and I've grown to deeply regret it. The start of the evening was far from interesting. In fact, it might have possibly been the most unimpressive showing I have seen at all of my auctions. From the 10 or so lots that were shown, each had the markings of sentimental heaps rather than collector's items. I bid once or twice, but I never pressed my claim. My gut kept telling me that there might be something more worthwhile waiting for me deeper in the storage facility. In a way, in a very misguided way, my instincts were correct. The additional locks caught my attention. Along with the usual storage chain, there were 2 other heaps of metal attached to the door of the storage lot. The auctioneer informed us that the facility didn't have the keys to the other 2 locks, but that the bolt cutter would be provided free of charge to the highest bidder. The 2 extra locks piqued my interest. It was the man in the drab suit that cemented my need to own whatever was hidden in the storage lot. Heavy rushed footsteps preceded him. The sound was so distinct in the tight concrete halls that the bidding was paused until the latecomer arrived. He must have been in his late 60s, or perhaps he simply treated his body very poorly. Both his gray pants and plaid jackets were a couple sizes too big for him, and he spoke in a thick Eastern European accent. It was obvious that the man wasn't from around here. It was also obvious that he was not interested in bidding. As if the rest of the storage hunters were invisible, the man approached the auctioneer and spoke to him in raspy, quiet words. The auctioneer was wholly uninterested in whatever the old man had to say, but his temper calmed when the old man produced 2 keys that fit the 2 locks. The storage space was his, he announced in broken English. There would be no auction. The auctioneer's face quickly hardened. The old man did, in fact, have the keys to the 2 additional locks, yet the facility locks were still left without a key. Without any proof of ownership, the auction would continue as planned. The strange man seemed to struggle with this idea. He kept repeating how the storage unit belonged to his colleague and how he was next in line to own it. It wasn't until the bidding started that he gave up on arguing. The initial bid was $50. The crowd was happy to raise. In 10s and 20s, the price accumulated and the old man watched in despair. When the price had climbed up to $150, with utter discomfort, the man in the drab suit yelled $300. This, momentarily, quieted down the bidding. The additional locks had piqued my interest. The presence of the strange foreigner raised it further. It wasn't until I heard the desperation in his voice that accompanied the $300 bid that I truly had skin in the game, though. Trying not to think about my wife's face, I offered up $350. The old man's face grew twice as weary. Instead of offering up another bid, he started to argue with the auctioneer in panicked whispers. The auctioneer was deaf to his pleas. All he wanted to hear was a $400 bid. Eventually, with sweat pooling on his brow, the old man relented. He bid $400. I immediately bid $450. The old man didn't bother negotiating with the auctioneer anymore. Now, he was speaking directly to me. He insisted that he was the rightful owner of the storage space. It belonged to a research partner of his from many years ago. That's why he had the keys to the 2 additional locks. He demanded that I stop bidding and leave him take what is rightfully his. The old man smelled overwhelmingly of sweat and cheap cologne. His breath was of coffee and cigarettes and the slightest hint of sickness. It wasn't pleasant to hear him beg, but I was far too interested in what was hiding behind those metal doors. In broken English, the man tried to change my mind. He couldn't. When the fact dawned upon him, he produced a bushel of crumpled up bills out of his pocket. He counted them with shaking, spotted hands. He offered $640 for the unit. When our eyes met, I could sense the slightest bit of relief in his face. He thought he had outbid me. He thought the storage unit was his already. He thought wrong. I offered up $650. The old man had nothing else to bid. In a satisfying collection of seconds that sent a truckload of dopamine crashing through my skull, I became the new owner of the storage unit. The old man pleaded with me. With wet eyes and strained words, he begged me to take his money and leave the mystery of the storage unit be. His begging well surpassed the point of pity. It did not feel good to meet his eyes. I felt bad for the old man, yet I am a slave to the gods of chance. I would not ignore their boon. The old man was relentless in his pleas. When the manager of the storage facility suggested he might call the police, however, the old man quickly retreated. With the strange foreigner out of sight, he faded from my mind. I was too distracted with the contents of the storage space to spare him any more thought. I paid for the lot and signed all the necessary paperwork with the auctioneer and then made my way through the labyrinthian maze of cement and metal to claim my prize. The lock had been left untouched for years and the key had trouble fitting through the rust. Yet when it did, when that dirty door came up with that metallic groan, I knew I had struck gold. It was a big storage space, big enough to house a car with plenty of room to spare. The place was filled to the brim. Most of its contents were hidden beneath slabs of dirty cloth, but the storage unit was filled with vintage Pokemon merch. Every inch of the cement walls was covered in Pokemon posters and calendars. Every mysterious object draped in cloth was also covered in countless collections of Pokemon toys and keychains and plushies. The toys were worn and out of their boxes, but I could definitely get at least $200 for them alone. With the rest of the storage space draped in mystery, my gambler's heart fluttered at the prospect of inheriting a collector's collection. My expectations were high, yet when I ripped away one of the cloth drapes, I turned lightheaded. I was looking at a centrifuge. A high-tech, expensive-looking centrifuge straight out of a rich people hospital. A quick Google nearly dropped me to the ground. The thing was worth at least $1,000. My investment had definitely paid off. There was nothing that I wanted to do more than to rip down all the coverings and revel in my good fortune all at once, yet the rush from the centrifuge was strong enough. I elected to take the lab tech home and pace out my dopamine rush from my earnings over the next couple of days. Do I regret to admit it? A plan hatched in my head. I was going to take the centrifuge back home and sing praises of my good luck to my wife. She would surely be happy about my return on investment, but there was no need for her to know about the rest of the storage unit. The fates had shown me good fortune. It was time for me to move past the silly financial limit my wife put on my hobby. The money from the rest of the storage unit would be the seed fund for future bidding. Or so I thought. When I walked out into the chill night air, I found the parking lot to be completely empty. My wife was visiting her sister for the weekend, so there was no rush for me to get home. But it was getting late. I figured I would grab the dolly from my truck, get the centrifuge loaded up, and then surprise her with it Sunday afternoon. Had I simply loaded up the centrifuge, locked up the storage unit, and went back home, things would have turned out different, and I would have been richer for it. By the time I was back in the storage unit, however, the rush of winning had passed. I wanted another peek at the mysterious object I had paid for. I promised myself I would only reveal one more object to myself, yet I do not have a good history of keeping promises. Under the first cloth covering, I found a chest-high microscope. Beneath the second, an expensive piece of lab equipment I could not identify. Beneath the third, I found a sort of incubator that had enough circuitry in it to suggest at least another $1,000. Had I turned back home then, had I even a shred of self-control, I would have gone home a wealthy man. Yet I am a slave to the rush, and the 3 previous finds had whet my appetite. Expecting another burst of dopamine, I ripped off the 4th cloth covering. I let out a shriek. As the dirty fabric gathered around my feet, all I could do was stare. I didn't understand what I was looking at. But somewhere deep inside of my chest, I knew I was witnessing something patently against the laws of nature. The creature was suspended in a liquid-filled vat. It had 6 legs, a strange vine-like growth stemming from its back, and vaguely, very vaguely, resembled a cat. The thing was presumably dead, yet it was no less terrifying for it. Suddenly, the thought of being alone at the storage facility started to bother me. In an effort to distract myself with more expensive laboratory equipment, I tore down another cloth covering. Instead of priceless scientific instruments, I found a similar vat. I steadied myself enough to not scream, but I was no less terrified. The creature that floated in this one resembled a bear, yet it was no bigger than a raccoon. Even in its small size, the floating beast terrified me. Its open maw was filled with a menagerie of misshapen, sharp teeth which looked like they could bite through steel. There was a thick web of skin stemming from the creature's paws, suggesting it once took flight. The beast was undoubtedly not the work of nature. The contents of the storage lot brought forth suggestions of dark science and terrible experiments. The dolly with the centrifuge was right next to me. I could have retreated back home, but instead, in terror, I stripped all the hidden objects of their obscurity. I found a couple more pieces of expensive-looking equipment. They gave me no joy. Even when I found a second, larger centrifuge, I simply went on to uncover the rest of the storage space. I found terrible creatures. Beasts which will haunt my dreams until the end of time. A sort of crab creature with human eyes upon its shell, a snake with pairs of wings which covered its spine, a glob of grey flesh covered in bug-like eyes and twigs and flowers. There were about a dozen of the vats, and each inspired more discomfort than the last. Above each of the vats sat a sort of designation: GA007, GB028, FA004. The final covering lay on top of a vat housing a genetic amalgamation that I couldn't even begin to describe. Atop the vat sat a coffee-stained Pokemon notebook. The Hybrid Encyclopedia, its title read in neat handwriting. It was only once I opened the notebook that I understood the markings that adorned the vats. They were names. Every page was dedicated to a different creature with rough sketches and neatly ordered notes. The notebook described many more creatures than those that were present in the storage unit. There were at least 100 pages. I tried to read through the entries for the experiments that were present within the vats, but my heart was racing far too much to make sense of the tiny letters on the page. Just as I calmed, just as I centered myself enough to be able to make sense of the mystery I was entangled in, I felt a sharp prick in my neck.
Sorry,
said the old man in the ill-fitting suit.
I have tried to warning you.
Naturally, I was startled when I first saw him. I did, however, feel a semblance of relief about not being the only one in the presence of those strange creatures. The old man was considerably smaller than me and seemed harmless enough. I felt myself lucky to be in the presence of a man who knew more about these hybrids. That mirage of luck dissipated the moment I looked at the old man's hand. There was a syringe in it. Steadily, a tingling numbness spread from my neck. Before I could even register I had been poisoned, I was crashing to the floor. With a great grunt of effort, the old man caught me and lowered me to the cold ground. Even though he had just stuck a syringe in my neck, his eyes were apologetic to the point of wetness.
This storage unit belongs to crazy man, Professor Willow. He is obsessed. I am sorry.
The old man said, squatting next to me.
I am sorry, but this storage is important. Willow must be ended. His early research is important. I am sorry.
By then, the numbness had spread all throughout my body, yet my neck continued to throb with renewed tingly beats. With each pulse, my vision grew foggy and the world beyond echoed with distance. I could register the old man depositing the syringe in his ill-fitting jacket and then fishing around for something else. Before his hand emerged again, he was nothing but a vague blur.
It is poison, but it does not kill. I am sorry. You will be fine. I am not thief. I am man trying to helping.
Briefly, before my consciousness fully faded away, I sensed something being pressed into my palm. Then, with my thoughts stumbling into nothingness, I passed out. I woke to a phone call from my wife. She had just come home from her sister's and I was nowhere to be found. From the sound of my raspy voice and my inability to articulate my words, she presumed I had been on a weekend bender. Without giving me a chance to explain myself, she hung up. I was stretched out on the cold floor of the storage lot. My cheeks were covered in drool and I was next to what I presumed to be a pool of vomit. The fact that I was alive and able to feel my limbs provided a flicker of relief, but the flame was quickly snuffed out. The storage lot was empty. There were still vintage Pokemon posters and the calendars over the walls, and none of the toys seemed to have been moved. Yet all the expensive equipment I had celebrated so heartily was gone. The terrible monstrosities, encased in vats, were gone as well, but I did not mourn those. On the mornings when you wake up far from your bed covered in drool, it's usually the money that you mourn. I decided I would not tell my wife how I had spent the weekend. When I came home, we argued and I let her believe that I had simply spent the weekend boozing. I did, however, insist that I didn't play any cards or gamble in any other fashion. She, after some convincing, believed me. I didn't want to tell my wife about the maddening hybrids. Partially, I did this because she wouldn't believe me. By the time I was back home, I was already working on trying to convince myself that it was all a fabulation anyway. The other reason why I didn't tell my wife, however, was that I didn't want to get into trouble. I did break our budget rule during the auction, and I knew that was a bigger sin than a weekend of boozing. It's not like she would ever find out anyway. The things which the old man told me as I succumbed to whatever paralytic poison he injected me with, I do not understand and I do not care to explore. In one thing, however, he was honest. The old man was not a thief. When I woke up on the floor of the storage lot, I found a crumpled stack of bills in my hand. $640 to be exact. With the toys and posters, I could definitely cover more than the $10 I invested. Though I have witnessed unspeakable crimes against nature, and though I am still recovering from the unknown poison, my finances are still in the black.
I'm writing this from prison. 2 weeks ago, I beat a man to death. It was broad daylight, there were plenty of witnesses. The gas station cameras caught everything. I see no reason to deny what happened. What was his crime? Well, he made fun of my scars. When I confronted him, he threw a slushie at me. In response, I beat his face to a bloody pulp with my fists. Did he deserve it? Probably not. Didn't know the guy. Was it a crime of passion? Well, in theory, yes. The whole situation, however, is a bit more complicated. I didn't come here to ask for forgiveness. Lord knows I'll probably get the injection. I've only come back to this dark corner of the internet to explain myself. As I said, the events of that afternoon are complicated. Before I moved to Florida, I used to work in private security. For simplicity's sake, let's say I was a security contractor at a research facility in Antarctica. Oh, you know, it's big and cold out there, but I'm pretty sure you don't know the extent of either of those adjectives. The facility which we were protecting was a far cry away from any hint of civilization. That was by design. You don't set up shop in a frozen hellscape if you expect regular press conferences. Routine patrols around the vicinity of the lab would be conducted to ensure that no one was trying to get a peek, but the weather mainly kept those expeditions to the immediate surroundings. I went on nearly 100 of these security checks, and we never saw anything remotely suggesting human presence. All the guys would complain about the freezing temperatures and shit food, and that's just proper etiquette. You need to make conversation about something, and in the frozen wastes there isn't a lot of inspiration floating around. In truth, the job was easy. We'd gear up, trudge through the snow, and then spend most of our days drinking, complaining, and playing cards. In the late 2010s, the brass was cooking up something special. They wanted to be certain that there was no one anywhere near the facility that could spy on the research. There was the usual round of patrols around the direct perimeter of the base, but the bosses wanted us to check further. They wanted a team to go patrol an area that no one's been to for a solid 2 decades. Usually for an expedition that remote, we'd take a team of at least 7 people. The money from the trip would get split between the whole crew, and the paycheck would look no different than any other patrol. If the team was to be considerably smaller, however, payday will be worth the freeze. It might be the guilt that's given me selective memory, but I don't think it was my idea to run a skeleton crew. Regardless of who dreamed it up, it happened. We ran a team of 3, not including the Estonian who was in charge of the icebreaker. I knew the 2 others well, but we never spoke about family, and still don't know how much their kin know. I'd hate for them to find out through me, so, well, let's just call my 2 fellow travelers Red and Silver. Silver led the expedition. He'd been at the base years before I arrived and never spoke much. Didn't even know where he was from. Had the strangest accent that would bounce around all corners of the globe. All I knew of the man was that he enjoyed cigars and had spent 2 decades in the military of whatever mysterious place he'd come from. Red was our comms guy. Gutsy fella from somewhere in Latin America. Brazil, if I recall correctly. Few people complained about the cold as much as he did. No one was able to string together as many expletives while doing so, but he was a reliable man in a pinch. Silver and Red both had rifles, and I rounded up the group Remington in case something got too close to us. None of us were too concerned about the weaponry. We didn't expect to use it. Even Silver, who'd spent untold years out in the cold, had gone his entire career without shooting at anything mobile. The main thing we were concerned about was getting enough thermal protection to not lose a limb to frostbite. Well, the weather in Antarctica is never good, but when we left the base that morning, it was as normal as it gets. As we sailed beyond the borders of our usual patrol area, the wind started to pick up. By the time we were in fully uncharted territory, the world was a howling mess of snow and sleet. Well, the Estonian captain, as usual, didn't say a word. He just puffed on his pipe and worked at the machinery. The man was silent, but even in his stoic face I could see a twitch of anxiety. Silver, Red and me weren't in particularly good spirits either. When the storm picked up, Red's comms started to struggle. When the true force of the tempest descended upon us, they went completely dead. For a couple of hours, the storm beat down on the icebreaker, and the ship swayed from side to side, and at times it seemed like we might actually capsize. Everyone kept their composure, but you could cut the tension in the cabin with a butter knife. When the skies finally cleared around noon, we all breathed a sigh of relief. In the calm waters, Red kept us occupied with tasteless jokes about the Titanic. And despite the storm, we were making the trip in good time. Nothing of note had appeared during the journey, and there was little land left to cover before we'd turn around and head back to base. Just as we started to consider the expedition finished, however, the Estonian summoned us to the viewing deck. There was something in the distance, a structure of dark metal which stood out in the white snow like a nun at a rave. Once we crossed the distance, the black metal took shape into a walkway. Off in the middle of nowhere, in a corner of the globe where one can't survive without millions of dollars worth of equipment, sat a dock. I'm not one for architecture, but Silver called the dock Gothic. All across the structure, there were imposing spires which reached up towards the sky like crooked black fingers, and the pathway itself was made of a jagged, unfriendly metal tile. Even though the skies were clear, Red's comms were still dead. There was no way for the team to call our findings in. Silver insisted that we immediately return back to base, tell the brass and send a better equipped team to investigate. Red, being his usual reckless self, said we should at least see what's on the other end of the dock. The Estonian stayed silent, as he tended to do. I was the deciding vote. The mysterious pathway in the middle of the frozen wasteland didn't inspire my confidence, but my mind was quick to extrapolate what would happen if we returned back to base. The three of us would be told to rest. Another bigger expedition would be sent in our stead. We'd be paid out for a regular shift. It's the backup team that would get the bonus. Well, I wish I could say that it was Red who convinced me to continue with the patrol. That would lay the blame for what was to happen solely on his shoulders. Yet, lying to you, or myself for that matter, doesn't do anyone any good. I pushed for us to continue at my own behest. I convinced Silver to get off the icebreaker and onto the dark metal, not because I thought it was safe to do so. I convinced him because I had debts back home. The jagged footpath led us away from the ship and around a massive mountain of ice. On the other side of the frozen wall, the black metal connected up to a domed structure. The building, much like the path that led to it, was covered in spiky ornaments that reached out towards the heavens. As we approached the entrance of the structure, Silver once again suggested that we call in backup. Seeing the unexplainable building in the middle of nowhere filled me with a fair amount of unease, but by then I was already committed to getting my paycheck. The entry into the dome was tight with low ceilings. The bone-chilling cold of the outside world had seeped into the metal of the passageway. Although we were safe from the biting Antarctic wind, a frigid unease radiated from the black metal that surrounded us. At the end of the passage, the ceilings rose into a sort of lobby. The walls were covered by strange shapes that collapsed in on themselves in a show of eerie decor. At the center of the chamber stood a terrible statue. A bearded man with long hair made of black metal. The figure was covered in veiny muscle and wore a lab coat which barely covered its bulging form. There was a terrible scowl on the metal scientist's face, which implied a soul filled with rage and void of mercy. The statue towered above us like a monument to some cruel dead god. "Kneel before your professor," read the inscription beneath the statue. Silver once again voiced his discomfort. I was willing to argue with him as we approached the strange structure, but seeing the statue made me partial to a retreat as well. There was something in that cruel face, in the discomforting shape of the chamber around us, that filled me with dread. Even though we were all armed with well-tested weaponry, I felt patently unsafe. Just as I was about to agree with Silver's suggestion of retreat, however, Red took the initiative and ventured past the dark lobby of the structure. Cursing the young man's impatience, Silver and I followed. The metal dome rose above us and the floor gave way to pure ice. We were standing at the edge of a sort of arena the size of a football pitch. The ground was uneven and pocked with signs of impact and battle, yet the shape and size of the structure quickly became irrelevant. What captured our attention and filled my heart with another wave of discomfort was the frozen creature at the far end of the arena. A hippopotamus made of ice. I've only ever seen them in zoos when I was a child, but the creature was unmistakable. His body was fully made of frozen crystal, yet beyond its frozen skin sat dark blue clumps reminiscent of organs. The ice hippo's body was only halfway out of the ground, as if it had been frozen in place. Though the creature was immobile, its massive, translucent maw looked as if it could crush anything that was placed inside it. Silver and I demanded caution, yet Red would hear none of it. Immediately he rushed over to the ice hippo to investigate. He laughed and made jokes and tapped against the creature's dull teeth. He was deaf to all our warnings. The ice hippo was a curiosity to him. He thought it a frozen sculpture. And Silver saw it before I did. He raised his rifle and screamed at Red to back up, but by the time the words left his mouth, it was already too late. The clumps of dark blue in the ice hippo's skull started to pulsate with life. As if woken from hibernation, the crystalline beast started to move. Red pulled back when the creature's maw started to shift. Silver even managed to squeeze off a couple of shots at the monstrosity's indigo brain. Yet, it was too late. With sickening speed, the ice hippo launched from the frozen ground and leaped at Red. It caught his arm in its dull teeth, crushing the limb in the process. Like a rabid dog killing fowl, the monstrosity whipped Red back and forth. Manic screams punctuated by gunfire echoed through the grand metal hall. Silver shot a burst from his AR at the creature's mass, and somehow, through the agony, Red managed to squeeze off a couple of shots from his sidearm into the ice hippo's skull. All the bullets hit their mark, but it made no difference. The frozen monstrosity was not impeded by either of the weapons. What I was witnessing was maddening and incomprehensible. But the adrenaline that rocketed through my body made it no different from any other combat situation. Seeing my comrade in danger, I acted. With a sprint, I cut the distance between me and the incomprehensible. Once I was close enough to not miss, I squeezed off 2 shots from the pump action into the creature's maw. The first burst shattered a chunk of ice from the creature's jaw. The second completely unhinged it. Red came crashing to the ground, screaming and delirious. The ice hippo reeled back in confusion, its shattered jaw hanging uselessly. It roared in pain, a strange high-pitched creaking sound which betrayed the beast's gargantuan size. Without thought, I grabbed my screaming comrade from his nape and started to drag him to safety. I squeezed the trigger a third time, hoping to dissuade the creature from following us, but the shot went wide and hit the dark metal beyond. Although I missed, Silver was much more accurate with his plan of attack. As I dragged Red back to safety, the old soldier stepped out and threw a grenade. He landed the explosive straight in the creature's yawning maw. The explosion rocked the whole hall. By the time the frost settled, the ice hippo was just a pile of misshapen crystal and dark blue blood. The creature's jaw had the strength of heavy machinery. Red's arm was mangled beyond recognition. He was bleeding out fast. I helped Silver fasten a tourniquet, but it didn't do much to help. The damage from the hippo extended well past the affected limb. Red's uniform was drenched in blood, and the wavering tenor of his screams suggested he would never speak again. Saving the man seemed unlikely, but I had no intention of leaving him behind. At first, at least. As we applied the tourniquet and lifted the dying man to his feet, another sound broke past Red's harrowed screams. Outside, a familiar high-pitched wail could be heard. Another ice hippo. Multiple ice hippos. We dragged our comrade through the tight metal passage. Once we got out into the frigid Antarctic wind, his fate became unavoidable. Even if we were alone, Red's chances of survival were slim. There were some basic medical supplies on the ship, but they were sparse and far. The walk to the icebreaker was at least half an hour, and we were all capable of moving on our own. Dragging the man would slow us down considerably. Were we alone, there was a chance that Red might have survived the journey. Yet, we were not alone. From the depths of the ice rose more of those crystalline monstrosities. With dull maws of horrid strength and pulsing azure organs, they lumbered towards us. I begged Silver to let go of Red, to leave him to his fate. Yet the old soldier would hear none of it. He refused to abandon a member of the patrol. Even as the life drained from Red, the old soldier insisted we at least try to save our comrade. The Ice Hippos outside moved more sluggishly than the one we'd encountered inside of the metal dome. Were the two of us simply to run, we might have escaped them. Even as Red's cries simmered down into groans, however, Silver refused to let go. I helped him drag the man for as long as I could, yet when one of those frozen monstrosities was just a few paces away from us, I let go. Red fell off the walkway and onto the ice, limp, dead perhaps. Although we were being pursued by beings beyond comprehension or explanation, Silver's rage cut through the panic. He roared in fury and demanded I pick Red back up. As my commanding officer, he ordered me to do so. Silver ordered me, yet he never finished his order. The nearest Ice Hippo let out a haunting howl into the wasteland. A blast of something horrid left the beast's frozen jaws. Before Silver finished off his order, he disappeared beneath a gust of freezing dust. A terrible pain spread up the right side of my face. The crystalline monstrosity's attack inflicted the kind of agony that scars a man for life. And yet in that adrenaline-fueled moment, I could see the world clearly with my one good eye. Silver stood before me, with Red dead in his arms. They were both frozen in place, turned immobile by the Ice Hippo's terrible breath. For a mere moment, I could see my old comrade's eye twitch. He was frozen, but he was still alive. The stinging pain surging through my skull washed out any hopes of rescuing Silver. It obliterated any semblance of cogent thought in my head. All my body could do was run. All it could do was run and scream and beg the Lord for survival. I don't know how I made it back to the icebreaker. I do not know what I said to the Estonian captain or to the brass back at base. I recall little from the moment I started to sprint back to the ship. All I know is that I spent about a week in treatment at the research base and was then sent off back to civilization to receive proper medical care. I spent months in Europe at a facility connected to my employers. The surgeons did their best to salvage the parts of my face that wasn't lost to frostbite. The officers questioned me over and over to try and bring some semblance of an explanation to what had happened. The shrinks did their best to bring a shred of calm to my soul. I spent months in recovery, yet by the time I was deemed fit to re-enter the civilized world, I felt no better for it. With a sizable payout for my service and silence, I packed up what little of my life I had and settled in Florida. I never wanted to feel cold again. I wanted to get as far away from any semblance of ice or frost and never have to think about what I'd witnessed. Thoughts of the horror would not leave me, and the few bits of respite I would get in my waking life would worm their way into my dreams and consume me in terrors of the night. I drank, and I smoked and harmed my body in many other ways in attempts to forget what I saw in that terrible black dome. With enough intoxicants, the memories would become distant, but they would never truly leave. It wasn't until I found myself confronted with a cackling youth in a gas station that the memory of that terrible day truly re-emerged. I thought I could keep my cool. I thought I would just smack the kid around and teach him some respect. But the moment he threw his slushy at me, however, control over my body left me. Yes, I was back in that frigid hellscape. I was back before my two dying comrades, helpless to save them. I was back in Antarctica staring down at a terrible amalgamation of animal and ice. I was back, and I couldn't help myself.
I found the crate waiting for me by the gate when I arrived at work. Last year, before the layoff started, we had about 36 people working at the facility. There used to be a whole department tasked with collecting seeds and samples and communicating with other researchers across the world. Had anyone from that team still been around, they would have handled the crates, but they weren't. The acquisition team was the first one to go when our funding started to get trimmed. Soon enough, the other departments ended up getting weeded out as well. The crate had no shipping information or instructions attached. Only a hastily scrawled address of the research facility written in black marker that suggested the crate had reached its destination. The box was difficult to get my arms wrapped around, yet it was surprisingly light. Unsure of whether I was going against protocol, I carried the crate inside. It was my first week working at the facility alone. There were gardeners who would come in twice a week to take care of the manual aspects of running a botanical garden, but even they were unsure how long their employment would last. When we'd bump into each other in the atrium, they would ask about their contracts. As with most questions, I would defer to Dr. Moss. Even before the layoffs, he was the most senior member of staff. Whatever explanation he provided to the gardeners seemed to ease their minds. He was good at keeping people calm. He was good at a lot of things. Before I opened the crates, I thought about calling Dr. Moss. He had been let go just a week prior and kindly offered me with his personal number in case I ever came across something I had trouble with. A mysterious crate arriving at the facility seemed well within the scope of his offer, but I didn't call. I had already called him thrice over the past week concerning questions that I probably would have found answers to on my own if I'd thought a bit harder. I didn't want to make my constant pleas for help a habit, and the old man deserved a calm retirement. Once I had my morning coffee, I pried open the mysterious crate. The smell was the first thing that hit me. I've been working with preserved samples for long enough to make the stench of formaldehyde or ethanol unnoticeable, but what was inside of that box didn't smell of chemicals at all. It smelled of old sweat. The contents of the crate were even more perplexing. At first, I thought it was only a collection of shrubbery and flowers, but on closer inspection, I found the plants to be embedded in a blob of porous grey flesh. The plants stemming from this strange mass proved to be even more confusing. I am unqualified for most of the tasks that the layoffs have brought me, but identifying plants has always been my strong suit. Yet even with years of education and practice, I couldn't recognise a single one of the flowers before me. I checked the crate once more for any clues about the nature of its contents. I hadn't missed anything on my first gander, but I did find an imprint on the underside of the section of crate I'd pried away. The logo was old and worn, yet I could make out a snake wrapped around a star with an apple in its mouth. Beneath the star, there were some Cyrillic letters, but even with the help of my phone, I couldn't make sense of them. Briefly, I again considered calling Dr. Moss. The man had spent over 30 years working in the facility and dedicated his entire life to botany. If there was anyone around who could make sense of the crate or its contents, it was him. I even pulled up his name on my contacts, but at the last second, I decided against calling. Dr. Moss and I were the last researchers left in the facility. Had it not been for his age, my contract would have been terminated before his. I had spent a measly 5 years at the botanical garden and knew nothing compared to his lifelong experience. He, however, was pushing 80, and the people in charge of the budget thought him a liability. Once I finished my coffee, I plucked one of the strange flowers out of the crate and made my way to the herbarium. As remote and underfunded as our facility was, our library of specimens was immense. I was sure I would find answers in the library of plants, yet even after an hour of searching, I found nothing that resembled the flower. The silver-green petals, the strange long stem, the peculiar sweaty smell of the flower. The longer I dug through the library, the more certain I was that the plant wasn't the product of natural biology. I'd almost given up on the whole affair, yet just as I was about to leave the herbarium, I remembered Dr. Moss's private collection. When he was let go, Dr. Moss told me I could have full access to his collection and notes. The injustice of his firing had kept me away from his work, yet as I stood there with the strange flower in my hand, I bit past my discomfort. Dr. Moss's private sheets held no hint of organisation, yet by sheer luck, I found an identical flower within a couple of minutes of my search. There were no labels or details about where the specimen had come from. There was only a single handwritten note pressed into the plastic. Specimen from Professor Kamer, 9th of October, 1997. The note didn't get me any closer to understanding what the flower was, or from where the crate came from. Yet those questions quickly fled my mind. Stashed in among Dr. Moss's collection, I found something that wasn't a plant. I found a photograph. It was a group shot of the research team from sunnier days taken during one of our annual barbecues in the atrium. At first, I thought the photograph must have been taken before I'd started working at the facility, yet on closer inspection, I found myself. 5 years younger, straight out of university, grinning like the good times would never pass, I found myself in the photograph. I picked up my phone and called him. The question of the flower in the mysterious crate was still lingering somewhere in the back of my mind, but it was the photograph which made me take out the phone. I found myself thinking less of Dr. Moss as a mentor, and more as a retired old man who might appreciate the company. When I called, Dr. Moss was in his usual good spirits. When I mentioned the photograph, he laughed and started recollecting the barbecue as if it happened the day prior. As old as the man was, his memory was pristine. For a while, we chatted about retirement and management and how the facility was sure to close down soon enough anyway. It was only in passing that I mentioned the crate and its strange contents. Dr. Moss didn't seem to make anything of my morning, but when I mentioned Professor Kamer, his voice turned cold.
Professor Kamer?
He asked, all his good cheer disappearing. Yeah, I found his name next to a sample in...
Where is the crate now?
In the lab. Why? There was rustling on the other side of the line. I was still no wiser on the situation of the mysterious crate, but something in the depths of my stomach told me that something was wrong.
Maria, listen closely.
Dr. Moss's words were punctuated by the slamming of a car door.
You need to grab that crate, put the lid back on, and then carry it to the incinerator. I'll be with you shortly.
I didn't even know our facility had an incinerator, yet that was not my concern at that moment. The stress in Dr. Moss's voice made me beyond uneasy. Do you know what was in that crate? I asked as I made my way out of the herbarium towards the lab. The lack of immediate response made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Suddenly, the strange flowers and twigs I found in the box seemed irrelevant. It was the spongy flesh in which they were embedded that bothered me the most.
Yes,
said the voice from the phone.
The crate came from the United People's Institute of...
A hush of static ate away at his response. The phone reception in the hills, leading up to the facility, has always left a lot to be desired. Working in a remote place, one gets used to it. I didn't think it would ever bother me. As I entered the lab, however, the lack of reception sent me into a full-blown panic.
Hello?
His voice fizzled through the phone.
I think the connection dropped for a second. Can you hear me now?
The lab had grown considerably colder. My teeth refused to cooperate with my mouth. Off in the distance, the thunder of an incoming storm roared. The crate is empty.
Get out! Get out right now! That thing is dangerous!
Dr. Moss barked to the backing of a straining engine.
Meet me by the gate. Make sure the thing doesn't...
The call dropped. I didn't attempt to revive it. I was too busy sprinting for my life. Never in the 5 years I'd worked at the facility had the remote nature of my work bothered me. In fact, I found it calming to be far away from the smog and noise pollution of my city. It was nice to get to divorce myself from the hustle of the regular world and focus on the things that I'm passionate about. The sight of the facility had always calmed me, yet as I stood by its gates that morning, the visage of the botanical garden was all but tranquil. I was alone in the hills. I was alone, and I would stay alone for at least half an hour as Dr. Moss made his drive up. I tried calling him again. A couple of times the phone actually rang, but the connection was never made. It wasn't just the low coverage in the hills that was keeping me severed from the rest of the world. The storm that had been brewing all morning had finally let loose. At first, I stayed out in the rain. The promise of the grey-fleshed thing lingering somewhere in the lab made getting wet an easily acceptable discomfort. As the storm picked up, however, I started to worry about my phone. It was my one sole connection to the outside world, and the prospect of it shutting off was beyond dangerous. When the rain turned so heavy that I couldn't dry my glasses, I retreated back to the facility. The torrential downpour strengthened. In the half hour which it would take Dr. Moss to drive up to the facility, came and went. I kept on trying to call him, yet the phone kept on telling me that the number was unavailable. It wasn't until the rain had died down that a dial tone emerged. He still didn't pick up. I called again and again and again. The roads leading up to the facility were never particularly well maintained, and the storm would have made them harder to drive still. My mind was quickly producing images of an overturned car with Dr. Moss's phone lying somewhere in the mud covered in broken glass. With the storm having died down and the promise of help steadily dwindling, I was starting to consider simply getting in my car and summoning help myself. Yet on my 6th attempt to call Dr. Moss, I heard something beyond the dial tone. On first glance, it looked like it was coming from the atrium. At first, I noticed nothing out of the ordinary. On closer inspection, however, I glimpsed something shifting by the grill that Dr. Moss used to man during our barbecues. On first glance, it looked like a gathering of lawn trimmings with some flowers and branches thrown in. Both the flowers and shrubbery denied any classification. Yet the pile was motionless and seemed harmless enough. For a moment, I started to question whether I had not simply poured out the contents of the crate in the atrium and forgotten about it. Yet then, with a disturbing fluidity, the pile of foliage started to shift around. As the creature squirmed, it revealed its true nature. The shrubbery shifted to reveal a sea of beady, yellow eyeballs. They shifted towards the grill and regarded the can of lighter fluid with utter fascination. As if trying to speak to it, the creature spread out its fat, drooping lips in terrible vocalization. There was something patently wrong with the creature I was looking at. I was sure of that. Yet even past the fear and disgust, I was still a scientist. I could not deny my curiosity. I stepped to the window to get a closer look at the creature. The focus of my studies has always been with plants, but I was sure that even an expert taxonomist couldn't make sense of the mumbling madness in the atrium. The creature resembled something akin to a jellyfish, yet it seemed to take in the world through reptilian eyes. The mere existence of the beast was concerning enough, but what made the sight truly disturbing were the creature's lips. They resembled primate lips, though swollen and sickly and attached to a being wholly not of the natural world. The lips looked human. The question of what happened to Dr. Moss had temporarily left my head. I was far too fascinated with the monstrosity in the atrium. It wasn't until my phone rang that my attention shifted. Very quickly, the attention of the creature shifted as well. The thing went silent. Its symphony of yellowed eyes focused in on me. With a long, laboured motion, the being started to suck at its lower lip. Before I had a chance to answer my phone, a hard chunk of spit left the creature's mouth. The glass wall of the atrium shattered. Baptized in sharp crystals, I fell to the floor. I tried getting back up, but I was far too dizzy with shock, and all my palms could reach was crushed glass. With the grey-skinned creature quickly approaching and chewing at its lip once more, I reached the closest thing I had to defend myself with, the lid of the crate. The wood sustained the creature's missile with a gentle dent, yet soon enough the worn logo of the star and snake started to melt away. Whatever the creature was spitting was highly corrosive. The creature's spit was acid. The creature's spit was acid, and it was crawling straight towards me. With its mouth preparing for another poisonous ball of phlegm, I was certain my death was near. With its yellow eyes glued to me, the creature chewed and crawled. But then, with the blunt force of a shovel, I was saved. The old man must have left his house the moment I called, for he was still wearing his pajama shirt. With a range of motion wholly unnatural for an 8-year-old, Dr. Moss swung the shovel over and over, crushing and cutting the creature beneath its blade. The grey-fleshed beast quickly went limp, yet my relief did not last. As Dr. Moss plunged the shovel into the creature, the tool started to wear away. The corrosive blood of the abomination was eating away at the shovel.
Lighter fluid!
Dr. Moss screamed as he swung the shovel once more.
Bring the lighter fluid!
With great difficulty and bleeding palms, I got to my feet and sprinted to the door leading to the atrium. With the shovel corroded down to a rake, I wasted no time in pouring the accelerant. After a couple more laboured swings of the destroyed tool, Dr. Moss produced a lighter and put the beast's cries to an end. I immediately started demanding that Dr. Moss explain the nature of the abomination to me, but it quickly became apparent that the old man was in no position to shed light on anything. Although he saved me, the shovel fight had taken its toll on Dr. Moss. He was having a heart attack. Getting him to the hospital on the slick roads was beyond nerve-wracking, but I did take comfort in putting distance between me and the unexplainable creature. The whole way through, Dr. Moss kept telling me to make sure I burn the creature. He kept saying that it was never meant to exist. He kept saying that the evidence of the creature had to be destroyed. The last thing I wanted to do was return to the facility, let alone handle the creature. Yet with the little consciousness Dr. Moss still possessed, he made me promise that I would. And in complete silence, I drove back to the botanical garden once more. To my utter relief, I found the burnt remnants of the creature exactly where we had left them, sprawled out in a pool of black gunk and shattered glass. With the utmost caution, I scooped up the evidence with the new shovel from the tool shed, loaded it back into the crate, and incinerated it all. Because I'm not family, the hospital won't provide me with any details about Dr. Moss, but from the sounds of it, he's alive. It's far too late to visit now, but I hope that soon I'll get to talk to him. I hope that soon I'll get my answers to why that crate arrived at our facility. The nurse tells me I can see him, but that I'm not meant to get him too worked up about anything. He is recovering from a heart attack after all. It's past midnight and the only thing I've consumed the whole day is 6 coffees. Memories of my morning drift between reality and fever dream. I look far from composed. The nurse hesitates for a moment, but eventually she takes me across the hall. There's another bed in his room, but it's empty. The moment I see the old scientist, my hunger for answers tempers. Back when he was my boss, Dr. Moss had a sort of regal authority about him. No matter what problems the research institute faced, the man was always a shining beacon of calm. Even during the staff picnics, when Dr. Moss ditched his bow tie and replaced it with an apron at the grill, he exuded dignity and poise. Up until this morning, I'd never seen the man panic. Sick, pale, and looking his age, Dr. Moss looks like a soldier on the losing side of a war. He smiles as he recognizes me. An echo of my old mentor lingers in his words as we exchange pleasantries. Yet the subject of this morning is inevitable. Soon enough, the age returns to Dr. Moss's face. I ask about the crate that was delivered to the facility this morning. I ask about how Dr. Moss knew what was inside of it. I ask about the horrid monstrosity that crawled from that crate.
Did you destroy the specimen?
He asks after a long consideration. Incinerated it, I say, just like you asked. He lets out a long sigh. At first I fear I'll have to ask my questions again, but eventually Dr. Moss starts to speak.
Sultan Kamer. I met him at a sustainable agricultural symposium in Prague sometime in the late 90s. He was from one of those ex-Soviet bloc countries like Uzbekistan or Kyrgyzstan, but his English was remarkable. I'd never been to his neck of the woods, and the man was full of stories. Though we had to part ways, we exchanged addresses, and I considered the man my friend.
The old scientist's eyes drift to the window. He sighs and searches for something in the glow of the street lamps. He does not find it.
The man liked to talk, and he loved to write. The envelopes which I received looked ready to burst and came with such frequency that the postman started to ask questions. However, I did not mind. Kamer was a fantastic storyteller. At first, he wrote to me of the Soviet stories he didn't manage to share back during our short time in Prague. After about a dozen letters, Kamer's stories turned to those of travel. Parts of his family had emigrated to the United States long before the fall of the Soviets, and he had decided to go visit them now that the Iron Curtain had rusted away. Being in the West, Kamer attended every symposium and conference that would have him. It's during one of these meetings of scientific minds that Kamer met Professor Henry Willow.
Another long sigh escapes the old man's lips. He shakes his head as if he was trying to get rid of discomforting thoughts.
Professor Henry Willow.
He enunciates each syllable of the name as if it were dripping with poison.
Kamer wrote about the man as if he were the Messiah. He wrote of limitless fields of wheat, of the eradication of hunger or disease. Kamer wrote of science that could manipulate the raw nature of genetics. I must admit, Kamer's long letters left me with a sense of rapture. I suggested and eventually insisted that Kamer and Professor Willow come visit. Soon enough, they did.
The door to the hospital room opens and the nurse walks in. She enters with no discernible purpose. After milling around for a moment, she asks Dr. Moss if everything is okay. He says yes and waves her off. The nurse spares me a suspicious look, but eventually she leaves. The old scientist doesn't speak until her footsteps die off in the hallway.
Kamer, Willow, and I had dinner together. Italian place, closed down ages ago. When I first met Willow, he didn't inspire much confidence. He was in his 40s, lanky and balding, and barely uttered a word. Throughout the whole dinner, he kept on taking notes in his little notebook. Now, note-taking is par for the course for scientific minds, you understand. You've seen my journals. Willow's constant writing didn't put me off too much. What I found curious, and I guess a bit disconcerting, was the nature of his notebook. It was covered in those Pokemons that the kids were so enamored with back in the day. Here you had a presumably genius scientist who was taking notes on stationery fit for a schoolchild. I know that truly gifted minds usually come in queer packages, but Willow's notebook did instill some doubt about his scientific prowess in me. My doubts about Willow, however, did not last. Kamer spent most of the dinner telling stories and scarcely let me, or Willow, for that matter, get a word in. As we finished off our meal, though, he seemed to register my doubt about his scientific companion. With the air of a circus presenter, Kamer asked Professor Willow if he would be willing to provide a demonstration of his research. The lanky American put away his Pokemon notebook and looked around the restaurant for something. Finally, he settled on a pot of basil we had on our table. Wordlessly, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a little plastic bag of what looked like fine yellow sand. He took a small pinch of the material, barely enough to fit between his thumb and index, and dropped it into the potted plant.
With another long sigh, Dr. Moss's eyes close.
I've worked with plants my whole life,
he says, resting his head.
Of course, I knew that there were plenty of things which I did not know. I had no illusions about being omnipotent about any realm of science. What I saw in that restaurant, however, I was certain it was a parlor trick. I was sure that Professor Willow was simply some charlatan who had tricked my friend into believing he was capable of great things. I refused to believe what I saw. Yet, I could come up with no other feasible explanation. Mere seconds after Willow deposited that strange sand into the pot, it started to sprout. Right before my eyes, leaves of grass grew from the soil at an alarming rate. It took moments for the basil to be choked out by the grass. Before the grass could get long enough to catch the attention of the waiters or other patrons, Kamer produced a pocket knife from his coat and cut the grass down to size. See? I told you our professor friend Willow was capable of great things, he said, depositing the loose grass in his pocket. Are you not happy I made this introduction? I was completely wordless. I had never seen anything grow so fast. Although much of the grass was now squashed up in Kamer's coat pocket, the remnants still continued to grow. Before I had a chance to formulate any coherent thought, Willow shut his Pokemon notebook. He said the basil pot was nothing compared to the true potential of his discoveries. With a fervor inappropriate for public dining, Willow ranted about the nature of genetics and plants and life. He rasped about how, if one knew where to look, the biology of any organism could be tamed and adapted. He didn't ask, he demanded I take him up to the research facility. Professor Willow demanded I let him demonstrate how far his research had come. When I didn't answer the man immediately, Professor Willow scoffed and went back to scribbling notes in his schoolboy notebook. Kama, in a much more friendly way, suggested that maybe a drive up to the facility would be a nice way to finish off the evening. Without giving me time to answer, he started telling a story about a lab he worked in back in the USSR. Halfway through the story, Kama stopped and started to wonder whether there might not be an empty garden plot at the facility. I said there was. I said I would be happy to see more of Professor Willow's work. We paid for dinner and got in the car. Kama continued to tell his story, but I could scarcely pay attention. I needed to focus on the road and steel myself for what was to come.
His eyes open again. At first, Dr. Moss stares at the ceiling, but eventually his eyes drift to my face.
Can you imagine where the grill is?
That echo of my old mentor rises in his voice.
The little cement island in the courtyard.
I nod. Just last month he was manning the grill at his retirement party, and just this morning we used the lighter fluid to set an abomination of science on fire.
We used to have a garden plot there back in the day. I tried planting something exotic there and it hadn't taken root. The plot was free. Thompson worked security back then, and he didn't put up any argument to us going in after hours, and he kept to himself.
His eyes close again. With a deep breath, the machines he's hooked up to change the rhythm of their beeping. Before I get up for the nurse, however, the sluggish tones return.
He only used a palmful, a single palmful, and the grass sprung up so high that with a bit of wind it leaned on the roof. The sheer amount of plant matter, let alone the speed at which it grew, it left me completely stunned. As I looked at the grass sway above, nearly covering the moon, Kama gave me a cigar. He spoke of how Willow's research could be adjusted for different crops. He painted pictures of a world free of hunger, free of wars over resources. Kama spoke of a science that could usher in a utopia. Willow did not smoke with us. He watched the grass with a furrowed brow, and occasionally, when a thought seized him, he scribbled it into his colourful notebook. It took me a long while before I was able to speak, but when I could, I asked how Willow had made such discoveries. Professor Willow, in something resembling a calm demeanour, explained to me that the instructions came to him in a dream. He said that these dreams revealed to him exactly what he was meant to do, and that other people had been given instructions as well. His tone was much calmer than back in the restaurant, but that did not last for long. Willow's speech soon turned into utter nonsense, and he was screaming about the final century and heavenly mandates, all while slapping the flimsy notebook to punctuate his points. His words were madness to me then, and they're madness to me now. But
the machines quicken their beep again. Dr. Moss's eyes open up again, and he quietly, almost in a whisper, asks me for a glass of water. Mercifully, there's a sink in the room, and I don't have to go and get a nurse. As I pour, however, there's an uncontrollable tremor in my hand.
I'm sorry,
he says, after I help him take a sip of water.
I didn't mean to get you involved in all this. For 2 decades, I didn't hear from Kama. I thought he had given up or retired or perhaps died. If I thought there was even a remote chance of...
His voice trails off. I tell him it's okay. I tell him he can finish telling me the story tomorrow.
No.
He says.
You deserve to know. You deserve to know, and I can't carry this to the grave.
For a moment I consider getting off my chair and returning tomorrow. Dr. Moss, however, stops that thought short.
It was madness,
he says, taking in a deep breath.
All of Willow's rambles were madness. But what followed was so much worse. A sound came out of the grass. It stopped Willow's unhinged rant in its tracks. Suddenly, all he was interested in was the grass. Even Kamer leaned forward with unconcealed fascination. It was a sort of moi sound, something that could only be pronounced with human lips. Something was babbling in the grass.
The sound sent a chill down my spine. The creature that crawled out of the crate this morning, the same creature that me and Dr. Moss beat to death and set on fire. It made those exact sounds.
It didn't look like the one we saw this morning. It was shaped like a person. Its lips were still huge and fat, and its skin was covered in insect eyes and strange flowers. But it had arms and legs. The thing crawled out of the grass, babbled at me with its inflamed lips, and then died. Willow noted another flurry of thoughts in his notebook. Kamer, on the other hand, was full of promise. He celebrated how the grass had managed to create a living, breathing creature. Sure, it died right on the spot, but there was research yet to be done. With a little funding, Willow's technology could be adjusted for organisms that could survive past a couple of breaths, for livestock, for more solutions to world hunger. Before Kamer could start to speak about the intricacies of funding and how my connections might help, I told the man to stop talking. I was filled with shock and awe and confusion. Yet, as I looked at that grey, lifeless thing lying by my feet, I was overwhelmed with disgust. Willow had created a living thing out of thin air just to watch it die. The breed of science he was interested in was nothing man should ever touch. I ordered both Kamer and Willow out of the facility. Thompson called them a cab. I had no interest in letting those two men back into my car. I spent most of the night burning any evidence of Willow's demented science, and when the soil in the courtyard kept on sprouting grass, I had it replaced with cement. All I kept from that night was a sample of one of the flowers, and that was purely because I wanted to assure myself the whole night was not mere phantasm. Kamer never wrote to me again. A couple of years after that night, however, I received a slim envelope with a letter written on Pokemon stationery. It was from Henry Willow. The message he had for me was curt, yet the entire letter was bunched up into a corner of the page as to not cover any of the creatures in the background. Willow and Kamer had found a safe refuge out east at the United People's Institute of Science. The Institute would help facilitate Willow's research, and its true potential could be reached. Willow would prove me wrong and engineer living creatures into existence. He would create life and prove me wrong. He would prove me wrong, and when the final century came, him and his beasts would rule the earth. Out of curiosity, I looked up this United People's Institute of Science. It was an old Soviet research facility, and there was sparse information about it. The only thing I could ascertain was that it got shut down in '92. Maria, I still had so many questions, but I so desperately wanted to forget. With the little I knew about the Institute, I decided it was closed. Then that Willow was a madman, destined to fail. I decided to leave the whole affair out of my head, and now...
His words drift again. The machines he's hooked up to start to quicken their pace once more. I tell him it's okay. I tell him we're safe. He shakes his head again.
And now, we just have to hope we never see Professor Willow's vision of the final century come to fruition.
On the very first day we arrived, she saw them. She saw them, she warned me, and I told her she was just tired from the drive. We had just finished unpacking and making sure our lodgings were in working order. I'd warned her that things can get rough in the mountains, but to my surprise, nothing in the cabin was broken. The pipes seemed to have survived the winter, the lights didn't flicker, and we even managed to keep a weak signal with the world outside, courtesy of a router hung up in an apple tree. Not a 20-minute hike from the cabin sat a hillside meadow I discovered on my previous research trip. I'd shown her pictures before, but they were nothing compared to the genuine article. Off in the distance stood the snow-tipped Tatra Mountains, and beneath them, like a sapphire pushed into unkempt grass, sat a beautiful blue lake. Even though it was a short hike, I grabbed a bag with necessities just in case. The mosquito repellent and water came in handy, but once we settled down in the grass, Veronica noted the absence of one important supply.
It's so nice to get away from the city,
she said, stretching out on the green as if it were a king-size bed.
But you know what I could use right now? A beer.
She protested when I got up, said that it wasn't worth the bother, but to say the truth, I wanted a beer myself. It had been a long drive, after all. When I left her there, Veronica was enveloped in an aura of relaxation. She was ecstatic to have gotten out of the city. She was enjoying her vacation. She was happy. By the time I returned, her calmness had considerably waned.
There's no such thing as flying snakes, right?
She asked, picking at the grass.
I mean, I know that's not a thing. Just want to be sure. Thought a flock flew by a couple minutes ago. Might just be seeing things, though.
I laughed. Flying snakes were a thing, I told her. Gliding snakes, more accurately. Chrysopelia, more specifically. They did exist around Thailand and Cambodia, and Laos. Surely she would not have seen a flock of them in Slovakia.
Do they have wings? The snakes I saw had wings,
she said. I laughed again. I told her she was just seeing things. There were no such things as winged snakes. On the very first day she arrived, she saw them. She saw them, and I told her she was just tired from the drive. In the morning, I checked the patchy feed on the trail cams. I was meant to be observing the behavior of the local lynx population, but all of them seemed camera shy. When we went out for our hike in the afternoon, I didn't see any trace of them either. In fact, the forest seemed wholly abandoned. No rustling in the bushes, no tracks, no scat. Couldn't even hear any birds nearby. For the first couple of days, I kept my reports plain and convinced myself the arrival of the truck had the local wildlife hiding. When no signs of life presented in a week, however, I contacted my colleagues from the other research sites.
Plenty of movement on our side,
They said.
You enjoyed the piece?
The sudden, unexplainable dead zone should have given me pause, but it didn't. All the hours I saved not having to deal with tracking gave me more time to spend with Veronica. I made an active decision not to question my new influx of leisure time. Every once in a while, she had to take a work call with her team back home, but the jittery connection from the apple tree made those occurrences mercifully short. We spent our days together and our nights by the fireplace. Times were good. About 2 weeks into our tranquil stay, I found a dead boar by the lake. He'd been dead for a while, but there were still visible bifurcated teeth marks. For a moment I considered a pack of flying vipers pecking the animal to death. But I let that go. I knew there were no such thing as flying snakes. A couple days after, I saw a group of squirrels scamper up a tree. That calmed me further. The trail cameras still showed no sign of life, but I didn't let that bother me too much. I was just happy spending time with Veronica. We kept each other distracted and pleased. Until yesterday. There were problems back at work for her, so she wanted to be out of cell phone signal to avoid responsibility. I still had some reports to put together, so Veronica decided to take a walk alone. When she left the cabin, she seemed excited to get some calm time. By the time she returned, Veronica was terrified.
I saw them. They're real.
When she rushed into the cabin, she shut all the windows and barred the door. After a brief pace around the room, she even shut the cover of the fireplace.
Out on the trail, a flock of flying snakes.
At first I thought she was kidding, but my laughter only deepened her agitation. I tried my best to get her to explain further, but each repetition of the story only made her more panicked. She had seen flying snakes. Twice. They swooped at her this time. They meant her harm. She wanted both of us to get out of the woods immediately. The trail cameras showed her fright as well, but they were vague about the source of it. Much like the internet connection hiding in the apple tree, the image was spotty. On the screens I could see Veronica. I could see her wide-open eyes and flailing hands in terror. What she was screaming at, however, was just a blur. "Are you sure it isn't just a bunch of bees or something?" The words left my mouth without much thought. All of my attention was focused on resisting the idea of Winged Serpent. I didn't mean any offense with my suggestion. The fuzzy images on the screen could have been, realistically, a particularly large swarm of bees. I meant no offense with my suggestion, but that didn't matter. She became furious. If I wanted to get bit to death by a bunch of flying snakes, that was my imperative. She, however, wanted out. If I wasn't going to drive her to the nearest airport immediately, she would drive herself. I could take the bus to the city when it was my time to go home. It was getting dark out. I told Veronica I wouldn't risk our lives on the hilly roads. If she still felt strongly in the morning, I would drive her. There was some resistance, but she finally acquiesced. Veronica spent the entire evening scrolling on her phone, looking for flights. I spent it staring at the blurry shapes on the trail cam, trying to convince myself that there's no such thing as winged snakes. She was all packed by the time I woke up. There was a dirt-cheap flight back home waiting for her in the city. The drive was made in complete silence. Only the static hiss, intercut with occasional muffled radio signals, kept us company. It was only once we pulled up to the Poprad Tatry airport that she spoke to me.
Look,
she said, meeting my eyes for the first time since the argument.
I know what I saw. Snakes with wings. The only animals in that forest are snakes with wings. You shouldn't be out there alone.
There were still free seats on the flight. Some airline I had never heard of. Infinitely cheaper than the original return trip. The price was almost tempting, but I told Veronica I had to stay the full 3 months of my research commitment. I told Veronica I'd be safe up in the cabin. I'd be safe in the cabin because I was experienced, well supplied, and there's no such thing as flying snakes. When I rejected her claims in the car, all the love faded from her eyes. I wanted to keep her company until she had to check in, but the moment she walked into the airport, she had to take a work call. She spent her last moments alone in a meeting 1,000 miles away. She warned me over and over again, and I never believed her. The last thing she told me before she went into the security check was to be careful. I wish I had listened. I got back in the late afternoon and went straight to the trail cameras again. I'd intended to look more closely at the blurry shots once more, but when I sat down at the screens I noticed there was some new footage. The cameras had captured another animal in the forest. It wasn't a winged snake, but it was no less worrying. One of the cameras caught a lynx. At first, I was happy to see a normal animal. I found a semblance of calm in the image, yet the more I looked at the image, the more I realized that there was something wrong with the lynx. It was staggering as if it was drunk. It was bloated. The ballooned-up lynx collapsed near one of the cameras, presumably dead. Without even grabbing my backpack, I set out to check the carcass. The moment I saw the lynx with my own eyes, I knew the creature had met an unnatural fate. The lynx's fur was sparse, and the flesh beneath sickly bluish. Its eyes were bulging out of its sockets and were covered with a diseased yellow film. The source of the lynx's suffering was crystal clear. Teeth marks. The animal was covered in bifurcated teeth marks. The indentations were much deeper than any local animal would suggest, but they were unmistakable. The lynx had been bitten to death by snakes. I was going to examine the carcass further, but a rustling in the trees above quickly wiped those plans away. The sound was faint at first, but with every second I stood in that forest I could hear it louder and louder. Hissing. Something was hissing above me. I ran back to the safety of the cabin as fast as I could. In my sprint through the darkening forest, my mind had changed. The absurdity of Veronica's visions of winged snakes no longer seemed to be so absurd. She warned me. She warned me oh so many times, but I didn't start to listen until it was too late. When I returned back to the cabin, I sent out a flurry of reports. I restated my worry about the forest being void of the usual wildlife, and then, scarcely believing my own words, I started to detail the sightings of the winged snakes. By the time I was done sending out my maddening messages, it was dark outside. Usually I would spend my nights reading a book by the fireplace, yet I couldn't find it within me the calmness to light a fire, let alone read a book. No responses to my messages came. Yet that was to be expected. The other researchers had the same tenuous connection to the outside world as I. I knew I'd be lucky to get any response from anyone within the next 3 days. I tried calling her when I first got into the cabin, but her phone was off. All of her attempts to contact her went straight to the voicemail. Desperately wanting to speak to her, to hear her voice, to tell her I had made a mistake in not believing the things she had said, the things she had seen with her own eyes. Yet when her phone showed no signs of ringing, I decided to send her a voice message. It's while I spoke to her that I first registered the sounds from the fireplace. Thuds. Something was bumping against the fireplace cover, but I was far too distracted pouring my heart out into my phone. I told Veronica I was wrong to have doubted her. I told her about the lynx and the teeth marks, and even about the dead boar I had found just a couple weeks into our stay. I told her she was right, and to my own surprise, I found myself promising I would leave the cabin come morning. Saying that I would retreat back into the safety of the city lifted a terrible weight off my chest, but within moments that heaviness returned with renewed strength. The voice message wouldn't send. On closer inspection, I realized the internet had been knocked out. The little green light from the apple tree that assured me that the router was working had been extinguished. Beyond the window, all I could see was darkness. I'd never been scared walking through the woods at night. One has to be cautious and alert and prepared, but fear does nothing to help. I've never been scared walking through the woods at night. But when I got out of the cabin to check on the router, I was terrified. I grabbed a flashlight so that I could see what I was about to make my way towards. And just as I was about to leave, the thudding sounds from the fireplace became more pronounced. I didn't check on them. It was starting to dawn on me that something was moving inside of the fireplace, but I wanted to deal with my problems one at a time. It was the thuds from the fireplace that made me grab the hatchet when I left the cabin. That hatchet, I am certain, is the only reason why I am not a corpse yet. It all happened so quickly. The moment I aimed the light at the router, I could see that it was wrapped in a mess of scales. Just as the reality of what I was seeing dawned on me, the scales shifted. Through the night, through the sheer darkness, the winged snakes leapt in my direction. The sight of the flying reptile shot a wave of adrenaline through my system. With no thought but an animalistic demand for survival, I cut the snake down. Then, with nothing but a horrid drumbeat of my heart bouncing in my skull, I hacked away at the monstrosity with a hatchet. Veronica had been right. What lay at my numb legs was a massive snake covered in wings. The creature's innards shimmered like glitter beneath the force of the flashlight, but I did not observe them for long. I ran back to the cabin, hoping to survive until the morning. It wasn't until I had shut and barred the door that I realized how futile my fight had been. I might have killed the snake that lurched at me by the apple tree, yet there were many, many more. It wasn't until I was out of breath and covered in the guts of an unidentifiable freak of nature that I took a look at the fireplace. Behind the yellow, charred glass of the fireplace cover, they stared at me. Horrid reptilian eyes. There were dozens of them, slithering, ramming their heads against the cover of the fireplace, trying to get in. The few images that had been transmitted onto the cameras before the connection went out paint a terrible picture. These freaks of nature, these winged serpents, they are descending onto the cabin from every corner of the forest. Even now I can see their eyes shine outside, waiting for an opportunity to attack. She warned me. She warned me, oh, so many times. She warned me, and I wish I had listened.
I'd spent all night chasing ghosts and had the hangover to prove it. Were it not for the shrill ring of the telephone, I would have slept through the whole day.
It's noon.
The kid said, over the wire.
You planning on coming to the office today?
I wanted to say something witty, but last night's libations only allowed for phlegm-coated coughs.
Charming, boss.
Even though the sky was overcast, the light of the outside world hit my eyes with the tenacity of a freight train.
There's a lady here. Missing persons case. Says it's urgent.
Getting off the couch was a labor fit for Hercules. The prospect of taking on a new case seemed downright impossible. In this economy, however, those that are work-shy end up on the street. Once I wheezed off the midnight gin and got my footing, I told the kid I was on my way. Her figure only accentuated her nervousness. She was a scientist type, all skin and bone with specs that magnified her eyes to the realm of cartoon characters. When I offered her a cigarette, she declined. When I asked her if she'd mind me tarring up my lungs while we discussed the case, she didn't say anything. She just dodged each puff of smoke with a faint look of disgust. The missing person was Thomas Keynes, a fellow wildlife researcher. He was stationed up near the Polish border observing the denning habits of the Carpathian lynx. Thomas was staying up at the cabin with a lady friend of his. The first 2 weeks of reports he sent back to home base were fairly sparse, probably on account of his female companion. Last night, however, he sent out a frantic message about seeing flying snakes. When asked for clarification in the morning, there was no response. His research outpost had gone into complete radio silence. I didn't make a show of asking why she came to me and not the police. I already knew the answer. The cops didn't go into the forest. Sure, if there was a missing persons report, they would check eventually, but they would take their sweet time with the paperwork. The journey would take the state boys a week at least. If the client wanted quicker results, they came with a premium. I do my best to stay out of the woods. Urban life is predictable. Its rhythm is steady and reliable. If things ever go tits up on a job, there's a decent chance a civilian will call the state boys to get you out of a clinch. As loud and crowded as the city might be, there's an air of safety in it. Nothing of that sort exists in the wilderness. You're either on your own, or you're surrounded by things you can't negotiate with. I do my best to stay out of the woods, but I was a month behind paying the kid. He's family and all, but both of us are aware he could be making better money somewhere in the tech sector. Knowing that even blood will eventually come to reclaim debts, I told this scientist broad I would look into her missing colleague. I gave the kid some of the upfront cash and kept the rest for petty spending. While I made my way up to the cabin, he'd dig around the net for more information about Thomas Keynes and his mystery female companion. It was a 45-minute drive through hilly country where the radio signal strains. The longer I spent behind the wheel, the worse the sky looked. I feared getting washed off the road into a fiery death below, but mercifully enough, the rain didn't start in earnest until I reached the village. It was last bastion of civilization before Keynes' cabin. I didn't want to go into the woods without any upfront intel. Figured the best place to loosen tongues would be at the village pub. The outside of the establishment had a veranda sheltered by a large tarp bearing the name of a beer that's been off store shelves since before the country split. The series of worn benches outside of the pub were completely empty, with the exception of a scrawny redhead that couldn't have been older than 19. He had no appetite for words. His attention was solely focused on the mug of stale beer and shot glasses of Slivovitz he had in front of him. The young buck seemed to be going through some internal crisis I wasn't privy to. Not wanting my shoes to get wet, I left him to it and went to order a drink. The pub was filled with a thick curtain of cigarette smoke and the unmistakable scent of manure. An island of mud and grime covered what remained of the doormat, and then spread out in dirty tendrils to the tables at which the farmers sat. The tablecloth was of tartan plastic, and the walls were covered with folk illustrations which decry the evils of alcoholism with a wink and a nod. When I entered, the pub's all-male clientele was focused on the rerun of Commissar Rex on the battered CRT above the fireplace, but their attention quickly turned. Their eyes were far from kind. Even though I was an unwelcome guest to the rural clientele, the bartender seemed to be happy for a new customer. I took a seat at the bar and ordered a beer, seeing the faded remnants of lipstick on my glass. I ordered a shot of Slivovitz for disinfectant. I wasn't worried about the state boys making me blow. They stick to the highways and cities. The drinking laws in the sticks are considerably more improvised. Once I had thoroughly cleansed my digestive tract with the liquor, I got to chatting with the bartender. The man had the friendliness his occupation required of him. He was quick to recall Thomas Keynes and his companion. The Brit and the American woman had indeed stopped by a couple times, the bartender claimed. Touchy couple, but polite enough. Bought a bottle of Slivovitz a couple days back. Keynes even spoke a bit of Slovak. Asked something about flying snakes. At the mention of flying snakes, a gust of forced laughter escaped from the table behind me. By the time I turned my chair, the rest of the patrons uneasily joined in.
"Excuse me for eavesdropping,"
said a heavy-set man who sat at the head of the table. Unlike the rest of the clientele, his clothes showed no signs of labor or mud.
The foreigner was asking about a little rumor that has sprouted in the village. A snake fell out of the sky last autumn, right outside of the church. Quite the stimulating event for our little community. All sorts of theories were floating about. Luckily, nothing nefarious was at play. Turns out a stork just made its nest in the church tower. Clumsy bird had us all worried. There's no article here, if that's what you're looking for.
I'm not a journalist, I said. I'm a private detective looking into the appearance of Thomas Keynes and his partner.
Fero Halchin, mayor of this humble settlement.
The heavy man said, getting up. His clothes were clean, but his palms had the blisters of lifelong labor. He shook my hand as if he were trying to squeeze the life out of it.
I assure you, no one in this pub, or this village, knows anything about the researcher. As a representative of the people, I would also advise you not to upset the local population with questions. If the state police want to discuss matters with us, they're more than welcome to visit.
The tone in his voice suggested that I leave. The glares from the rest of the table only punctuated that suggestion. Not wanting to end up rotting in a ditch somewhere, I took the unspoken advice to heart. I drank as much of the bitter beer as my stomach could handle, put my money on the bar, and left. I was set on getting in my car and driving up to the cabin, but I paused before going back into the rain. The red-haired youth sitting on the veranda had polished off his shot of Slavovitz and was about halfway done with his beer. He was doing his best to not meet my gaze. Sensing the loose thread of a mystery, I turned to him. "Hey, friend," I said with as much cheer as my hangover would allow. "You know anything about the scientist up in the hills?" The youth recoiled at the sound of my voice. He said he didn't know anything about any scientist. What he did know, though, was that the hills were no place for a man from the city. They were no place for a man at all. With that, he got up and retreated into the rain. I didn't notice it when I first saw the youth, but there was a strange bracelet around his wrist. Chunky, metal, jagged. I watched it as he walked away from me, trying to figure out what it was. My theorizing didn't last long. Soon my cell rang with new information.
Did some digging on Thomas Keynes' companion.
The poor reception muffled the kid's voice, but I could hear him fine enough to understand.
Veronica Muller, 28. Project manager at a headhunting firm on the East Coast. Past 20 posts on Insta are the Slovakian countryside. More importantly, though, there's an interesting charge on her credit card from yesterday.
The farmers inside had turned their attention back to Commissar Rex. I figured I was safe for a cigarette. "Well, don't leave me hanging," I said, lighting up.
MA 866, Marana Air, Proprad Tatry to Atlanta. Single ticket. Flew out the night Thomas Keynes went radio silent.
Despite the hangover, my senses were still kicking. As I breathed out my first puff, I expelled all my doubts about what happened to Keynes. "Case solved," I said.
Is it?
The kid's voice replied. Thomas Keynes takes out his gal on a research trip. Bartender said they were a touchy couple, probably a fresh relationship, volatile stuff. The lovebirds shack up in the woods, have the time of their lives, but then the novelty fades. They fight, she leaves. Keynes suffers a broken heart.
That doesn't explain anything. What about the radio contact? What about the flying snakes?
They drink rough stuff here. Bartender's a nice enough fella. Keynes drives down with a broken heart, buys a bottle of something he can't handle, and boom. Sends a rambling message back to home base. Maybe messes up his equipment in the stupor.
What about the flying snakes?
Red herring. Drunken babbles. No such thing as flying snakes.
I don't know, boss.
The kid says.
Flying snakes wouldn't be the first thing my mind would go to if someone broke up with me.
That's because you're young, kid, I say. Never had your heart broken. The road that led up to the cabin was a road in only the loosest sense of the word. Even though the GPS denoted it as a possible route for a car, it was solely suited for tractors. The rain turned the packed earth into slippery mud and threatened to send me sliding into the tree line. But the old motor persevered. By the time I could see the cabin, the GPS had nothing to say. The signal had faded into obscurity. Seeing the truck parked by the cabin gave me a sense of calm. If the car was still there, The chances of Thomas Keen's being in the area were solid. For a moment, I congratulated myself on my detective skills. The closer I got to the cabin, however, the more my theory started to falter. If what transpired between Thomas Keen's and Veronica Muller had indeed been a domestic scuffle, it was one for the history books. The truck was the one thing that seemed untouched by violence. The door to the cabin was knocked flat off its hinges. The windows were jagged portals of smashed glass. Down by an apple tree, just a dozen meters away from the cabin, lay a broken internet router. The question of why the cabin had gone radio silent was answered, but my theory about Keen's broken heart was starting to crumble. The router wasn't smashed up in a drunken rage. The plastic was bent and cracked inwards, as if it had been squeezed. I doubted that Keen's would crunch the piece of tech with his bare hands. I was starting to doubt whether it had been destroyed by a man at all. One look inside of the cabin whipped away all my questions about the router. Thomas Keen's was curled up in the fetal position next to the smashed-up fireplace. He was dead. He was very dead. The sight of the cabin, in the state of the router, cast a doubt on my initial theory of Keen's broken heart. The state of his corpse completely blew it out of the water. His skin was a purplish hue and his bloodshot eyes were bulging out of his skull. Were I not told that he was still communicating with the outside world 48 hours ago, I would have presumed he'd been dead for at least a week. Past the swelling of his discolored flesh, however, I could see the dents of teeth marks. Snake bites. Suddenly, the idea of flying serpents didn't seem like a red herring. It seemed entirely too real. I took out my phone to update the kid. The lack of signal shot an involuntary wheeze out of my lips. The corpse needed further observation, but I wanted to count the remainder of my time inside the cabin in seconds. With the camera function on cell, I took a snapshot of the crime scene. The circuitry in the phone had decided that the room was too dark for a photograph. Without my consent, the camera lit up the room with a flash. That burst of light set a terrible series of events in motion. That burst of light nearly ended my life. A hiss rose from within the smashed-up fireplace. Before I had a chance to properly register the sound, two reptilian eyes were staring at me from the dark ash. I was face to face with a massive serpent. Running out of the cabin did nothing to dissuade my pursuer. With sweat rolling down my brow, I tried to lift the dislodged cabin door and use it to block the flying snake's path. It was useless. The winged reptile met the wood with the force of a battering ram. With my breath beat out of my chest, I found myself lying in the mud, surrounded by the splintered remains of the door. The wings that spread up the animal's spine were like those of a hummingbird. They struggled to keep the serpent in the air and left its body sagging towards the ground in places. As small as the wings of the creature were, however, it moved no slower for them. In an instant, the beast circled back to its prey. It floated above me, incomprehensible, a fevered nightmare brought into the world of flesh and blood. A pair of misshapen fangs extended from the creature's mouth. With a low, terrible hiss, globs of chunky purple spit started to trickle down onto my duster. I could feel the hot venom burning through the fabric. I was certain I was going to meet my end to this abomination of biology. And just as the winged serpent was about to deliver its killing blow, I heard a jarring sound whine through the forest. It was like a mix of television static and nails being dragged across a chalkboard. The snake was suddenly whipped towards the tree line. I scrambled to my feet and pulled out my revolver. My mind was frantic with shock, but my training was starting to kick in. My gun was in my hand and I was ready to shoot. But the moment I took account of my surroundings, my knees went weak once more. Two thick vine-like tendrils were holding down the snake in the muddy grass. They were connected to a creature, a beast even further away from conventional biology than the snake. The amalgamation resembled a cat, but it did so in the loosest sense. Even though it had a remotely feline shape, the creature had 6 legs and was covered in a layer of leaves and grass. At its back sat a bulbous mass of foreign flowers from which the vine tendrils spread.
"Don't shoot!"
yelled the scrawny redhead. He was standing behind the strange cat creature, A metal cube which could have fit into his strange bracelet was sitting in his hand.
Bullets won't stop the snake. Don't shoot!
The winged snake was thrashing on the ground, pinned by the vine-covered tendrils. They were squeezing the reptile hard. The middle of the beast's body looked like it was about to burst under the pressure. The snake's will to fight started to fade. Soon enough, it was barely moving.
Enough!
Said the scrawny villager to the six-legged cat.
Enough, I said!
With some reluctance, the tendrils loosened and retreated to where they came from. The winged snake lay in the grass, twitching on the edge of life and death. The cube in the villager's hand let out a distinctive click when it was aimed at the winged serpent. The same horrid static hush scratched across the forest again. In a bright flash, the snake creature disappeared. "What the hell was that?" I demanded, but the villager was too focused on the glowing cube in his hand. My question didn't register with the youth, but it did get the attention of the six-legged cat. For a moment, the creature stared at me with its slitted eyeballs, and then, with the swiftness of a circus whip, it shot one of its tendrils across my wrist. With ease, the thing lifted me off my feet. I had been saved from the flying serpent, but now I was dangling in the air, held up by an even more terrible creature.
No!
The youth screamed, as he saw me aim my gun.
Don't shoot it!
I don't give a damn about his opinion. All I wanted was to be standing on solid ground. I aimed my gun at the creature's skull and pulled the trigger. The shot would have hit its target, but the villager was quicker. In another flash of light, the creature disappeared and my shot hit the wet earth. Momentarily, my body hit the ground as well. "What the hell was that?" I asked, again climbing to my feet. "Where the hell did those things come from?" It was just the two of us in the forest now. The red-haired villager met my eyes with caution.
"You don't want to know,"
he said gravely.
"You don't want to know anything about what happened to Thomas Keynes or the flying snakes, and you certainly don't want to learn anything about Professor Willow. If you know what's good for you, get out of the forest while you still can."
With that, the kid ran off. I didn't chase him. Instead, I retreated to my car and lit a cigarette to calm my nerves. Getting the car out of the mud was a lengthy task, but it gave me time to think. Over the labored whines of the engine, I considered the question of Keynes and the redhead and the flying snakes. I had no idea who this Professor Willow character was, and by the time I had managed to get the car back on a civilized road, I had decided to keep it that way. The village youth was right. Some cases aren't worth the squeeze. They're not mysteries to solve. They're reminders that a man shouldn't spend more time in the woods than he has to.
The human brain was not designed to interact with hundreds of people a week. It wasn't designed for subway carriages and supermarket queues and tax offices. Comfortably, we're built to maintain social interaction somewhere in the ballpark of 100 to 150 souls throughout our whole life. What the human brain is or isn't designed to do, however, doesn't play much of a role if you're trying to pay rent in a major metropolitan area. I work as a tour guide in Prague. Every week, I get at least 300 tourists following my umbrella. 300 pairs of eyes that I have to see as individuals with hopes and dreams and futures which, hopefully, involve them putting money in my pocket. I love the city, and I like my job, and the people are, on average, pretty nice. But the human brain was not designed to interact with hundreds of people a week. There's a strange sort of headache that blossoms right behind your eyes if you've tapped out the limits of the prefrontal cortex. A piercing reminder that what you're doing isn't normal. An achy echo from your ancestry telling you, this isn't what you're built for. Come back to the woods. So, I do. 2 weeks before every high season, and 2 weeks after every high season, I pack my stuff, jump on an early morning train to Slovakia, and disappear off the face of the earth for a while. The nearest village has been around since the 17th century, but didn't get electricity until 1978. The cabin by the lake that my great-great-great-grandfather built was spark-free until 1995. It's only near the turn of the century that my grandfather decided a microwave would save everyone a lot of hassle around midnight snacks. There's no internet in the valley. You can get a bar or two of phone signal, but only if you climb the hills. Anyone with even a hint of aspiration has left the village and moved out to the city in search of opportunities, money, and non-fatal winters. Aside from the wildlife and occasional hiker, the place is nigh abandoned. For years, the lake has been my favorite place to shed my headaches. For years, I would count the days until I was able to escape the city and internet and responsibilities so I could kick back by a pond of unfettered tranquility. For years, the cabin has been my happy place. That all changed this week. Being a true progger, I've never sat behind the wheel of a car. Even if I did have some experience driving, I still wouldn't trust myself on the winding hilly roads that lead up to the cabin. Luckily, I have an old university friend in Poprad whose father owns a car dealership. Every year, my friend gives me a lift to the cabin in some wild ride as we catch up on life. The first time he drove me, back in 2014, he kept on asking if I wanted him to pick me up in the morning. He didn't think I could handle a prolonged stay in a place without central heating or internet. I survived well enough, and since then, he's become less incredulous. I've never told him that on that first day I spent in the cabin, I had to run up to the forest at sundown to Google a video about fire starting. He still doesn't know, and I see no reason to tell him. Whenever we ride up to the cabin, we stop for a drink at a nearby village pub. I get myself a beer and a shot of something flammable. My friend, being a responsible driver, gets himself a kafala, a couple of cigarettes, a couple more stories to reminisce on, some final morsels of life news to catch up on. The pub has always been a nice closer to the ride up to the cabin. Yet, something was different this time around. Every year that we would stop at the pub, we would be a point of interest to the locals, or more accurately, my friend's car would be of interest to the locals. Set to inherit his father's dealership, my friend would always drive me in something flashy. This time was no different. He showed up in a bright yellow Humvee that looked like something you'd see roaring around a Hollywood blockbuster. The few village teens that made the pub their home would always loudly comment on whatever ride he brought and joke about stealing it. This time, they didn't. When we came into the pub, they were all sitting at the terrace nursing their beers, as they always did. Yet, instead of greeting us with stares and jeers, they sat in complete silence. Something had changed about the kids. They seemed somber. They seemed like they didn't want to attract our attention. The attitude of the village youths was strange. But what was even stranger were the bracelets they had on their wrists. Odd, chunky metal contraptions that looked like glued-together scrap. The peculiar fashion choices and sudden silence of the teens caught my attention for a bit, but my friend quickly distracted me with stories of our old classmates. Every year, I like to take a personal project with me up to the cabin. I've tried out painting and writing and wood carving over the past couple of years, but this time around I thought I would experiment with fishing. I've never fished before, but there's plenty of carp in the lake, so I thought I'd give it a shot. When we got to the cabin, my friend helped me load out all of the fishing gear and set it by the lake. After a couple more cigarettes, my friend got back in his car and drove off back to the city. Since it was still light out, I was hoping to see if I could catch something, but the exhaustion from the journey quickly caught up with me. Instead of fishing, I sat by the lake and soaked in all the peace and tranquility. Once my eyes started to close, I retreated back to the cabin, lit a fire, and rested my eyes in bed. The dream started on the first night. They were nowhere near as intense as they would get over the following days, but right from the start, there was something unsettling about them. I dreamed of the lake. I dreamed of the cold water and the smooth pebbles and the carp that sluggishly swam through the water. I dreamed of being a fish. Gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, my legs straight and my arms glued to my side. When I woke like a creature of the sea thrown to land. There was still a faint flicker coming from the fireplace, but much brighter lights were peeking in through my window. I could hear voices, young voices, speaking in hushed tones of conspiracy. There was someone by the lake. I was drowsy with sleep and exhaustion, and my body felt completely foreign to me. But within a couple seconds, morsels of cognizant thought started to take hold. The voices belonged to the village youths. I left my fishing gear by the lake. The rod and cooler and tackles weren't cheap. Still drunk on sleep, I ran out of the cabin and started to shout for them to leave. Their flashlights shifted the moment they heard me burst out of the door, but the teens didn't start to flee until I started throwing rocks in their general direction. The half a dozen silhouettes fled with their bobbing flashlight beams in tow. They ran up the hill and disappeared into the forest. Yet, even after the teens left, a glint of illumination still hovered above the lake. It was a cloudy night, and the world beyond was pitch black. Yet above the lake, a faint, pinkish light bobbed. In my rush to chase off the interlopers, I had not taken my glasses. The strange light above the lake wasn't lost on me, but the longer I squinted at the water, the fainter it got. When the night descended back into pure darkness, I just consigned the unnatural illumination to a trick of the eye. I convinced myself that I was just tired and panicked. I shouldn't have. In the morning, I was pleasantly surprised to find my fishing gear exactly where I left it the day prior. It was nice to know that the teens didn't steal the equipment. That brief burst of joy, however, was the only positive aspect of the day. After a light breakfast, I made my way back out to the lake. Even as I walked from the cabin, I found myself unsure in my steps. It was as if my legs belonged to a wholly different creature, as if I had woken up in foreign skin with foreign limbs. As I cast my bait, I kept on worrying that I was going to fall into the water. Even as I sat down, well out of danger of slipping into the lake, I found my hands gripping the grass beneath me as if I was about to be thrown in. Over the years, looking out at the water always filled me with gentle calm. I've always found so much tranquility by the lake. Being away from people, from the constant bustle of the city, from all the notifications and dings and vibrations of my phone, being alone out in the woods has always made me happy. But all I wanted that day was to be surrounded by other humans. I wanted chatter. I wanted noise. I wanted to be reminded that I am a human being. I was uncomfortable sitting by the lake, but it wasn't until I caught a fish that my discomfort rose into a shrill panic. As I reeled in the catch, my hands were numb and my fingers felt weak. Having to bring in the catch sowed cold sweat all across my back. Seeing the fish made me vomit. It was a perfectly healthy carp. There was nothing wrong with it. Seeing the creature strung up on a hook, however, drove a deep malaise through my body which escaped my throat with sickening strength. Having lost all my appetite, I threw the fish back into the lake and retreated back to the cabin. I made an attempt to chop some wood, to read, to journal, yet nothing felt right. Somewhere in the back of my skull, wordlessly, something was dragging me back to the lake. I wasn't meant to sit by it. I wasn't meant to walk into it. I was meant to descend all the way into its blue depths and press my body against the smooth pebbles that covered the bottom of the lake. I did my best to meditate, to clear away the thoughts, or at least to interrogate their source, yet the harder I tried to grasp at my feelings, the more ethereal they felt. I found my arms pressed against my sides and my body squirming, as if I was trying to swim against a strong current. Without my consent, my lips pursed and started to pop. The moment I let my mind wander, I would find myself doing a terrible impression of a fish. Every fiber of my being wanted to drag me back to the lake. With effort and dread, I managed to steady my mind through the afternoon. I cooked myself a meager lunch and chopped some wood and tried reading one of the paperbacks I packed for the trip. All throughout the day, my body was sleek with sweat. All throughout the day, the lake shimmered in the back of my mind. I convinced myself that I was just burnt out, that my strange twitches and pops and fixations were all just symptoms of an overworked mind. Hoping that a bit of rest would rid me of the fish thoughts, I set the fire and called it an early night. The visions that had come to me in my sleep the night prior were intense, but they paled in comparison to what came to me on the second night. I found myself in the depths of the lake once more. The water was frigid, yet even though I could perceive the cold, my body felt in harmony. I was drowning and taking fresh breaths at the same time. My body had scales and my lips popped, and with each labored inhale I could feel my neck expand. I was a fish. I was a fish, and I was swimming through the dark depths of the lake, and in that darkness, I saw a light. A pinkish light. A light that called to me. A light that lured me in like a moth to a flame. My brain was numbed with sleep and confusion, yet as that light started to take shape, my conscious mind started to wake. I was a fish, and I swam through those dark waters towards the light, but I could also feel the wet covers of my bed. Desperately, I wanted to fully stir from my dream and be free of the nightmare. Before I did, the source of the light manifested in the cloudy waters of my subconscious. Eyes. 2 bloodshot eyes floated in the curtain of lake scum. They stared straight into my soul. You weren't built for this. Come back to the lake. The sight startled me awake, yet I was still not fully a man. My body hit the floor of the cabin and flopped around wet and confused, as if I were still a fish, as if I did not belong on land. In utter terror, I flailed on the ground, trying to calm myself down. After what felt like an eternity, my body ceased its panic. I was no longer banging my limbs against the furniture, but I could not unpry my arms from my sides. I spent the night breathing in dust, trying to convince myself that I am sane. Beyond my window, I could see that faint pink light shimmering by the lake. At first, I insisted that it was merely a byproduct of the nightmare, but when sleep fully left my head, I knew it was not so. I lied to myself. I told myself that the light beyond my window was simply the sunrise. The glow outside bobbed and was most certainly not a hue found in nature, but I told myself it was the sunrise. I lied to myself. Yet when those early morning rays of sun finally did peek in through my window, the unnatural glare disappeared. It took me well over an hour to climb to my feet, but once I did, I felt much more secure in my body. Whenever I looked down and saw my 2 feet, I was given clear evidence that I belonged on land. I knew I was a man, I was certain of it, yet from beyond the window, the wind-caressed water still called to me. You weren't built for this. Come back to the lake. The first night I had spent in cabin alone back in 2014, I nearly begged for a ride back to the city. When I had first arrived, I tried setting a fire to warm up the cabin, but found it difficult to keep a flame going. Since it was a nice day outside, I gave the project a break and went to read by the water. I just figured I would set the fire later. When later came, I found the task just as difficult. With the sun setting and the Slovakian autumn closing in around me, I also found the cabin much colder. After a couple failed attempts and 2 burnt thumbs, I started to panic. If I wasn't able to light a fire, the night would be terribly cold. With the world almost dark, I set out towards the top of the hill where there was phone signal. I was going to beg my friend to come pick me up so that I wouldn't spend the night in single-digit temperatures. The defeat burnt hot in my chest, and I dreaded making the call. I dreaded making the call so much that when I finally did manage to catch a couple bars of signal in the dark, I elected not to make it. Instead, I Googled instructions. The video took ages to load and ate up an unreasonable amount of my phone bill, but it allowed for guidance. After many more failed attempts, I finally managed to get the fireplace going. When the flames finally caught and I was certain they would stay, I hollered through the cabin like a madman. I felt like I had achieved something. I felt like I was built for life away from the city. I never told my friend about my near surrender. I am far too proud for that. No amount of pride, however, would stop me from retreating from the terrible fish thoughts that haunted me. Struggling with my steps, with sweat pooling on the crease of my jeans, I climbed the hill once more. With my fingers feeling the disobedient worms attached to alien limbs, I dialed my old classmate. I was near tears when I finally managed to make the call. I was so ready to retreat back home, to breathe in the smoggy air and listen to the rowdy crowds, to go back to a place that I could comprehend. Yet, the moment the phone started to ring, my mind cleared. In a cascade of sober thoughts, the world around me suddenly felt completely ordinary. I was a man. My legs made sense. The lake below seemed familiar and regular and not scary at all. I sat down in the grass, feeling familiarity in my limbs. When my friend picked up, I didn't say anything about the manic fish delusions. Instead, after briefly gathering my thoughts, I told him about the village youths that had snuck onto the property after he had left. We chatted about how strangely quiet they were in the pub, and about those strange bracelets they all had, and about how these days the younger generation is strange in general. Soon enough, we were just talking about how old we've both gotten. My friend asked me if I thought that the kids would come back and whether they might be any real trouble. I told him I felt safe. I told him I felt safe at the cabin, and as I sat there, on that hill, overlooking the lake, I believed it. I was fine for the rest of the day. I still stayed away from the lake just to prevent any further bouts of insanity, but after the phone call, it felt as if everything leading up to it had been some weird anecdote I heard in a bar. When I got back to the cabin, I tried reflecting on the past 2 days in my journal, but my entries were sparse. The whole fish affair just didn't feel important anymore. Instead, I spent most of the day tearing through a Stephen King paperback on the same couch where my grandfather used to read to me when I was a kid. Whatever fish curse had ailed me was lifted, and never seemed that bad to begin with. In the afternoon, I took a long walk through the woods and even made it to the edge of the village. No one saw me, and I didn't see anyone, and I figured I wanted to keep it that way. Once I got home, I lit a fire, made myself some scrambled eggs, and went back to reading. Briefly, before I decided to go to sleep, I found myself worrying about the lake again. My madness was an obscure memory by then, but the visions from my dreams still held on. I was terrified that I would once again dream of being a fish. The more I thought about it, the more I could remember the heaving gills on my neck and the scaly texture of the skin I had worn in my dream. To keep the thoughts away, I read for a couple chapters more. By the time my eyes were starting to close, I was too drowsy to worry. All I could do was hope that my mind had fully given up on its obsession. As I drifted off, I even found a bit of confidence about the past 2 days being a fluke. I did not dream of being a fish that night. I dreamt of something much worse. The lake, in my dreams, was much deeper than it had ever been. Standing on the shore, I felt as if I had my feet planted at the edge of a skyscraper. The dark depths of the water called to me, demanded that I jump, insisted that I sink. I looked away from the water and focused on my feet. Forcefully, I reminded myself that I am a man, that I have feet, that I breathe air, that I am not meant to live in the water. At first, I managed to keep myself distracted by staring at my human legs, yet soon enough, a familiar shine stole away my attention. That pink glow, those blood-red eyes, they were rising from the deep. Those same tortured human eyes that I had seen in my dreams the night prior stared deep into my being, yet now I could see more than just the eyes. I could see the whole monstrosity to which they were attached. It was a fish, a carp to be exact. Yet its skull was swollen with a massive brain that pulsed with blinding pink light in the tempo of a sluggish heart. The creature was giant. It rose above the lake, dripping water like a flying submarine. The thing stared at me. It stared at me with its bloodshot human eyes. It opened and closed its fish lips with little rhyme or reason. Yet, in the back of my skull, I could hear a dark, demented voice which undoubtedly stemmed from its pulsing brain. You weren't built for this. Come back to the lake. In sheer terror, I fled from my dream. My body met the floor with a dusty thud. For a moment, I feared that I would once again be paralyzed in a non-mammalian state of mind. Yet the adrenaline pouring through my veins reminded me of my humanity. I rose to my human feet and tightened my human fists. Fear still played a quiet melody in the nether regions of my soul, but most of my being was consumed by a symphony of rage. I was not a fish. I refused to even consider the idea. I was willing to deliver swift violence to anything that would try to convince me otherwise. When I burst out of the cabin, I expected to see the same mammoth fish I had witnessed in my dreams. I did not. The fish was there, its brain still swollen beyond comprehension and its bloodshot eyes staring at me. But it was tiny. In my dreams, the creature was a leviathan of epic proportions, yet in the flesh, the creature was only slightly bigger than a carp. Drunk on anger and confidence, I grabbed a stone and threw it at the floating fish. My missile flew true, but it did not hit its target. Instead, the flying rock slowed down as it traveled through the air. Just as it was about to hit the misshapen carp, the projectile came to a complete stop. It floated in the air, as if gravity were but a theory, and then, with horrid speed, it shot straight at me. The creature's aim was worse than mine, yet the rock was propelled at a terrible speed. When the window behind me exploded into a hail of broken glass, I knew there was no fighting the abomination. The floating fish moved slowly, yet so did I. As I made my way up the hill, I found my legs distant and distorted. My lips kept popping. My clothes turned drenched under another wave of cold sweat. The closer the terrible fish moved to me, the more discomforting my body felt. The gills which I did not have on my neck were struggling to take a breath. "You weren't built for this. Come back to the lake." As the voice slithered through my soul, rocks started to whiz past me. The missile which I had launched at the monstrosity was ineffective, but the floating carp's retorts were painful. The pebbles started to hit me. A numbing pain spread through my kidneys. Blood started to pool down my neck. In my rage-induced panic, I had grabbed my phone from the nightstand. As I lumbered up the hill, I tried to command my fingers to dial. I was trying to ring up emergency services, yet with another strike to the head, the numbers on the screen turned blurry. My feet gave up. With both legs seizing up, I fell flat on the grass. My body rigid, I began to roll back down the hill toward the nightmarish beast. I was certain I would roll all the way back to the lake. I was certain I would roll across the shore and deep into the water. I was certain I would not float. The lake called to me. "You weren't built for this. Come back to the..." My phone was lying a meter or two above me where I had dropped it. Yet the dial tone cut through the insanity like the blade of a sushi chef. My legs and arms extended, and I propped myself up on all fours on the grassy hill. For a brief moment, I met those bloodshot eyeballs. They stared deep into my soul, but then, with something resembling panic, they shut. With a high-pitched yelp too shrill to have come from its misshapen lips, the creature rocketed backward. It crashed into the center of the lake with the weight of a sinking stone. I crouched on all fours, looking more like a beast than a man. I found my sanity returning to me. After a couple labored breaths through my human nose and human mouth, I could hear a voice. At first, I feared that the voice belonged to the fish. I feared that the retreat of the madness was temporary. My eyes filled with desperate tears, but soon those tears turned joyful. The voice I was hearing wasn't that of the fish. It was my friend. He was confused about why I was calling him in the middle of the night. Without thought, I told him that something had come up. I had to be back in Prague the following evening. I would need him to pick me up in the morning. My friend was still confused as to why I was calling him about it in the middle of the night, but after some insistence that it was an emergency and that I had to grab an early morning train, he relented. He said he would pick me up at the cabin. I told him I would wait for him by the village. I never returned to the lake. I couldn't risk it. The thought of coming across the fish once more was far too horrendous to bear. I left everything I brought with me to the woods out in the cabin and made my way to the village in my bare feet. When he picked me up the following morning, he did ask questions. I was, after all, in my pajamas and had dried blood on my neck. It looked as if I had gotten into a fist fight with life itself. My friend asked questions, but I waved them away. I had simply gotten into a nasty fall while hiking and lost my shoes. There was no need for me to recover the rest of my belongings if I was going to come back soon anyway. All I needed for travel was my phone. I told my friend that I would be back in Slovakia soon, but in earnest I want to stay as far away as possible. For so long the lake used to be my happy place, but the 3 days I had spent there have taken that away from me. As I sit on the train back to Prague, I stare at my reflection in the window, searching for the man I know I am, not the creature the lake beast tried to make me. I remind myself that I am a human, that I have limbs and a job and health insurance. I remind myself that I am a man and that I was built to live in the city.
Last summer, some Czech tourists brought in a lynx. Found it passed out on the side of the road and didn't notice the tranquilizer dart sticking out of its back. They just thought, cute kitty, and Googled the nearest clinic. They didn't know it was a lynx. And to be completely accurate, they didn't really bring it to the clinic. They managed to get their car into our driveway before the wild animal woke up, scratched them to shit, and then made a glorious escape through the car window. Animal control never recovered the lynx, but then again, they didn't try too hard. There's only 8 police officers in our town. I know all of them, if not by first name, then certainly by last. When I called in after the lynx incident, I was mainly calling so we could share a laugh over how dumb tourists can get. I've worked in vet care for almost a decade now, and that was the only time I ever had to contact the authorities. Until tonight. Tonight, I'll have to call them again, and they'll have to call for backup from Poprad and just about any other city that can spare the men. Tonight, I'll have to call the cops again, and there will be no laughter. Night shifts at the clinic are never busy. Most of our clientele are folks out in the villages. They know their animals well enough to not require midnight help, and even if there is an emergency, they are unlikely to ride the hilly roads after sundown. Most of my night shift work revolves around restocking, admin stuff, and keeping an eye on any overnight patients we have. It's been a slow week. The paperwork I had to manage got knocked out in 15 minutes, and there was no need to restock anything. Our sole overnight visitor, a prize pig from one of the nearby villages recovering from a skin infection, was doused out on meds and gave no indication of waking up for the next 12 hours. When it started storming outside, I got comfortable with the idea of spending the night alone. The winding roads beyond our town are dangerous in the dark. When they get wet, they turn deadly. As the rain started to tap on our tin roof and thunder rumbled beyond the valley, I rested my head on the desk for a little cat nap. I was pried from my sleep by the shrill cry of the buzzer. Standing outside of the clinic, right beneath the rainwater pouring from the roof, stood a red-haired teenage boy. His rusted-up bike was leaned up against the door. In his hands, he held an old milk crate. I was still half asleep when I got to the door. Barely understood what the kid was talking about. He was manic. He pushed the crate into my hands and assured me that the animal that was inside was good and that I should look after it. He also said that people would come looking for it and that I shouldn't give it away because it's a good animal. The kid was in a state of shock. I was drowsy enough to be calm. When I asked him to come inside of the clinic and explain the situation more clearly, the teen backed out into the rain. His eyes kept on drifting towards our security camera. He kept repeating that the animal in the box was good. There was a phlegmy purring sound coming from inside the crate. Just as I registered it, the kid hopped up on his bike and drove off into the storm. The interaction was strange, but I was drowsy enough for everything to feel strange. I called after him, asking for some form of contact information, but his scrawny shape quickly disappeared into the night. With the strained purring sound urging me on, I grabbed the crate and brought it into the operating room. I expected a cat. Potentially a cat that got hit by a car. When I took off the lid of the crate, however, I witnessed something incomprehensible. My shriek woke up the pig. From inside its cage, the big creature's eyes looked up, blinked once, twice, and then receded back into their drug-fueled sleep. The prize pig drifted off, but I was wide awake. I was terrified. The creature that lay in the box was unlike anything I had ever come across in my studies. It looked vaguely like a cat. It looked like a cat, but it had 6 legs and scaly skin, and there was a messy growth of grass on its back. The creature was patently unnatural, but once the shock of its visage wore off, my instincts kicked in. The animal's paws were twitching, its slitted eyes were struggling to stay open. The creature was clearly in great discomfort. Even though I was looking down at a being wholly outside the realm of natural biology, my instincts kicked in. The scaly body was heaving in delirium and warm to the touch. Whatever the creature on the table was, it was running a fever. After getting confirmation from a thermometer, I readied an antipyretic and injected the creature in one of its paws. Moments after I pressed in the syringe, the sickly purring stopped and the animal's breathing calmed. Seeing the creature's condition improved didn't calm me. Once the instincts that drove me to treat it dissipated, the animal's incomprehensible form took over my mind again. I didn't know what to do. None of the folks I work with would be awake, and even if they were, they would be none the wiser with how to proceed. I knew my coworkers wouldn't be of any help, but being alone with the strange being was not something I could handle. As the cat creature rested on the operating table, I ran over to the lobby to grab my phone. When I came back into the operating room, the strange animal was still unconscious, but something about it had changed. The growth on its back, the strange mixture of flowers and stalks, it no longer looked wilted. Slowly, as the thing took long, deep breaths, the greenery on the creature's spine started to shift. I called my boss. I prayed that he would pick up and shed some light on why there was a 6-legged cat being in our operating room. But the phone stayed dumb. In an effort to convince myself that what I was seeing was indeed real, and not the product of some fugue state, I swiped over to the camera app and snapped a picture. The photo was clear. What I saw on the screen was just as discomforting as what I saw in the flesh. I stared at my phone, trying to make sense of what was happening, but soon enough my attention was gripped away. Taking the picture had woken up the creature. Cautiously and with some visible discomfort, the cat thing rose to its paws. Its eyes were a lightish brown hue and slitted like those of a goat. The thing stared at me. I stood there, frozen, unable to understand whether the animal meant me harm. The creature itself did not move, yet the growth on its back shivered and grew. A bulbous mass, rose-like in structure, started to bloom on the animal's back. Green tendrils, like cautious tentacles, wiggled their way out of the cat creature's rose. The appendages moved slowly and suggested no threat, yet with each breath the being took, they expanded further. One of them bumped up against the metal tray and sent it clattering to the floor. The crash didn't startle the creature much, but it woke up the sleeping pig. Once again, the drowsy eyes looked up at me from the cage. They blinked once, twice, and looked as if they were to close again. Yet then they saw that cat creature. With unrestrained terror, the prize pig started to squeal. It threw its heavy body back and forth in the cage in a desperate attempt to avoid the sight of the reptilian cat. No tranquilizers could suppress the swine's fear. The six-legged creature did not like the pig either. The moment that the squealing started, the reptilian cat leaped off the operating table towards the high shelves. Without knocking down any of the supplies, it crawled its way over to one of the air vents, dislodged the cover, and crept inside. The discomforting creature disappearing didn't calm down the pig. I was just as shaken by the strangeness of the creature, but I didn't have any fresh stitches. Seizing my instincts, I bent down to the pig to try to calm it. That's when I first heard the buzzer. The sound was mere background to me. I was focused on calming the pig. It wouldn't stop squealing and throwing its body around. It's when I decided that the pig needed an injection that I heard the buzzer again. It was followed up by the sounds of shattered glass. The front door had been knocked out. Someone was inside of the clinic. I left the squealing pig behind and made my way towards the lobby. Perhaps it was wishful thinking, but in that moment I thought it was the teen who had dropped off the strange creature in the first place that broke through the door. It didn't occur to me that the visitors might be dangerous or mean me harm. It should have. In the lobby, they stood, towering and dumb, all dressed in village garb. There were 3 of them, and they only differed in the clothes they wore. Each of them held a shotgun or a rifle. The moment they saw me, all their weapons had a single target. They didn't speak. No matter how much I pleaded with them to tell me what was happening, they didn't utter a word. Instead, they ordered me around with their rifles. One of the bold giants pointed me towards the edge of the lobby, whilst the other 2 went over to the operating room to investigate. The man left with me stared in my direction, but seemed to be looking past me. There was very little life in his eyes. He was deaf to all my pleas. Off beyond the lobby, I could hear the prize pig squealing in horror. It did not squeal for long. A shotgun blast turned the animal silent. As if the shotgun was the starter pistol for the race of my life, I started to beg for forgiveness again. I told the bolt giant that I would run away, that I would never tell anyone what I saw, that I would forget the whole night. His eyes stared past me and his weapon didn't shift. From the surgery, one of the other bolt giants emerged. He still wore a scowl on his face that suggested a desolate inner life, but his rifle was slung across his back. In his hands, he was holding a photograph. A six-legged reptilian cat. The giant shoved the photograph in my face and gestured wildly. He opened and shut his mouth in an attempt to speak, but he couldn't. He had no tongue. He had no teeth. The inside of his mouth was just a cavern of wet flesh. Past my terror, I tried explaining what happened with the team that showed up earlier that night. Both the giants were deaf to my words. The gun was still being aimed at me. The photograph was still being shoved in my face. No matter what I said, the giants remained threatening and deadly. In the air ducts above, I could hear something rustle. The giants didn't look up. When another shotgun blast sounded off from the clinic, however, they both turned around. In that brief moment of inattention, I desperately wanted to run away and call for help. My legs, however, would not budge. When the few seconds of distraction passed, the giant with the photograph grabbed his rifle and set off to the surgery. The other man's dead stare turned back to me, as did his gun. Up in the surgery, metal trays came crashing to the ground. Another gunshot went off, then another. Then the room went quiet. The bolt giant's rifle was still pointed at me, but the man's hands were shaking. His eyes kept on drifting off to the side, searching the hall which led to the surgery for movement. The bolt giant was hoping for his comrade to re-emerge, but he did not. What came from around the corner shot panic across the bolt giant's dull eyes. Like the tentacles of some horrid sea beast, the vines emerged from the hole. When I first saw them extend from the cat creature's back, they swayed like tree branches in gentle wind. Now, they moved like whips. With a crack, the slick tendrils wrapped around the giant's wrists and sent him crashing to the ground. The tiling cracked beneath the impact of the man's skull. He struggled, but it was worthless. Soon, 2 more tendrils emerged to grab a hold of his kicking legs. With a trail of blood springing from his forehead, the bolt giant was dragged around the corner. He howled in a terrible low tone. His pain, tongueless shrieks rose in manic notes until, finally, they whimpered out. From the hallway, I could hear the sound of a full bucket being emptied. Before I found the bravery to go look into the hallway, trickles of crimson seeped around the corner. The prize pig lies mutilated in its cage, barely recognizable. Metal bars twist around the impact site, a gruesome testament to the shot that ended its life. But the pig isn't the only victim. The 3 giants who stormed my clinic have met a fate far worse than death. Calling what happened to them killed is an understatement. A lie to comfort the mind. They are torn apart, obliterated. The hallway and surgery room are transformed into a slaughterhouse, painted a deep red, littered with fragments of flesh and shattered bones. The scene is a grotesque puzzle of human remains, unidentifiable pieces of what used to be people. The cat creature is gone as well, the window flung open, curtains gently dancing in the dying storm. I pray it never returns, that it disappears into the night, just like the lynx from last summer. All that is left now is to call the cops. This time, there will be no laughter, no shared joke about foolish tourists or strange occurrences.
The mere idea of an aquarium in Poprad seems like a cruel joke. Slovakia has no access to the sea. Poprad is a mountain town of 50,000 that has zero reason or desire for anything fish-related. The aquarium should not exist, yet it does. I have always been confused by its existence, but when I saw a posting for a night watchman job, I didn't hesitate. It was in a quiet part of town. Seemed like easy money. The only expensive thing in the aquarium was its prized attraction, Hlupík, the giant squid. The many-limbed creature must have cost a fortune, and transporting it to Central Europe could not have been easy. Yet the money spent on Hlupík would have not been of any interest to the local hooligans or drug addicts that might try to break in during the night. Hlupík didn't have a care in the world. He would just float around the central tank of the aquarium, occasionally snacking on one of the squids that were imported for him. All around the mammoth sea creature sat exhibits of freshwater fish native to the area. Carp, catfish, eels, trout. The selection of the other exhibits didn't differ much from the frozen food aisle. If Hlupík was an avocado, he was surrounded by a field of potatoes. The crux of my job was showing up at the aquarium an hour before closing time, ushering out what few visitors there were, and then patrolling the grounds until the place opened back up in the morning. For months, I was just content picking up a paycheck for hanging out with an octopus. But then, one day, everything changed. My boss, Mr. Kufa, was an alcoholic who long ago gave up on trying to hide the fact. The liquor kept him occupied, and he barely spoke to me, yet that particular morning, he screamed. He called me up on the morning of a day off and insisted that I show up to work immediately. Mr. Kufa had heard I spoke English. I was needed to translate. The owner of the aquarium had shown up. Henry Willow was an American scientist. He had paid for the aquarium to be constructed 5 years prior, and a family friend secured Mr. Kufa the job of managing it. Aside from bringing in the giant octopus and paying for its exotic live feed, he never interfered with business. That was, until he decided to visit that afternoon. He had finely trimmed facial hair and wore a strange garb that seemed to be a marriage between a lab coat and a suit. Willow wasn't alone. With him, he had two enormous men with shaved heads and dull eyes. Finding Mr. Kufa half a bottle deep into his workday was an unpleasant surprise for Henry Willow. The fact that the drunk manager couldn't communicate with him proved to be a much bigger inconvenience. Willow did not hide his annoyance. When I entered the room, he was screaming and looked like he was about to slap my boss with his notebook. Luckily, the muscle he had brought along didn't share his anger. The two giant men just stared off into the ether as their boss ranted and raved. I had learned most of my English from watching shows, and I've never had much time to practice, but eventually I managed to start translating. As his points started to get across, Willow calmed. He even managed a laugh or two by the time his orders were delivered. Mr. Kufa wasn't smiling. As I told him what Henry Willow wanted, all the drunkenness drained from his eyes and was replaced by fear. The fish and exhibits were to be replaced over the following weeks. Willow's men would take care of the entire affair, and all they needed was a place to dispose of the old fish. Eventually, everything in the aquarium would be replaced. Everything in the aquarium would be new. There were liabilities and loss to consider, but it wasn't until the question of Hlupík had been brought up that Mr. Kufa's face tipped from confusion to fear.
Of course we'll replace him,
Willow exclaimed with sudden force and joy.
Octopuses are a thing of the past. It's time we made room for new animals.
The man's speech had shifted from a calm explanation to a sudden burst of energy. Even one of the giants that stood behind Willow seemed to be momentarily brought out of his trance to flinch. The aquarium potentially losing its only source of visitors might have been an unpleasant thought, but it was the realization that he was dealing with a madman that drained the blood from his face. Mr. Kufa started to stutter out questions that Henry Willow had no interest in answering. With a deep breath, the scientist spoke directly to me. With his voice slowly descending back to calmness, Henry Willow explained that the aquarium was to be left empty on the nights of the replacements. All security systems were to be shut off to keep things simple. None of the signage outside of the exhibits was to be removed. If any of the visitors inquired about any changes to the fish, management was to deny everything. A healthy bonus would be issued for discretion. Henry Willow handed me a list of dates scrawled in pencil on children's stationery. Telling me to explain everything to my boss, the scientist got up and left. For a moment, the giant stood by his chair, staring blankly at the wall, but eventually they left too. My boss was in complete disbelief about what we were being asked to do, but eventually he took the paper and told me to leave him be. The man I left the office was filled with despair, but by my next shift, Mr. Kufa seemed in more stable spirits. He was even uncharacteristically sober. He informed me that the aquarium would be following Willow's wishes and that I would get a bonus of 200 euros a month for keeping my mouth shut. I didn't ask him how much of the discretion bonus the 200 euros were. I was just happy for the 200 bucks. When the first replacement date came, about 2 weeks later, I enjoyed my night off and didn't think much of it. When I first got into the aquarium on the following day, nothing seemed to have changed. The fish looked just about the same. The exhibits remained unaltered and nothing in the aquarium seemed amiss. It wasn't until the lights dimmed and I started my patrol that I noticed something off. The school of fish in the minnow exhibit. They looked like something you could get in a bait shop, but with the lights of the aquarium turned down, I could see that the minnows were glowing. The light emanating from their little bodies was dim and took concentration to see, but it was undeniable. Henry Willow had made the minnows glow. The new exhibit consumed most of my attention that first night, but over the following days, the appeal of the glowing fish faded. The changes that were made to the fish would always be something small. The carp would shoot little bursts of water against the glass. The whiskers of the catfish would move as if they had a life of their own. The eels would swim just a little faster. I'd find that interesting on first sight, but as the changes lost their novelty, I would return back to spending my nights watching Hlupík sluggishly swim around the tank. Sure, I did wonder about what it was that Willow was doing to the fish, but I didn't worry too much about it. It wasn't any of my business. The 200 euros kept my mind at ease. I didn't worry about Henry Willow's replacements until, one night, I found Hlupík's tank filled with darkness. In the central tank, the giant octopus didn't have any reason to worry. His home was roomy, filled with plenty of live feed with no predators to fear. I'd never seen Hlupík ink. After the final replacement night, however, the inside of his tank was murky, with dark defensive clouds. Hlupík had seemingly changed overnight as well. I could still recognize the same giant octopus, but instead of swimming around at his own pace, he kept on following me as I walked by the tank. What made matters so much stranger was that he wasn't alone. Hlupík was surrounded by little squids and fish he used to eat. No emotion could be read from behind his slitted, inhuman eyes, but I could tell that the octopus was scared, as were all of the other creatures flanking his nervous form. Off in the cloudy dark, I could see something shift. Fearing that there might be something wrong with the filtration system, I gave Mr. Kufa a call. It took him a while to pick up, but when he did, he had no interest in hearing about the filtration system. I wasn't being paid to investigate the safety of the tanks. I was just meant to make sure no junkies break into the aquarium. With a couple slurred sentences, I could hear that he was already drunk. Not wanting to fight a losing battle, I apologized and hung up. I had hoped that the tank would clear out on the following night, but it didn't. When I returned back to work, Hlupík looked much worse than he did the night before. His large orange body was covered in dark brown bruises, and some of the suckers and one of his tentacles seemed to be missing. The crowd of prey that had sheltered around the octopus had also grown considerably smaller. There was something else in the tank. It wasn't a fish, or a squid, or an octopus. From beyond the smoky ink, I could see its silhouette. It had arms. It had legs. The creature was far too small to be a person, but it was humanoid in nature. I did my best not to look too closely at Hlupík and busied myself with patrolling other parts of the aquarium. With a dull thud, however, the central tank called to me. It all happened in an instant. From the dark waters came a claw. A monkey-like claw that tried to grasp at the head of the octopus. As Hlupík fought off the intruder, the claw switched its target. With hooked talons, the monkey grasped one of the squids that was sheltering by the octopus and fled back into the dark waters. I called Mr. Kufa once more. The filtration of the tank being faulty was one thing, but Hlupík seemed to be in imminent danger from whatever had been put in his tank. My boss took ages to pick up. When he did, he was furious that I was interrupting him while he was at home. When I detailed the reason for my interruption, he told me not to patrol the central section of the aquarium anymore. Whatever was happening in the tank was happening with the blessings of Henry Willow. He'd give me 400 euros at the end of the month if I promised to keep it to myself. Without giving me a chance to respond, Mr. Kufa hung up on me. When he clicked off his phone, however, the call did not end. For a couple seconds, my phone was still lit up. On the other side of the call, I could hear the phone rustle. It was only after a couple seconds of this rustling that the phone actually went dark. Someone was listening in on our conversation. Memories of Willow's towering bodyguards quickly filled my mind. I had spent months in silent friendship with the octopus, yet I retreated to the exhibits in the back of the aquarium. I didn't want to see Hlupík get hurt, but I was much more concerned about my own safety. Spending time around the glowing minnows or the goofy catfish didn't calm me. Where months ago, the creatures seemed like innocent curiosities, they were now demented steps towards the violent beast in the main tank. When I finally left the aquarium at the end of my shift, I considered never returning. I considered calling Mr. Kufa, telling him a family emergency had come up and that I would not be able to work for at least a month. I even took out my phone to start my retreat. Yet I never dialed his number. At the moment, I convinced myself it was because the extra money was good and the job was easy and that if I kept to myself, everything would be fine. Now, however, I know that was a lie. I didn't call Mr. Kufa that morning because I was scared someone else might be listening in on the call. When I came in the following shift, Mr. Kufa had already left the office. Only the grumpy ticket lady remained. When I asked if anyone had complained about Hlupík, she shrugged. It had been a slow day. If anyone had words for her, she wasn't listening. When I asked her if she had seen the central tank herself, the ticket lady, proudly, told me that she had no interest in fish and that she hadn't moved past the ticket office in 6 months. I tried to let some of the old woman's disdain for her job rub off on me. For around 30 minutes, I found myself content looking at the strange carp and colorful minnows. But eventually, my fondness for Hlupík got the better of me. I entered the main hall. The water was clear. For a moment, I was relieved. I thought that maybe Mr. Kufa had taken my qualms to heart and had the filtration system fixed. Yet quickly, the clearness of the water proved to be a terrible omen. What I saw in the central tank chilled me to my very core. Hlupík was dead. Floating in the middle of his tank, the giant octopus had been robbed of most of his tentacles. The few bits of appendage that remained were bruised and cut with terrible violence. The sight of the familiar animal brutalized made me uneasy. It was only a fraction of the terror I was witnessing. What was worse, what was so much worse, was the sight of the creature that had delivered such violence onto the giant octopus. The beast was shaped like a chimpanzee, yet it had the face of a fish. The moss-like fur that covered its body shined with a luminescence of dazzling, shifting colors. With its savage claws, the creature ripped at the Hlupík. With teeth as sharp as knives, the beast ate the octopus's flesh. The sheer terror of what I was witnessing made my hands numb. I dropped my flashlight. The monstrosity on the other side of the glass seemed to be in the midst of a manic feeding frenzy, yet the crash made its attention singular. Slowly, with an eerie gentleness, the creature swam towards me. Its eyes, a horrid grey mixture of mammal and aquatic life, watched me with curiosity. In its incomprehensible jaw, the thing thoughtfully chewed the dead flesh of my companion. I wanted to retreat. Desperately, I wanted to dull my brain with glowing fish and boring eels. All I wanted to do was to run away from the horrid amalgamation that stared me down from behind the glass. But I could not. The chimpanzee with the face of a fish, glowing all the colors of the rainbow. I was utterly mesmerized. The thing had me in a trance. Suddenly, the abomination snapped open its massive jaw. I stumbled backwards, brought back to reality by the sudden movement. Chunks of Hlupík flesh hung in the water like unanswered questions. Then, slowly, they started to descend down into the terrible maw of the fish thing. The creature was sucking water. Out of fear, I stumbled a step or two back. Yet curiosity kept me still. I wanted to know what the FishMonkey was doing. In a terrible thud, the answer came. The beast was pushing a stream of water out of its mouth, like the replacement carp. The carp, however, only tapped the glass. The beast that swam before me that night sent it crashing down. The FishMonkey's neck tore open with massive gills. Like the ventilators of some terrible amphibian machine, the gills sucked in water and strengthened the monstrosity's stream. A spiderweb of crystal broke out across the wall of the central tank. Before I had a chance to run, the glass wall fractured into 1,000 pieces and the world became wet. The wave of water knocked me off my feet, but I quickly regained my balance. The FishMonkey's footing was less even. It crawled over the sharp edges of its tank, yet managed to move no further. It struggled with the broken glass, its gills heaving with punished effort. The thing looked as if it was about to die. But then, with muscles shivering beneath the fur of moss, the monstrosity started to rise. It took impotent breaths with its fish mouth. With each inhale it wheezed in a pained, shrill tone. The creature was struggling, trying to will its biology to perform an act it was not built for. With each breath, its vocalizations deepened. With each breath, the FishMonkey grew stronger. The moment I was reminded of those terrible teeth, I ran. Behind me, I could hear the beast's darkening grunts, but its footsteps splashed with lack of balance. Their tempo quickly sped up. When I was sure the creature could catch me, I hid in the nearest place I could find, the janitor's closet. I stood in the darkness, shaking, praying for my soul. Out in the hallway, the creature's footfalls splashed. It ran past the door and towards the lobby. I held my breath. I waited for that monstrosity to be completely gone before I moved a muscle. The moment I was sure, the moment I could hold my breath no longer, I reached into my pocket and picked up my phone. I called Mr. Kufa. It was still early in the evening. Mr. Kufa would be drunk, but he would be awake. I begged the universe to bring him to his phone, yet the dial tone numbed all my hopes. Mr. Kufa was not picking up the phone. Past the tonal reminder of his absence, I heard something worse. The wet footsteps had returned. They were heading towards the door. As the dial tone dragged on, I could hear the FishMonkey's gasps once more.
They were of a dark tenor now. They sounded like grunts. Yet, as the creature's face descended towards the door, its wheezes grew shrill once more. The creature huffed at the crack of the door. Even though the thing had no nose, it was trying to smell what was inside of the janitor's closet. I stood as far back as I could. I pressed down on the nearest air refreshener, yet I could not mask my presence. The creature's hand retracted, and its grunts grew violent again. With a terrible thud, the door shook. The horrid amalgamation of life outside started to roar.
What seems to be the problem?
A voice said, in crisp English, from the other side of the line. Mr. Willow?
That's Professor Willow.
The madman said, his voice calm as ice.
What seems to be the problem?
The thing! It's escaped! The beast's assault against the door continued. It roared with absolute animalistic fury.
What thing?
Willow asked, no doubt hearing the terror, but speaking no less calmly for it.
Be more specific, please.
The thing from the central tank!
Oh!
The wood of the door snapped, and a terrible, glowing claw reached out into the tight space. There was a hint of joy in Henry Willow's voice.
If you had to give it a name, what would you call it?
What? I screamed, as the terrible creature started to force its shining body through the door. What the hell do you mean?
A name.
Willow's tone had broken. He was yelling.
A name! If you had to name the creature, what would you name it?
Monkeyfish! I screamed. Please, just send help! Just as the terrible thing was about to grasp me, a piercing tone rose through the air. It made me clutch at my ears. Yet it caused the creature no pain. Instead, the terrible amalgamation cocked its horrid head to the side in curiosity. Slowly, it backed out of the hole in the door it had created for itself. Descending on all fours, the creature ran off into the hallway. Past the horrid sound, I could hear glass crash out in the lobby. Slowly, the tone subsided. My ears were still ringing from the shrill sound, but from the phone I could hear a labored sigh.
A poor choice of name.
Henry Willow said, with disdain.
Go home. The aquarium is to undergo repairs. Return back for your evening shift tomorrow. Sleep well. Think of a better name. Do not be late.
With that, he hung up. I was beyond shaken from the experience, and I desperately wanted to be in the safety of my own home, yet the terror refused to leave me. I stood leaned up against the edge of the janitorial closet, shaking and broken. For minutes, I cowered until I could will my body to move. I found the glass entrance of the lobby shattered. Not 5 meters from the entrance to the aquarium, a manhole cover lay strewn aside. The darkness of the Poprad sewers was dizzying to walk by. On the far side of the parking lot stood a black van. By it towered 2 familiar, identical men. One of them raised his finger to his ear. My phone rang. A blocked number.
Henry Willow speaking.
He said.
Calling to confirm that you will show up for your shift tomorrow and not impede any progress that has been made.
I did not hesitate to say yes. The 2 giants were staring straight at me. I had come far too close to death that night to take the risk of crossing Henry Willow.
Splendid.
The mad scientist said, and hung up. As he did, the 2 men climbed into their van and started the engine. Not wanting to be followed, I fled the parking lot and ducked into the dark park nearby. The last thing I wanted was for Henry Willow, or his men, to know where I lived. As I made my way back home, I avoided all major roads and kept my eye out for the van. Even though I ran most of the way, the journey to my apartment took much longer than usual. By the time I arrived home and calmed down enough to sleep, however, I considered myself safe. When morning came, that safety proved to be an illusion. The van was waiting outside of my apartment.
The two giants stood guard, looking directly at my window. Henry Willow's men were far too big. My front door was far too flimsy to resist. Briefly, I considered calling in sick to work, but I knew that they would retrieve me if I wouldn't go on my own. When I arrived at the aquarium, Mr. Kufa was waiting for me at the lobby. I had seen the man drunk countless times before, but never like this. The man was soaked in sweat and could barely string a sentence together. Against his better judgment, he watched the security camera footage from the night prior. My boss wanted out. What's worse, he wanted me to take his place. He wanted me to be the one to deal with Henry Willow. The money. Mr. Kufa kept on focusing on the money. The measly couple €100 that he offered me to keep my mouth shut was only a fraction of Willow's discretion fund. There were tens of thousands being sent over each month. I could have all of it. I couldn't even have Kufa's entire paycheck. All I needed to do was to take on the responsibility of dealing with the mad scientist. No matter how much I resisted, Mr. Kufa kept on insisting. It wasn't until I said I would complain about him to Henry Willow that he finally closed his mouth. For a moment, a strong enough gust of fear washed through the man where I feared I was witnessing a heart attack. But eventually, he staggered off without another word. That shift, just like the night prior, I avoided the main hall of the aquarium. For about 30 minutes, I stared at the innocently aberrant fish in the side tanks. I would have spent the whole night avoiding the location of last night's horror, were it possible. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. With repetition and increased volume, however, the sound became unavoidable. Someone was clearing their throat in the main hall of the aquarium. Knowing that there was no avoiding the interloper, I ventured out to the place which I feared most. Everything in the main hall had been repaired. The mess of broken glass and seaweed had been cleared, and the main tank, although empty, was whole once more. In the front of the empty aquarium, flanked by his giant henchman, sat Henry Willow.
Have you thought more about the name?
He asked, with chilling casualness. It took me a moment to find my words, but when I did, he did not like my response. No, I told him, I have not thought about the name of the horrid abomination I had seen the night prior.
FishMonkey simply does not roll off the tongue. It's far too pedestrian for a creature so important. How about Aqua Ape?
Not knowing what else to say to the madman, I agreed. Aqua Ape did sound like a better name. Will took my response in good stride. He asked me to sit down with him by the aquarium. He had more questions. His line of inquiry was completely unhinged, yet he asked it with complete calm. Henry Willow wanted to know if I found the monstrosity last night cute, and whether I would consider it a friend if it were to defend me in battle. The last thing I wanted to do was to continue conversing with the man, yet the dumb gaze of his massive guards kept me talking. They also kept me honest. I feared it was all a test, that if I was to tell him I found the horrid amalgamation of biology to be friendly, he would label me a liar and have me disposed of. I told Willow that I feared the creature, that I was certain it would murder me were it given the chance. My responses were honest, yet they did not please Henry Willow. As I spoke, he scribbled angry notes in a flimsy paper notebook he had on his lap. At some point, as I regurgitated the horror I had witnessed last night, he had finally had enough.
I did exactly as my dreams have told me. I established this aquarium. I have developed the hybrid genome to near perfection, yet still your responses displease me.
He took a long pause, tapped his pen on the notebook, and then finally closed it.
Perhaps you are not meant to survive the final century. Perhaps your kind simply cannot understand. When the dust settles and the smoke clears, the new generation will embrace the aqua ape and the rest of the hybrids. That must be it.
He looked at me for reassurance. Not knowing what else to do, I nodded my head. Willow's questions that night made me deeply uncomfortable. Yet it wasn't until his parting words that I truly tasted horror. Henry Willow told me he did not trust Mr. Kufa. The man was a dullard and an alcoholic. There was no reason to replace him just yet. But were something to happen to my boss, I would become the new manager of the aquarium. It was not a question. It was not a job offer. It was a statement. As Henry Willow and his massive bodyguards left the aquarium, I couldn't help but to think of how sick Mr. Kufa looked last time I saw him.
There's 3 knockoff Red Bulls coursing through my veins, and I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. I try to meditate in the back of the taxi, but the road to the warehouse is as jittery as my psyche. It's been a long week. Hell, with all the planning involved, it's been a long year. I am beyond exhausted and in desperate need of a vacation. But I content myself with the fact that everything that could have gone wrong has already gone wrong. There are no more problems to solve.
There's a problem.
Batima says, the moment that I step out of the taxi. She's dyed her hair green overnight and rotated out her usual piercings. But she's still wearing her dark blue bomber jacket, the one that's far too big for her. Where's the band? I ask. Is Johnny making problems again?
Johnny and the rest of the fellas are pre-gaming at the hotel.
She says, paying more attention to the cigarette she's rolling than to me.
They refuse to come to soundcheck until the power is on.
The power is out?
That's the problem.
A saber of surgical steel dangles from her lower lip as she licks her cigarette shut.
Lights were flickering in the morning, and by the time techies finished setting up the stage, the whole building was without power.
Batima lights her cigarette in the most casual way possible as my heart sinks deep into my stomach. This entire show has been cursed. Getting a permit to even put on the concert required enough bribes to make even the most creative accountant blush. There's been 2 date changes, 3 venue changes, and now, on the day that I've worked so goddamn hard for, there's no power. We have to call someone, I say, once feeling returns to my face. If there's no power, there's no show. We're opening up ourselves to massive liabilities. We have to call someone.
I already did.
Batima says, puffing on her smoke. She points over her shoulder to a chubby-faced man, pacing back and forth through a hands-free phone call.
The best electrician money can buy around here. There's another problem, though. Our expensive friend here needs access to the basement. The hatch to the basement is locked.
Well, can't we just pry it open?
Techies tried. No dice. One suggested dynamite, but that probably wouldn't cover our safety deposits. We need the keys.
And the keys are? I sniff at the air. I assure myself I'm not having a stroke.
Not here. Owner isn't picking up. Googled around, found his assistant's number. Apparently the boss man is overseas to the 23rd. No way to retrieve the keys until then.
She takes another long puff.
Luckily I managed to...
Are you kidding me right now? I yell. the moment I recognize the smell. Doors open in 6 hours and there's no power in the building. I need you sober right now.
Chill, it's just a bit of hash. Keeps me focused.
She offers me her joint. I don't dignify that question with a response. Instead, I remind her that the music industry is an industry based on reputation, and she's not making a good name for herself at the moment.
Oh, I'm sure you'll have plenty of nice things to say about me tomorrow.
Aside from the saber, there's no malice in her smile.
Anywho,
She says,
found the owner's brother, gave him a call. Turns out he has a spare set of keys and wasn't happy to make the trip, but hey, look over there, there he comes.
A silver Audi 80 bounces up the road and stops a couple paces from us. Bettina slips the joint into my hand and goes over to speak to its driver. Without getting out of the car, the driver passes the keys over to Bettina. He handles them between his thumb and pointer finger, as if they were toxic. I don't understand a word of what they're saying to each other, but it seems like the man is pleading with Bettina. As desperate as his face seems, she simply shrugs and smiles, and waves goodbye. What did he say? I ask, after she replaces the joint in my hand with the keychain.
Bet he doesn't want the keys back. We can just leave them with his brother. Says that we shouldn't be having any concerts over there because the basement of the warehouse used to be connected to the...
Even hearing the name is hard on the ears. I make no effort to pronounce it. The what? I ask.
Used to be an old secret research facility that's apparently haunted and the source of horrible dark signs. Kid story. That guy is too old to believe in that nonsense, and so are we.
There's no place I'd rather be than back in Sydney. For a moment, I disassociate and imagine what I'd be up to if I hadn't signed up to handle a rock show in the middle of nowhere. With the time difference, I'd be about to clock out. Maybe I'd be planning on heading out for some drinks and to see some obscure indie band that didn't have an agent yet.
Hate to burst your bubble.
My local contact says, stubbing out her joint.
But doors open in 6 hours and there's no power in the building. Maybe we should get a move on?
With a wave, she summons the electrician and we head to the basement hatch. On the way, we relieve the security guys of their flashlights. The one I get barely works. Dark red banners cover the broken windows of the warehouse and expensive multicolored lights hang from the rusted walkway. Even though it's a warm day outside, the innards of the warehouse carry a chill. The basement is significantly colder. The ladder is barely deep enough to reach the floor. We stand on packed earth and around us sits heaps of scrap metal and smashed up crates. From the small rays of light we have, the place looks completely abandoned. Musk and rot and dust, it fills the air as we walk. I am beyond uncomfortable, but the chubby-cheeked electrician seems to be in great spirits. He and Bettina chat as we walk through the decrepit innards of the basement. I don't understand the language that they speak, but the tone of the chat, it reminds me of every friendly plumber I've ever met. The electrician seems to be in good spirits, but with one word, Bettina takes all the cheer from his voice. The moment Bettina pronounces the discomforting sound, the electrician stops so fast that I end up bumping into him. He doesn't apologize or move an inch. Finally, With his flashlight pointed square at Batima's face, he repeats the name in a whisper. She nods and smiles and laughs a bit. But no sounds come from the man. He just keeps on walking.
Oof, looks like he believes in children's stories as well.
Batima says as we walk through the dark basement.
Ah, well, as long as he can fix the power, it doesn't matter.
We need to make sure to lock the hatch when we're done here, I say, passing my flashlight over the heaps of lawsuits disguised as scrap metal. Someone could get seriously hurt here. The electrician's steps are much less sure after Batima utters those unspeakable words. But he keeps moving. From the open hall of broken machines, we walk down into a set of tight hallways. With nothing deafening our footsteps, the echo bounces around the halls, as if there were dozens of us. The electrician grumbles something. All the cheeriness he once possessed has dissipated.
He says we're close to a fuse box, or whatever it's called in English.
Batima translates. Good, I say. My flashlight flickers between low power and death, but I don't make much of it. In the darkness of the warehouse, I find my mind drifting back to home. No matter how it all ends, I tell myself, I'll be on a plane back in 2 days' time. The electrician suddenly stops once more. I bump into him again. He says something, but I don't understand. I turn around to ask Batima for a translation, but she's nowhere to be found. I yell her name, but all that comes back is an echo. Batima's absence makes the flashlight in the man's hand tremble, but he keeps talking. He keeps saying that terrible name over and over again. Something skitters in the darkness. I call out for Batima again, but the electrician shushes me. He lowers his flashlight. Things continue to scutter around in the darkness. The longer I look into the black, however, the more I notice a faint blue light. Seemingly, the electrician notices it too. A pale blue light shifting in the darkness, like a levitating snake. It moves closer to us. Slowly, and with shaking hands, the electrician lifts his flashlight. A rat, the size of a cocker spaniel. The moment the flashlight illuminates it, the vermin rushes past us. It bumps into the electrician. He lets out a high-pitched yelp. The rat scurries down towards the hallways we came from, but the patter of its feet is replaced by its kin. From beyond the small island of light, flickers of blue rise in the darkness. The electrician is heavy set, but he isn't in the midst of a sleep-deprived caffeine crash. As we run through the hallways, he outpaces me, and I am left with only my own flickering flashlight. Out in the darkness, more pale blue tails emerge. As I sprint, I struggle not to step on any of the mangy beasts that run by my feet. I do not question what they are. I do not question where they came from. All I want is to be back on the surface, safe and sound. Past my mad panic, however, I smell something. I smell hash. From the corner of my eye, I see a concentration of blue light. At its center floats a burning ember. I see Batima. She stands with her hand-rolled cigarette, surrounded by the incomprehensible vermin. For a moment, my panic clears and I call out her name. Yet, before the second syllable of her name leaves my lips, another wave of unimaginable terror washes over me. One of the furry beasts rushes past my leg. A jolt of energy shoots through me. It feels like I've pressed my entire lower body against an electric fence. I fear for Batima's safety, but I fear for my own so much more. I scream and I run, and eventually come crashing into a ladder in an island of light. By the time I pull myself to the top rung, I start to feel faint. My muscles spasm without rhyme or reason, and my mouth refuses to form words. The techies in the warehouse surround me with looks of curiosity and fear. Someone calls for a medic, but the rest of their words I do not understand. I keep trying to mouth Batima's name, to make someone aware that she is still trapped in that hellish place. But my lips, they turn completely numb. Soon enough, however, my attempts to summon a rescue party become moot. Batima, ill-fitting bomber jacket and all, joins the crowd gathered around me. I manage to regain control of my tongue. I beg her to warn everyone about the giant electric rats and to call the police and an ambulance and the military. When my panicked rambling dies down, the eyes of the crowd shift over to Batima for a translation. She speaks slowly and with a calmness that seems wholly inappropriate. With the final word of her translation, the crowd looks back to me and erupts in laughter. "What did you tell them?" I cry.
I told them that there's rats in the basement, and they don't have rats where you come from, and they find it funny that you're scared of rats.
She smiles at me, as if we both didn't just witness a nest of incomprehensible amalgamations in an old Soviet warehouse. That's not true. That's not what I said. There's
about 5 hours left until we open doors, and the building has no power. Chill. One problem at a time. We don't need the techies freaking out as well.
She takes one last pull from her stubby smoke, wets her fingers, pinches it out, and then chucks it in a nearby trash can. The medic that is brought in also doesn't speak English. With Batima's translation, I answer questions about my name, the date, and where we are. Then he checks my pulse and blood pressure. I do not understand a word the medic says, but his tone is far from optimistic.
Apparently, you should go to a hospital.
Batima says, after the diagnosis is delivered.
At risk of a heart attack or something like that.
I can't just leave, I say. There's a concert.
Yeah, I heard.
She says, locking the basement hatch.
How about we get you some fresh air? You reckon you can climb up the stairs?
Stairs? I ask.
The roof is about as private as this place is gonna get.
There's already a line of a couple of dozen early birds in front of the warehouse. No alcohol is allowed at the event, but bottles are liberally moving through the queue to utter apathy from the hired security. Seeing the crowd slowly grow makes my chest ache worse than the climb up the stairs.
The electrician isn't coming back,
Batima says, shutting the door to the roof.
Called the guy while you were checked out. Offered double rate, triple rate, no dice. Guy ain't coming back on the account of the whole thing.
The name makes me clench my teeth. What are we gonna do? I ask, once feeling returns to my jaw.
Well, let's tackle this one problem at a time.
She places one boot on the edge of the roof and looks out into the distance, like an Asian Captain Morgan.
We can probably get the opening bat to play a set outside. The techies are basically done inside, as much as I gather. Shouldn't be too much of a hassle to throw together a stage, and I'll make some calls. Maybe we can scrounge up some generators for the amps.
Johnny isn't gonna play a show on generators.
Oh, I know that.
Batima says, patting the belly of her jacket.
One problem at a time, remember? Getting the opener out gives us a little leeway.
To do what? Call an exterminator?
Don't be heartless,
she says.
Those things down there are harmless. Plus, killing them doesn't solve our no electricity problem.
Harmless? One of them electrocuted me.
Probably because you scared it. They're harmless if they're calm, and Hash chills them out.
Hash chills them out? She nods.
Don't freak out,
Batima says, grabbing the zip of her jacket. She unzips it. I freak out. The giant rat creatures were discomforting enough in the darkness, but seeing one in broad daylight sends a sharp sting through my chest and makes my knees weak. The moment my eyes meet the beast, it furls its flat mouth to reveal a row of uneven, yellow teeth. When Batima places the creature on the floor, it backs up as far away from me as it can. I, too, stumble to the edge of the roof. You fed it Hash?
I'm not the one who got electrocuted,
she says. The rat creature wags its tail back and forth, kind of like an angry metronome. Foam gathers at the edge of its lips. I feel strands of my hair being pulled towards the sky. Shh. Batima hisses at the creature, throwing a thumb-sized ball of wax at its paws. The strange animal grabs the waxy ball, raises to its hind legs, and consumes its treat in 2 swift bites.
See? It works.
The giant rat skitters over to Batima and takes rest at her feet. Even in its docile state, looking at this freak of nature makes me uncomfortable in my own skin. I take a seat on the edge of the roof.
Don't jump,
she says, smiling.
I think I know how to solve the power problem.
How? I ask. Batima scoops up the rat creature and zips up her bomber jacket once more.
Probably shouldn't tell you,
she says, after a moment of thought.
Liabilities and all.
Are you gonna do something illegal? Batima does not respond. She just smiles and produces a rolled cigarette from her pocket and hands it to me. I refuse it, but she insists. Apparently, I look like I could use a bit of sedation. As Batima goes downstairs, she asks me if she has my approval for some additional spending. Again, I ask her if she's planning on doing anything illegal, and in response, she just smiles and repeats her question once more. I say, okay. It's not like I have a choice. The crowd below grows with each minute. Near the front of the queue, 2 young guys have a loud disagreement. Before a proper fight breaks out, security manages to get them apart. I try giving Johnny a call. Twice. He doesn't pick up. The 3rd attempt is not the charm. Johnny does pick up, but he refuses to even consider an outdoor show. He's a rock star, he says, and rock stars don't run on generators. When he hangs up on me, my migraine dies down somewhat, but the ache in my chest does not. The roof is about as comfortable as a mattress of sandpaper, but looking up at the blue sky above, it does give me some semblance of calm. The noise of a crowd gathering below is impossible to ignore, but what's only heard hurts the heart less than what is seen. I stare up at the sky, and I try to propel myself through time until all my problems are resolved. I convince myself I just want everything to be done with. Yet, as the sky grows redder in the sunset, my chest feels tighter and tighter. By the time I manage to pull myself up, there's a makeshift stage. Ever so faintly, I can hear the opening band play. They're good. Lots of heart. They're good, but they don't have an amp. The crowd is huge. With the queue long collapsed, the people flood past the entryway of the warehouse and into the trees beyond. They're loud, yet seem to be in good spirits. Security seems to have everything under control, but I fear what the sunset will bring. For a moment, I consider calling Batima to check on her progress, but my hands grow clammy the moment I fish out my phone. I consider calling an ambulance, but instead I lie back down on the concrete. The sunset above, it is beautiful, but it does not calm my heart. With the world around me descending into darkness, I grab the spliff that Batima left behind. I try to take a drag of some of her calmness and, for a while, it works. For a while, I look up at the stars and I feel a cosmic sense of tranquility. The crowd below sings a song in unison, and though I do not understand the words, I feel closer to them. For a while, the hash works. But one look into the warehouse sends me crashing into a nervous breakdown. The hall is in complete darkness. Only a trio of flashlights move through the abyss, like searchlights scanning for prisoners. The beams float around the warehouse. One of them passes by the hatch to the basement. It's unlocked. I think about those rats. At first, I think about the possibility of someone getting zapped or bitten by them, and my bosses getting sued. At first, I think about those abnormal creatures as a potential legal problem. But quickly, I become concerned with their mere existence. I become concerned with how these amalgamations of nature came to be, and what horrid mind is responsible for them. I become concerned with the... and I grow faint. The shock I was delivered in the bowels of the warehouse shoots through me once more and drives out my consciousness. I awake to a rumbling beneath my palms. For a moment, my imagination turns the gravel to fur. For a moment, I fear I am being carried away to the depths of the... by the monstrous electric rats. But then, I hear music. Johnny sounds far from sober, but he is in his element. The music is amped up so loud now, I can feel it in my bones. Down below, someone vomits in the glow of a street lamp. Through the windows of the warehouse, there's a fantastic show. Flashing lights, smoke machines, and loud amplifiers. The power is back, and the crowd below, they seem to be having a blast. I still get dizzy when I climb to my feet, but the music, it frees me of all heartache. I go looking for Batima. She stands on one of the rusty walkways overlooking the concert, tapping her fingers on the bar to the rhythm. When I see her, Batima flashes me a big thumbs up. I try to find out how she got the power on, but the music is far too loud. It's a cold night, but the warehouse is so packed, it feels like we're suspended above a hot spring. Johnny goes in for an encore, but after the final official song of the show, Batima motions up towards the roof. The air outside is colder, but considerably fresher.
I trust you have plenty of nice things to say about me tomorrow. I hear this industry is based on reputation.
I assure her she will get whatever reference letter she desires. I apologize for anything unpleasant I might have said to Batima over the past couple of months. Thank her, and I beg her for an explanation. How did she get the power on?
Use the zap rats,
she says, pointing towards the general direction of the basement hatch. How?
Am I meant to tell you? What if I did something illegal? Aren't there, liabilities and stuff?
Did you do something illegal? I ask, my chest growing numb again. She shrugs.
Put a bunch of hash.
You fed those things hash?
Yeah.
She says, taking out her phone.
They're pretty friendly when they're chilled out. Wanna see?
I don't hesitate asking to be shown the video. I do not, for a moment, consider whether I wish to see more of the incomprehensible. As I watch, my heart grows weary once more. At first, all I see is familiar blue lights floating in the darkness. The tails of those beasts. The lights grow more numerous and start to flail. Whenever they touch, sparks light up the darkness. The creatures all gather together, their tails glowing brighter and wagging like horrid lit-up metronomes. An array of red and green lights light up in the darkness, and then the whole basement is bathed in flickering fluorescence. I see the rat creatures clearly. Their mangy fur, their horrid teeth, their giant eyes. I see them for only a second before I am forced to look away.
Weird, huh?
She asks, as my knees grow weak from the horror.
Guess the is real after all.
She hands me another hand-rolled cigarette, and I do not refuse it.
I have been his bodyguard for over a decade now. There's never been an issue. Sure, some of the fans were strange, and there's been a hairy convention or two, but there's never been any problems. If adoring public ever got too close to my boss, I would just push them off, raise my shoulders and tell them clearly and sternly that he needs some space. A crazy with a knife, maybe some kid with a Chapman complex. That's what I was looking out for. That's what I considered to be worst case scenario. That's what I thought would be a credible threat. Little did I know that there's men like Henry Willow out there. You do not know my boss's name, but you do know his work. Back in the 90s, he was involved in the creation of an intellectual property that took the world by storm. TV, movies, games, cards, merchandise. You are definitely familiar. Most of his public appearances are at conventions, but every once in a while, when a superfan writes in, he will do a private meet and greet. Every time I went traveling with my boss, it was to meet a sick fan or maybe someone with a business proposal. Normal stuff. Nothing exciting to write about. But then one day a letter came in from certain Henry Willow. Henry, or Professor Willow, as he referred to himself in the letter, claimed to be a steadfast supporter of my boss's work, a rapturous audience to everything connected to the intellectual property, licensed or not. He even dreamt nightly of the creatures my boss had created. Being a man of significant means, Henry Willow wanted to show his thanks with a private theatrical performance. A jet would be chartered at our nearest convenience. My boss seemed excited about the prospect of being flown out for something fancy. When he asked me about my opinion, I said the invitation seemed fine to me. The place for theatrical performance was a provincial town just outside the Chinese border. Maybe that should have given me some pause, but it didn't. I was just happy to go visit a part of the world I hadn't seen yet. Within 3 days of my boss's reply, we had a jet waiting for us. Contractors paid in full for the next 2 weeks. My boss could visit whenever he wanted, and if he found bodyguard necessary, so be it. I tried finding out as much as I could about this Henry Willow during the flight, but the crew knew nothing about him. All they could say is that he was very generous. The town we arrived in couldn't have had a population more than 50,000, but it had the smoothest runway I ever landed on. When we got out, the asphalt felt brand new. The rest of the city looked battered. Old Soviet panel houses and remnants of factories stretched out as far as I could see. Out from beyond all the cement peeked out the tower of discount Art Deco hotel. We were picked up from the airport by cheery hotel staff. They too mainly talked about how very generous Professor Willow was. One of them mentioned that he is a scientist, but any details remained a mystery. I was given a room in the basement while my boss got a presidential suite. Before I even managed to put my bags down, he was calling me up. Willow had provided gifts apparently. The accommodations of the basement room were Spartan: bed, dresser, and off-smelling but private ensuite bathroom. The presidential suite was fancy enough, with its parrel and terrace and atrium, yet it was the Willow's gifts that made the luxury excessive. Not only had he ordered just about every bottle of liquor imaginable to the room, he also laid out a plethora of jewels and watches on the bed. Some of the accessories were related to the creatures my boss designed and were terribly kitsch for it, but there was a gold-plated digital watch that caught my eye. I asked my boss if I could take it. He said I could take two. Just as the overwhelming generosity of our host was starting to dawn on us, there was a knock on the door. It was one of the hotel employees, grinning from ear to ear, trying to keep us as happy as possible. Whenever we were ready, she said, Professor Willow was waiting for us in the restaurant. Henry Willow was a lanky bald man with an intense stare. The moment we appeared in the doorway, he lunged from his seat to greet my boss. Willow embraced my boss with such vigor that I wondered whether I shouldn't step in. My boss didn't seem to mind though. Our mysterious benefactor was definitely strange, but his love for my boss's creations seemed genuine. Everything had been cleared away in the restaurant. Only a single rotating table remained at the center of the hall. I would have felt awkward standing behind my boss for the duration of the dinner. but Willow already had 2 men flanking his seat. Twin giants with shaved heads. The suits they wore barely fit them, and their dull eyes stared off into the ether. At first, Willow excitedly spoke about my boss's work, the same way any other fan would. He told him about his favorite creatures, about the moments in the lore that resonated with him, about the future of my boss's intellectual property. It was as Willow spoke about the future, however, that his speech started to slowly morph. Our strange benefactor didn't speak about the creatures my boss committed to paper as the things of the imagination. Willow spoke about them as a real creatures. He spoke about them in a future tense. The conversation I was listening in on was strange, but so was the entire night. Willow seemed harmless enough. About halfway through the meal, however, my boss asked if he could share some of the food with me. All of the stuff set up on the table was inspired by my boss's creations, and there was a particular beef roll that he insisted I had to try. Neither Willow nor his guards acknowledged me for the whole evening. When my boss asked if he could share some of the food, our generous host agreed, but there was a disgust in the look he spared me. The beef roll my boss passed me was indeed delicious, yet much of its taste was lost in the discomfort I felt. Willow's glare was momentary, but the gaze of his muscle was singular. As I chewed, the massive guards chewed along with me, as if trying to mirror my movements. As their jaws shifted and their mouths opened, I quickly started to suspect they had no teeth. Once the main course was finished, the table was cleared by the ever-so-friendly hotel staff. Then, dessert and coffee were brought out. As all the gourmet puddings and cakes were carried to the table, a group of dozen or so musicians entered the restaurant and prepared for the performance. They played an awe-inspiring rendition of the theme song for the show based off my boss's work. The music was truly marvelous. It even brought a tear to my boss's eye. Once the song was finished and the plates were cleared, I presumed the night to be over. I was more than happy to go to my barren room and sleep off all the strangeness of the evening. Henry Willow, however, had different plans. The dinner was just an appetizer for the night's plans. There was something else, something much more impressive he wanted my boss to see. It would be a bit of a drive, but Henry Willow promised an unforgettable experience. On our way out of the hotel, I asked my boss how he was feeling. It was quite late in the evening already, and there wasn't much about Henry Willow that suggested normalcy, but he was happy to continue watching the night unfold. Willow's strange glare, his odd toothless guards, the entire lavish nature of the visit. It all made me uncomfortable. With my boss unbothered, however, I stayed quiet. One of his guards took the wheel, and I sat in the front seat while Professor and my boss sat in the back. My worries about Henry Willow's sanity and intentions did not improve in the car. The moment we started moving, Willow began to talk about his dreams. Apparently, back in university, in the 80s, well before my boss's work was public, he saw the creatures in a feverish vision which dictated the rest of his life. Willow kept asking my boss how he came up with his ideas, whether he too had been visited in his sleeps with what Willow called visions of the future. The bald man's speech became more erratic with every word that came out of his mouth, but my boss kept his cool. When Willow demanded to know the source of his inspiration, my boss simply smiled and told him it was a trade secret. Henry Willow was frustrated by the lack of shared dreams, but he took his frustration in stride. The moment my boss rebuffed him, the man started to speak of science. Willow had made his fortune in the field of biology. That is all I could gather from his talk. Very quickly, the scientist's speech descended into academic babble, which I couldn't comprehend. I don't know if my boss understood anything that Willow was saying, but if he didn't let it show. As Henry Willow rambled about the intricacies of genetic modification, my boss simply smiled and nodded. The moon was high up in the sky, and the flat land around us was painted in light. We drove through the featureless steppe for about 45 minutes when our destination started to rise on the horizon. Like a man-made boil in the midst of the smooth nature, the thing rose from the ground. A domed city. Willowville, Willowtown. The professor was still working out the name, but he was certain of one thing: the city was the future. It is from this domed place that he would rule when the end came. It is here that people would be safe from the final century. The gate which led into the dome was staffed by 4 men with rifles that looked identical to the bodyguards Willow had brought to our dinner. With far-off looks, they waved the car past the translucent glass and into the city. The rows of panel houses that lined the edges of the town didn't look any different from the ones we had seen around our hotel, yet the city differed in one unavoidable aspect. At its center stood a mammoth grassy hill, and at the top of the hill sat a structure of jagged metal, which looked like some sort of factory. Willow proudly pointed to the terrible building and claimed that it was his laboratory. The whole complex had been built inside of the hill. Anyone who was inside of it would be safe when the end came. Before we had a chance to inquire what end Willow was talking about, the car stopped. At the foot of the hill stood a dozen or so teenagers with a couple of Willow's bald-headed giants. The kids had ragged clothes and looked hungry, yet the moment we got out of the car, they broke into song. My boss enjoyed the rendition of the theme song we heard at the hotel. This performance he appreciated a lot less. The teens looked haggard and unwell, and even though they sang with gusto, none of them appeared to be comfortable. When their performance finished, my boss started to inquire about their well-being. Willow shrugged off all his questions. The youths understood their purpose, he said. They would be proud to become role models for the world that was to come. Before my boss managed to make any more inquiries, the earth at the base of the hill parted to reveal a gate. Beyond the gate was a hallway of pure white metal. Willow's guards left a little room for negotiation. We were to follow the professor. The hallway crisscrossed with identical passages and was filled with cameras which followed our every move. The crowd of teens moved with us at the start of the journey, but without a single sound they veered off a couple minutes in. I was trying to keep track of what turns we were taking throughout the walk, but it was difficult to focus. Henry Willow's already erratic speech had soundly descended into madness. He wouldn't stop raving about the final century and how culture will have to be reinvented, and plethora of other insane claims. Willow's madness was on full display, and it was beyond unnerving, but what made the situation so much worse were the moments where he would pause, smile at my boss, and claim that he was just telling him things he already knew. All of these things were already discussed in the vision which both of them had. My boss did not comment on Willow's assertions. He simply smiled and nodded, and would shoot me a worried glance whenever Professor was distracted with his ramblings. Our unease steadily grew throughout the night, but it wasn't until we reached our destination that it reached its peak. Deep inside the complex sat a massive hall the size of a football pitch. The ground was of packed earth and delineated into two halves with chalk. Standing on each side of the arena stood two of the teens we had seen outside. Each of them had a strange metal contraption attached to their wrist, which seemed to weigh them down to one side. From our viewing gallery, Willow rambled once more. He spoke of how after the final century passes, culture must be born anew. He spoke of how these teens, these hybrid masters as he called them, would inspire the common folk and remind them of the new social hierarchy. Willow raved about some fantastical new world order he had envisioned, and then, with the passion of an orchestra conductor, he ordered the battle to begin. I half expected the children to start fighting each other, but they did not. What happened was much stranger than that. Each of the teens extended the arm with the metal bracelet on it. With a static snap, two creatures which defied expectation appeared on each side of the arena. One of the beasts was a snake. It floated in the air, suspended by what seemed to be dozens of little wings spread out down its spine. The second creature almost looked like an oversized raccoon, with the exception of its bright, massive tail, which blistered with sparks. Under shouted orders from the teens, the creatures threw themselves at each other and began to fight. My boss had been growing steadily uncomfortable since the strange group of teens performed the theme song, but seeing the unearthly beasts battle was the last straw. He got up and declared that he wanted to go home. Henry Willow didn't take this news well. As the horrid abominations of biology fought down in the arena, Willow kept asking my boss to repeat himself. His face was almost childlike in his confusion. When the man finally understood that my boss wanted to leave, he had but one question. Why? Surely he could not be leaving in offense. This was exactly what the visions dictated. The scene playing out in the arena was a pure manifestation of my boss's life work. They had both had the same visions. They both knew that they were witnessing a cosmic good. Surely my boss didn't think Henry Willow was a madman. With every word the professor said, his voice turned colder. What was once an expression of genuine confusion slowly morphed into the petulant scowl of the child who has been told no. I tried stepping in, but with rough shove one of the Willow's giants put me back in my seat. My boss's voice shook as he spoke, but he delivered his message clearly. He did not think Henry Willow was a madman. What he saw did indeed please him. He found the professor to be a most generous host. The reason why he wanted to leave was because he just had a vision himself. He felt inspired. He needed to go back to his hotel room to collect his sketchpad and commit the dictate to paper. Surely someone who had the same exact visions would understand. The moment my boss invoked the visions, Willow's demeanor changed. He ordered the teens below to retract their hybrids. In flashes of static, the ungodly creatures disappeared and we were allowed to leave. When the escort took us down the hallways, the professor kept urging the giants to move quickly. Inspiration was not to be kept waiting. As we got out of the hill complex, Willow tried getting in the car with us, but my boss barred him. He had to work alone, he said. It would only take a couple of hours. Willow could come and visit at the hotel for lunch if he wanted, to see what the visions brought. Willow seemed deaf to the timing of his next visit, but he finally relented. We were sat in the car and driven back to the hotel by one of the giants. The drive was much shorter this time around. There was little life in our driver's eyes, but he kept his foot on the pedal. The guard we were assigned didn't seem to be fully capable of understanding complex sentences, but me and the boss stayed quiet for the whole ride. It wasn't until we got up to the hotel room that we felt safe talking. He wanted out immediately. I was more than happy to start booking tickets. It took a bit of googling, but I managed to find a train connection leaving in the morning that could take us to a city with an airport. By sunset, we would be a continent away from Henry Willow and his insane breed of science. I managed to book the tickets, even had them downloaded on the phone, but just as I was looking up instruction on how to get to the train station, the Wi-Fi in the room shut off. A couple of minutes later, someone started banging on the door. No words, just hits. Thunderous, dumb, no negotiable thumbs. There were 3 of them at the door, all identical, all wearing the same ill-fitting suits, all bigger than me. I barricaded the door with whatever furniture I could find, but I knew the giants would not be kept out for long if they make an effort. When I told my boss what was happening, he only had one question for me. Had I seen any other guests at the hotel since we arrived? Just as the reality of our situation started to dawn upon us, the phone rang. It was the professor. Unsurprisingly, Henry Willow had no interest in talking to me. He only had words for my superior. The professor pleaded with my boss to come back to see what other plans he had brewing, what other aspects of their shared vision had been brought to life. Even as Willow raved into the phone, his giants kept beating on our door. My boss tried excusing himself diplomatically, but Willow wasn't the one to be rebuffed. When the wood of the door started to crack, I grabbed the phone and spoke to Henry Willow myself. I told him in no uncertain terms that my boss didn't wish to speak to him. He was making him uncomfortable, and if he truly enjoys his work, the most respectful thing to do would be to leave him alone. The speech has worked on dozens of obsessive fans and stalkers, but I suspect much of it had to do with my physical presence. Through the phone, and with the 3 of his men bearing down our door, I didn't expect Willow to relent his mania. When I finished my speech, the other end of the line was quiet. Then, in a wounded voice, Henry Willow demanded I pass the phone back to my boss. With the giants now pushing up against the barricaded furniture, I followed the professor's instructions. All he asked was whether what I said was true. When my boss confirmed that Willow was indeed making him uncomfortable, Professor hung up. No long after, the banging against the furniture stopped. The giants had almost made their way past the barricade, but they left without a word. Neither of us slept that night. No giants came, the phone didn't ring, not even the cheery hotel staff came up to check on us. The rest of the night went by peacefully. The train to the nearest airport was at 8 o'clock. I was beyond vigilant as we made our way out of the hotel, fearing that Willow would send his men to capture us and take us back to his demented dome city, but he didn't. Our taxi driver to the train station had all of his hair and most of his teeth. The people at the train station were just as unremarkable. We boarded without incident. It wasn't until the train started moving that I breathed a sigh of relief. With every passing moment, we were further and further away from Henry Willow's insanity. I considered us safe. I considered the whole affair over. Not 15 minutes after we left the station, however, the train came to a screeching halt. A familiar trio approached our seats. The giants no longer wore their ill-fitting suits. They were dressed in riot gear, with rifles slung across their shoulders. Willow wore something that could only be described as a regal lab-coat. Before I had a chance to even fully come to terms with the intrusion, I was yanked out of my seat. The giants did not speak, but their rifles were clear. I was not to move. Calmly, as if he weren't holding us at gunpoint, Henry Willow sat down next to my boss and started to speak. His voice was soft, pleading even. He spoke of a coming end of the world, how the final century was more certain by the day. It may be months, it may be years, it may be a decade or two, but the world we knew would come to an end. He told my boss that if he stayed, if he went back to the domed city, he would be spared the horrors that were to come. Yet it was not mere survival that Willow promised. My boss would live like a king, like a god among men. He would rule side by side with the professor and would finally get the respect he deserved. My boss didn't manage any words. Willow's stare, the giants, the guns, it was all too much for him. All my boss managed to do was shake his head. I feared that Willow would turn violent, that he would have us both shot on the spot, but he didn't. Instead, his shoulders slumped, the fire went out of his eyes, and he told my boss that he was sorry to hear his reply. With that, he left us be. Within 5 minutes, the train started to move once more. No one in the carriage ever acknowledged the sudden stop, or the armed men, or Henry Willow's presence. The rest of the train ride was eerily uneventful. In truth, I did not mind. I was just happy to get as far away from the madman as I could. It wasn't until we were going through the security checks at the airport that I remembered the 2 gold-plated watches I have grabbed at the hotel. They weren't showing a time, or at least not time in hours and minutes. Instead, on the digital screen, there was a counter. The numbers sat somewhere in high 20,000s, and they stayed that way until we landed. Then, a day later, the number dropped by 1. After a couple of days, I presumed that the numbers were days and were counting down to something. With the numbers high enough, I didn't worry much. Whatever was being counted down to was still far off. Yet it quickly became apparent that the numbers don't always go down by a full day. Sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's a month. A couple of days ago, the numbers dropped by a full 1,000. The display on both of the watches reads around 18,000 today, but I fear what it will show tomorrow. I fear how quickly those numbers will drop. I fear that Henry Willow's predictions of the final century will come to pass.
The windows were boarded up with rotting wood. The big decorative tooth that used to hang above the front door was long stolen, and the wiring in the hall had been yanked out, leaving jagged scars across the entryway. The old building was systematically stripped of all history and value until it was just a concrete husk of better times. The only thing that still remained was the dentist's chair. It sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by makeshift lights plugged into a generator that hummed impatiently in an adjacent room. After a brief questionnaire, I was asked to sit. Bits of flaking upholstery from the chair clung to my arms like depressed glitter. Neither of the scientists introduced themselves. All I had to go off of were the name tags on their lab coats. Dr. Barat seemed to be no older than 40, but his face was wrinkled like that of an old man. He had a mop of dark, unkempt hair and conducted our interview in a similarly disorganized fashion. He asked many of the questions multiple times and seemed frustrated at any amount of pause I took before my answers. As I spoke, one of his eyes kept on drifting towards the unlit corners of the room as if someone were judging his performance. Dr. Aliva, a stout, stern-faced woman of about 60, spent the initial part of the interview in complete silence. As I answered Dr. Barat's repetitive questions about my medical history, she stood by one of the blinding light towers at the far end of the room. It was only once Dr. Barat asked me to sit down in the dentist's chair that I heard her speak.
Strong specimen,
she told Dr. Barat when he went to confer with her.
This is acceptable.
Once I was sat in the chair, Dr. Barat drew my blood, took a saliva sample, and then, with complete disinterest, checked my teeth. He didn't seem to know what he was looking for, and approached the inspection with the gentleness of trying to fish one's keys out of their pocket. When Dr. Barat was done digging around in my mouth, he asked if I had any dentistry work done. Fillings, extractions, things of that nature. With some amount of pride, I told him my teeth have always been in perfect health. My answer moved none of the wrinkles on Dr. Barat's face, yet it seemingly pleased Dr. Oliva.
Good,
she said from the edge of the room.
Scan him.
The machine that Dr. Barat brought out fit over my head like a helmet. It was heavy and carried within its confines a sharp smell of disinfectant. Neither Dr. Barat nor Dr. Oliva inspired any confidence. I was uncomfortable all throughout our interaction, yet it wasn't until the helmet was on my head that panic seized me. My ears filled with a shrill sound that echoed dial-up internet. A blinding green light passed across my face twice. Had it passed a third time, I would have ripped the headpiece off, but instead the light went dark. Soon, Dr. Barat was taking off the helmet and offering me napkins to dry my face. Soon, Dr. Oliva was handing me an envelope filled with money. Neither of the scientists thanked me for participating in their study. Dr. Barat just led me through the stripped hallways, walked me to the door, and reminded me that if I told anyone about being paid for my contributions to science, my earnings would be subject to a national research tax. The sunlight and reasonably fresh air lifted my spirits. No longer fearing meeting my end in an abandoned dentist's office, I even found a trace of humor. With a wink and a smile, I told Dr. Barat I don't recall partaking in any study. He did not find my joke funny. The initial invitation to be a part of the research project came to me in the form of a flyer glued to a rusty lamppost. Aside from the address and the promise of payment, there was scarcely any information about the nature of the research. My head was buzzing with questions on my way home, but by the time I locked the door and counted the money in the envelope, they were washed out with bliss. The money I got paid to be scanned wouldn't amount to much in the West, but it was a boon in my corner of the globe. I still didn't know what sort of scientific pursuits I had aided, but I did know I was paid enough to satiate my landlord and keep my belly full for a couple of months. For about 2 weeks after the scan, I found my tongue going numb from time to time, but I didn't make much of it. The pay from the experiment was good enough to not worry about slight discomforts. I hoped that I would find some steady employment in those months of leeway, that as long as my bout of unemployment was, it would come to an end eventually. It didn't. No steady source of income presented itself, and week by week I was finding myself slipping into a dire financial situation once more. Kerbin and I used to build sandcastles together on the playground when we were children. Our friendship had waned since the days of grade school, but I still kept in touch with the man through social media. Kerbin's financial situation was not much better than mine, but every couple of months he would be tasked with recruiting labor for under-the-table construction work. When I saw him post up a call for 12 men to join him for a project, I didn't hesitate. I needed the cash. An invitation to the sites which Kerbin organized never came with any additional details, but what Kerbin lacked in information he made up for in cash. Usually, tools would be provided by our employers. As I left the house, however, I grabbed a hammer I inherited after my grandfather passed. The tool was worn and nearing the end of its usefulness, but having it in my jacket made me feel safe. I considered it more of a good luck charm than anything else. The crew gathered in a parking lot at the edge of the city early the next morning. Judging from the faces around me, I could tell that none of us were having a good year. We were all eager to get to work and get paid. Yet, when our means of transportation arrived, the resolve of the group faltered. A gray transport truck coughed its way into the parking lot. The driver wore a faded leather jacket and had a scar on his face that turned his right eye milky. He unlocked the back of the truck and, without any introduction or pleasantries, ordered the construction crew to get in. The man with the scar carried himself with the sort of bravado that made connections to organized crime a certainty. Some of the workers didn't like that. When they tried to leave, however, Kerbin eased their qualms. The job, much like every other construction job he ever offered, existed in a legal gray area. It paid so accordingly. Whatever worries they had would be forgotten by sundown when they were walking back home with an envelope full of bills. I've worked my fair share of shady jobs and had little worry about the man in the truck, but I was impressed by how quickly Kerbin soothed the resolve of some of the more nervous workers. Within less than a minute, even the most vocal of Kerbin's detractors were calmly sitting in the back of the truck. They worried about the gruff driver and the cryptic nature of the construction project, but Kerbin eased those worries with just a few sentences. The man had a way with words. Little did we know that by getting into the truck, we had passed a point of no return. The 40-minute drive in the back of the truck was kept lively by stories and song. Not long after we'd set out, one of the workers produced a flask of homemade moonshine that was passed around the group. On the first round, Kerbin partook himself, but by the time the canteen of jet fuel made its second lap around the group, he suggested the drink be put away. A bit of alcohol was good for the soul, but too much would make us careless and clumsy. When the door of the truck finally opened, the group once again found themselves troubled. We were dropped off at the edge of a dirt path leading through a forest. Two guards wearing military fatigues and riot helmets, which obscured their faces, flanked the construction crew. The driver of the truck did all the talking. Casually, as he chewed on a hand-rolled cigarette, he told us that we were to travel to the construction site in the company of our escort. When some of the men protested these strange conditions, the driver simply shrugged and suggested that they shouldn't have gotten on the truck to begin with. Kerbin, once again, spoke to the group. I must admit that even I was uncomfortable with the presence of the armed men, yet Kerbin put my mind at ease. He himself only knew that we were hired to replace a set of stairs. The money, however, was well worth it. He laughed at the prospect of the job being dangerous, and, softly, a couple of the men laughed with him. Kerbin's words had calmed the group, but the merriment that we felt in the back of the truck never returned. The guards were silent and only used their rifles to communicate the desired direction of our march. We walked through the forest for what felt like an hour before the trees started to change. At first, the wood around us was healthy and lush, yet the further into the forest we got, the sicklier our surroundings grew. I had scarcely noticed this change of scenery when the man walking in front of me started to panic. At first, his discomfort presented itself through barely audible mumbles, but the further we walked, the more barren the land around us turned, the louder the terrified man became. What started off as a whisper soon turned into raving madness. The man was screaming about the... I had heard of the place before, mainly through stories told to me when I was a young boy. The was a place of unspeakable horrors, a corner of the globe where history did not pass, and where experiments which taunted God were conducted. As a young boy, I believed in these tales. When my uncle threatened to send me to the... if I did not behave, I would immediately rectify my ways. Whenever that horrible place was mentioned, I, without question, cleaned my room and did my chores and washed behind my ears. As a child, there was nothing scarier to me than the... Yet, as I grew taller and found hair sprouting on my chin, I lost all trace of that fear. To me, the became a fabulation, an old wives' tale told to keep children obedient. Occasionally, I would hear the horrid name whispered in pubs or around the barrel fires where the homeless congregated, but by then I considered belief in the existence of the to just be a cruel byproduct of alcoholism. I was certain that the did not exist. Yet, watching the man in front of me be brought to tears by the mere thought of being taken there gave me pause. The grown man wept, screaming to the heavens that we were being taken to a place from which none return. Our faceless chaperones did not like the panicked man screaming that horrid name. Neither did anyone else in the construction crew. Kerbin attempted to calm the man as we walked, but even his silver tongue could not ease the tension. When words did not work, Kerbin finally seized the man by the shoulders and shook him. This, for a mere moment, seemed to calm the panicked soul. The man apologized to Kerbin, the rest of the work crew, and even the guards. Instead of continuing down the path, however, the man dropped to his knees and started to busy himself with the cold earth below. He lay prostrate for a moment, but then, with deadly swiftness, he rose to his feet and leaped at one of the guards. Armed with a fist-sized stone, the man managed to crack the glass of the guard's helmet. That is all he managed. The guards were both strong specimens. Within seconds, the panicked man was lying on his back and being pummeled with their fists. Were it not for Kerbin's interjection, the man would have been beaten to death. Kerbin managed to calm the guards with promises of obedience, yet they spoke nothing in return. They simply lifted the bloodied worker by his arms, pushed him back into the file, and motioned with their rifles for us to continue our walk. The sudden burst of violence had made me grip the hammer in my jacket, but something else quickly seized my attention. Only a part of the visor was missing, but a part of the guard's face was visible. The face was hauntingly familiar. As we walked, the trees that towered above us became bare and frail. With each step towards our destination, the forest grew sicklier until it finally gave way to a wide-open plain. The bloodied worker in front of me groaned in discomfort. At the center of the dead clearing sat a cement shack. Before it stood two more armed guards of similar stature. A couple meters from the shack was a perfectly circular moat of foul-smelling water with a singular board of wood for crossing. It was as if whatever disease had spread through the forest had originated from the moat. Even the earth beneath our feet lost color and turned into fine gray sand as we approached the horrid-smelling water. Our environs were beyond inhospitable. Yet as we walked towards the cement shack, I kept my eyes on the guard's broken visor. I was scared of the prospect of our destination. But what scared me so much more, what terrified me to my very core, was the guard's face. It was so hauntingly familiar. At the entrance of the cement shack, another familiar face presented itself. With disheveled hair and visible irritation, Dr. Barat greeted the construction crew. The scientist began to detail the construction project we were summoned for. Apparently, we would take an elevator underground into a scientific compound where we would be tasked with replacing a set of metal stairs that had collapsed. Dr. Barat started to explain how the construction would have to be kept completely secret until he suddenly went silent. He stared at the bloodied man and demanded an explanation. Dr. Barat aimed his questions at the guards, but they did not speak. Kerbin, with the slightest tinge of nerves in his smooth voice, explained the situation. One of the men had simply had a nervous episode through the forest. The unprofessional behavior would not repeat. The bloodied worker let out another pained grunt, as if in agreement. Dr. Barat scarcely paid any attention to the injured worker or to Kerbin. His focus was solely on the two guards that accompanied us through the walk. He viewed them with absolute disdain. Halfway through Kerbin's peacekeeping explanation, Dr. Barat simply sighed and waved us into the cement shack. The scientist's one good eye stayed glued to the masked guards. Yet as I passed him, he ordered the group to stop. He recognized me. Dr. Barat recognized me, and he was not pleased. He held out his arm to stop me, but struggled to come up with words. Finally, he mumbled something about how I should have stayed at home and waved the rest of the crew towards the cement shack. When Kerbin saw I was left behind, he cautiously stepped back to Dr. Barat and attempted to speak to him. The scientist waved him off and told him to follow the rest of the crew to the elevator. Kerbin looked like he was about to make another attempt at finding out what would happen to me, but after one look at the rifles the guards carried, he changed his mind. The rusted doors of the cement shack shut, and I was left alone with the scientist and his quartet of armed guards. Dr. Barat stared at me for a while, at a loss for words. Finally, he mumbled something beneath his breath and grabbed the nearest guard by his hand. The scientist dragged the guard a couple meters away from me as if he were a petulant child, and then, after pulling the guard down by the shoulder to his eye level, he spoke. The scientist was too far away for me to hear, but he enunciated each word as if he were speaking to a child. The guard the scientist had selected was the one with the broken visor. As Dr. Barat spoke to the man, I could see the guard's jaw open and close, as if mimicking his superior's words. As I watched, I found my own lips moving.
Do you understand?
Dr. Barat asked, once he finished his explanation. He spoke as if he were speaking to a 7-year-old with brain trauma.
Can you follow instructions?
In response, the guard let out a grunt. This seemed to both disgust and satiate the scientist.
On behalf of the United People's Institute of Science, I apologize.
His eyes shifted to me, and his speech attained the pattern of speaking to an intellectual equal.
You should not have been allowed to get this close to the facility. There have been changes in leadership roles recently, you see. It is no excuse, though. You have our sincerest apologies.
Before I had a chance to make sense of what the scientist was talking about, I was shoved towards the moat by the guard with the broken visor. He motioned towards the plank with his rifle. I didn't argue. I walked across the plank and tried to convince myself that the guard would simply lead me back to the edge of the road and send me on my way. Those thoughts, however, didn't stick. In my jacket pocket, my knuckles ached. A few short steps from the plank, I was shoved to the ground and put on my knees. Before I even had a chance to look behind me, I heard Dr. Barat's furious voice.
"You moron, not here. Not in front of the facility,"
he screamed from the cement shack.
"The woods! I said take him to the woods!"
The guard had his rifle out. He had it pointed square at the back of my head. Dr. Barat's shouts, however, had dissuaded him from pulling the trigger. With the tip of the rifle, the guard motioned me to get up. Once I did, he shoved me towards the forest. By then, I had no illusions about what Dr. Barat was apologizing for. Initially, in a burst of adrenaline and instinct, I wanted to swing at the guard and try to wrestle away his rifle. Yet there was only one of me, and the guard had 3 armed colleagues within sight. I had little faith in subduing the man on my own as well. I'm a big guy, but the guard was just as big. Instead of fighting back and getting shot, I spoke to the guard. I asked for him to let me go and promised I would never tell a soul. I spoke of my childhood and struggles and the cat I had waiting for me back home. The guard was deaf to all my attempts for eliciting sympathy. When I slowed down my pace to buy time, he would prod me forward with the muzzle of his rifle. We passed the dead earth and sickly trees, and soon enough the forest was green once more. It wasn't far from the spot where the worker struck the guard that he stopped me again. He grabbed my shoulder this time. With a firm grip, he forced me to my knees. I tried to wrestle the guard to the ground, but just ended up falling on my ass. The guard took 2 steps back and raised his rifle. He didn't shoot, though. He kept pointing with the tip of his rifle as if he wanted me to turn around. He wasn't comfortable seeing my face. Babbling in fear, I begged for the guard to raise his broken visor. He continued pointing for me to turn around, but his lips moved along with mine. The wider my mouth would move, the lower his jaw would drop. I quickly realized the reason for the familiar man's silence. He had no tongue. A panicked memory of the scientist shot through my skull, and I elected a change in tactics. With clear enunciation, as if I was speaking to a child, I ordered the guard to lift his visor. I had to repeat the order 3 or 4 times, but eventually the man relented. With a discomforting swiftness, he moved his left hand from his rifle to his visor and back. Completely void of emotion, yet strangely full of life, I saw a familiar face. I saw my own face. Memories of a blinding green light passing across my face twice, but not thrice, filled my heart. I begged for an explanation, once in all earnestness, and then for uncountable times as if I was speaking to an infant. None of it worked. The guard simply stared at me and pointed with the tip of his rifle for me to turn around. When I tried to get off the ground, he pulled the trigger. Next to me, kindling shot off the side of a tree. The motions of his rifle were becoming more aggressive. I feared that the guard would not wait for me to turn around to take another shot. I had to act. The visor was still up, but I had never been much of a marksman. My aim worried me, but what worried me much more were the eyes staring back at me. They were completely void of emotion, but I had seen them in the mirror far too many times. I feared they would make my aim waver. They didn't. The hammer hit the familiar man straight in the nose. When he went down, he dropped his rifle. I kicked the weapon away, and while the familiar man was still reeling from the hit, I killed him with the hammer. It's been years since conscription, but I grabbed the rifle regardless. I feared that there would be more guards hiding in the woods, also bearing my face, waiting to stop me from getting away. There weren't. I ran until I could breathe no more. With far-off sounds of cars coming from behind the forest, I shed the rifle. Running around with a semi-automatic would attract far too much attention. The air was frigid and burnt in my heaving lungs, but I shed my jacket as well. It was drenched in blood. I was certain I would call the authorities when I got home, but once I had the phone in my hand, I was less certain. Whoever had access to military-grade weaponry and the sort of science that could clone a man would also have sway over our impoverished police department. I've tried contacting Kerbin for an explanation, or at least for assurances that he made it out of that strange place alive. Yet it's been 2 days, and I've heard nothing. I fear for Kerbin and for the rest of the construction crew, but what I fear the most is the consequences of that afternoon I spent in the abandoned dentist's office. I had not seen beneath the visors of the other guards, but they too were tall and unable to speak. I fear that the clone that I killed was not the only one out there.
From the start, my crew knew something was wrong. When we met in the parking lot, they were all tired smiles and hungry jokes. But the moment our contact showed up, they knew something was wrong. He wore a faded leather jacket, had thinning grey hair and a scar across his face which turned his right eye milky. As he got out to unlock the trailer, he lit up a hand-rolled cigarette. The morning air was so frigid that each puff he took made him look like a dragon. It's when this unkind, draconic man ordered us to get in the back of the truck that my guys started to protest. No one in the crew was new. All of us had worked plenty of shady construction jobs before. Sometimes we'd get blindfolded, sometimes we'd be taken for windowless rides in the backs of trucks. The less we knew, the better for all involved. No one in the crew was new, and they've all worked shady construction jobs before, yet there were still voices of protest. I calmed the men. I told them that come evening we would all be safe and have money in our pockets. They didn't want to load in the back of the truck, but I convinced them things would be okay. As we sat through our bumpy windowless ride, one of the guys pulled out a flask. Working with hammers under the influence isn't the most stellar of ideas, but the air in the truck was tense, and the morning was cold. I took a drink myself. I drank with the men and assured them that everything would be okay. We had, after all, done plenty of jobs for the mob before, and lived to spend the money. I promised the guys that this project would be no different. When we got out of the truck, however, even my outlook soured. 2 men in riot gear and rifles greeted us when we exited the trailer. We could not see their faces and they did not speak. Only our milky-eyed driver had words for us. We were to follow the armed men through the forest until we reached our worksite. When some of my guys expressed displeasure at our armed escort, the driver simply took a long puff of his cigarette and shrugged. If we weren't up for the job, he said, we shouldn't have gotten in the truck. Even though I was far from comfortable with the rifles, I, once again, calmed the air. I assured my guys that we were simply hired to replace some stairs and that the men with guns were just a feature of a client intent on secrecy. None of us were going to blab about the work, so none of us had anything to worry about. I had hoped that the guards would help me assure the crew, yet throughout my entire explanation, they stayed silent. The silence of the armed men didn't give me any confidence about our safety, but my words had managed to calm the crew. Without much protest, we followed the armed men through the forest. It wasn't until we had walked for about half an hour that more complaints emerged. Gabbett, one of the schooled welders who had been part of the crew for well over half a decade, started to mumble about old wives' tales. He would point at the trees and shrubs in the forest and insist that they were growing sickly. He kept on saying that we were being taken somewhere cursed, somewhere evil. He kept on saying that we were being taken to... It had been many years since I had heard the name of that place. As a child, my father would often threaten me with the... if I didn't do my chores or if I misbehaved. The details of what exactly happened to naughty boys at the... were always vague, but the implication was far from pleasant. I was scared of the threat as a child, but long before I became a man, I decided that the place was about as real as Father Winter or legal get-rich-quick schemes. When Gabbett first started talking about the... I pretended I didn't hear him. I saw no change in the trees or shrubbery, and the air was tense enough already because of our armed escort. I figured he would eventually tire of the folklore and leave it be. As we walked, however, Gabbett's words and voice attained greater urgency. I could sense that he was making the other guys nervous, and I feared those nerves might extend to the men with guns. I told Gabbett to cut it out. He didn't. Instead, he started to scream. He started to scream about how we were being taken to the... and how we would all perish there in unspeakable ways. I had known Gabbett for a long time, and have always found him to be a measured man, yet in that moment he seemed wholly insane. I grabbed him and shook him and demanded that he return to reason. The show of force had seemingly calmed Gabbett. In mere moments his face transformed with that of utter horror to a blank slate. It wasn't until I had the man by the shoulders that I noticed he was crying. With a deep unease in his voice, he apologized. With tears still pooling around his eyes, he promised he would stop shouting. Were we on any other job, I would have insisted Gabbett immediately go home, yet there was no negotiation with our escort. Gabbett's state made me nervous, but my words had at least quietened him. Foolishly, I hoped that Gabbett would continue to walk down the forest path and calm as he did so. He didn't. Instead, he dropped to his knees and started to dig around the earth. Before I could fully comprehend what he was trying to do, Gabbett jumped on one of the guards. He had a fist-sized stone in his hand. With 3 savage hits, he managed to crack the visor of the guard. 3 hits, however, was all that Gabbett managed to land. The man wearing body armour scarcely needed help to pacify the panicked construction worker. By the time the beating was done, Gabbett was covered in blood and scarcely moving. The guards didn't say a word. They just lifted the bloody man up, jabbed him in the back with the tip of their rifles, and motioned for the crew to continue walking. I tried to calm the guys again, but then there was nothing I could say. They continued to walk, but they did so solely under the order of the rifles. When Gabbett had first started ranting, I took his words for madness. It wasn't until he went silent that I started to lend credence to his fears. The lush forest around us had gone barren. The grass was yellow and sparse. The trees had shed all their leaves, and the bushes that lined the footpath had transformed into jagged bushels of thorns. Gabbett's crazy rambling had made everyone uncomfortable, yet his silence was even more concerning. As we continued to walk through the sickly forest, I started to wonder whether Gabbit had not been right all along. I started to wonder whether the Gundulik Gundur could be real. The trees around us turned more infirm with each step until finally they gave way to a clearing of grey earth. In the centre of that clearing sat a cement shack, and not far from the shack, as if it were a moat protecting an ancient castle, sat a ditch filled with foul-smelling water. We crossed the flimsy plank that had served as a makeshift bridge and were met on the other side with 2 more guards and a man in a lab coat. The man never introduced himself, but his name tag read Dr. Barat. I'd never met the man prior, but my contact told me that he was the one who had requested the construction crew. The scientist didn't introduce himself and ignored any introductions I tried to make. Instead, he was outraged by the bloodied worker. Dr. Barat didn't address me or Gabbit or anyone else in the crew. His rage was wholly focused on the armed guards that accompanied us. The scientist screamed about discipline and keeping the peace and reason, yet the guards had nothing to say in return. They just stood in silence and watched on like statues of armed titans. When Dr. Barat's rage had died down, I made a second attempt at an introduction. The man still didn't give me his name or indulge in any pleasantries, but this time around he did acknowledge me. As if there were considerably more important things for him to attend to, Dr. Barat waved the construction crew inside of the cement shack and told us to head towards the elevator that would take us down to the construction site. The scientist had seemingly calmed, yet as the crew walked past him, his temper flared up again. He recognized one of my guys, Georgi, the biggest man in the crew, a friend of mine from schoolyard days. The scientist stopped the man, mumbled something to the guards, then insisted that the rest of the crew go inside of the cement shack. I tried to say something. I wanted to put my foot down and say that we would refuse to work unless the crew was kept whole, yet the quartet of rifles kept me silent. Our forest escort stayed behind with Dr. Barat and Georgi, and we were ushered into the cement structure by the 2 other guards. The inside of the shack was simply a barren hall with a freight elevator at its end. For a couple of tense minutes, we stood in the elevator under the watchful eyes of our twin escort. When Dr. Barat returned, he seemed to be in slightly better spirits, but he was still distracted. I asked him what happened to Georgi. As the freight elevator started to grind its way underground, the scientist calmly apologized. Apparently, Georgi had been part of a study the United People's Institute of Science had organized a couple of months prior. Due to bureaucratic nuances, my crew member would not be allowed inside of the facility. I had nothing to worry about. Georgi would be accompanied back to the city and then compensated for his time. The scientist's explanation did not satiate me. Yet there was no time for additional questions. The moment Dr. Barat finished speaking, the elevator came to a stop and its doors groaned open. A massive underground hall opened up in front of us. It had the making of an ancient church, yet instead of stained glass windows or statues, the walls were covered in hundreds of plain white doors. On one side of the underground cathedral, worn scaffoldings of metal provided stairs to the countless doors that spread to the vaulted ceilings. On the other side, there was no scaffolding or stairs, only a jagged mess of metal and tools. This was to be our construction project, Dr. Barat informed us. Then, he disappeared into one of the many ground level doors. There were half a dozen more guides waiting for us in the hall. Each one wore the same visored helmet, each was a head taller than me, and each carried in their hands an identical rifle. The sight of the grandiose underground structure, of the armed men, of my bloodied colleague, it tore away any delusions about the not being real. I didn't want to run away, that was not my plan. I was fully committed to making sure my guys were going to exit that hellish place safe and sound. When I followed Dr. Barat into the door he entered, I simply wanted assurance that my crew would be safe and compensated for their work. One of the guards aimed his rifle at me as I tried to move past him, but my insistence that I speak to Dr. Barat lowered his muzzle. Behind me, I could hear Gabbett protest. I could hear some of the other guys asking where I'm going, yet I had no time for an explanation. I didn't want the guard having second thoughts. The hall was tight and dark. Even though I couldn't see a meter ahead, I could hear the echoes of Barat's footsteps somewhere in the pitch blackness. I called out to him, asking for details of how my crew would be paid and how we would be transported back to the parking lot where we had started the morning. Even in the pitch darkness, Dr. Barat's irritation was on full display. The little bit of cordiality that the scientist had showed me in the elevator had completely dissipated. Dr. Barat screamed that I was in a restricted area of the facility and that I was to return to my crew at once. We would be paid and escorted once the work was done. Yet, if I was to go against the rules of the United People's Institute of Science, I would end up significantly worse than my bloodied colleague. I did not want to abandon my guys. I wanted to do everything in my power to make sure we would all get out safe and sound. It was, after all, my fault that they had ended up in that horrid place. Dr. Barat's irritated insistence about how nothing bad would happen to us if we followed orders, however, assured me of the exact opposite. I have worked enough shady construction jobs to know when a client wasn't planning on paying us. Perhaps if he had seen me, my words wouldn't convince him. With the hallway being pitch black, however, all that the scientist had to go off was my voice. I apologized for the interruption, assured him that my men would finish off the job we were hired for, and then I started to walk back towards the grand hall. My heart was beating at such a rapid pace that I could barely hear the sound of my footsteps, but Dr. Barat seemed convinced. By the time I reached the door, I could hear the scientist walking away. Before I even had my hand on the door handle, the door on the other side of the hallway had opened and closed. I did not leave the hallway. Instead, I peeked out into the cathedral-like structure to watch my crew. All were busying themselves with the metal that was meant to turn to stairs. All except Gabbett. He stood over the pile of material and tools like a man who had arrived from space. Even from my hiding place, I could hear the bloodied man's mumbles. The rest of the crew pretended not to hear him and busied themselves with the tools, yet the visored guards kept their eyes trained on him. When Gabbett's mumbles rose to shouts, they raised their rifles. It did not take long for Gabbett's madness to peak. With shouts of doom and death, the man ran back towards the freight elevator. He did not get far. A singular shot dropped him to the floor. I shut the door and hid in the darkness. It was my fault he had descended to that horrid place. It was my fault the crew was trapped in that underground cathedral. There was nothing more that I wanted to do but to ensure the safety of my guys, yet seeing Gabbett be shot like a rabid dog sobered me. It was every man for himself. The hallway was impossibly long. As I ran through the abyss, I could hear another shot ring out from the grand hall behind me. Chaos erupted at my back, and screaming and running and more shots, yet the chaos did not last. Soon enough, it was drowned out by much more terrible sounds. The screams did not slow my step, but they chilled my heart. On the other side of the darkness sat something inhuman, a multitude of monstrosities which howled in pain and panic. Whatever awaited me beyond the door which Dr. Barat had walked through was the stuff of nightmares, yet the hall that lay behind me promised certain death. I felt my way for the handle of the door and yanked it open. Dim floor lights illuminated two paths on the other side of the door. To the right, lit up with fluorescent lights on high ceilings, sat some sort of loading dock filled with crates. To the left, illuminated only by the blinking lights of incomprehensible machinery, sat a second room. In the faint blinking lights, I could see movement. Glazed eyes bigger than my head, massive crunching teeth the size of my fists. It was the beings in the darkness that let out those haunting cries. It was the beings in the darkness which I wanted to avoid. I crept my way to the loading dock. scanning the hall for any trace of movement. Most of the crates were nailed shut, but a few had their lids undone and revealed their contents. Clear plastic bottles with the label GH058. Inside the bottles sat a bright pink liquid which seemed to have the consistency of runny porridge. There was something about the contents of the bottles which seemed wholly non-Newtonian, but before I could examine its contents further, a familiar voice pulled me back to reality.
I understand there are many nuances to keeping the security of the Institute, but this is unacceptable. The guards have to be replaced. Their intellectual capacity isn't just an inconvenience, it's a danger to the safety of the Institute.
Dr. Barat. His voice and footsteps echoed from the far end of the loading dock.
These things cost money. I do not need this explained to me. The budget is tight. I get it. What I need you to understand is that we cannot have the security of the Institute rely on the whims of mute imbeciles.
He was getting closer. There was someone with him. A second pair of footsteps, a female voice. Every bit of my being wanted to avoid the dimly lit room from which the screams came, yet there was no place for me to hide within the loading dock. The nightmarish screams from the darkness drowned out all trace of Dr. Barat's voice. In the faint light of the machinery, I could make out a trio of screaming mouths. Neither human nor animal, the creatures loomed above me with their massive eyeballs and screamed.
I can't think with all this screaming.
I heard Dr. Barat yell in the other room. As if in response, a blood-red light started to blink above me. In flashes of crimson, the room was illuminated to reveal the trio of monstrosities connected to the machinery. They looked like massive limbed peaches that had somehow obtained sentience. On each of their malformed bodies sat drooping eyeballs which scanned the room in animalistic panic. The light above blinked faster and faster until finally its shine became constant. The trio of nightmares shook as if they had gotten their massive tongues stuck in an electrical socket. The frenzied movements of their stubby limbs grew wilder by the second. Smoke started to rise from their skin. Their wails reached a horrid pitch, and then with discomforting suddenness, the creatures went limp. The light above went dark. The machinery attached to the creatures started to hum. Streaks of bright pink liquid moved through translucent pipes into the wall. The air smelled of fried meat.
Much better.
Dr. Barat said.
I do not comprehend why our colleagues couldn't just...
It is not your place to judge the methods of our colleagues, Comrade Barrett,
replied a sharp female voice.
It is also not my place to listen to your constant complaints. Suggest a course of action to fix the issues you have caused, or stay silent.
I caused? If memory serves me well, Dr. Alieva, you were there when...
His voice got caught in his throat. The scientist let out a cough as if it were a form of punctuation.
What I suggest is that the profits from this batch of GH058 bomb be committed to a new round of scans to replace our current lackluster security forces. The United People's Institute of Science cannot be defended by...
The institute you speak of ceased to exist decades ago, Comrade Barrett. You may not enjoy the current circumstances of your employment, but the United People's Institute of Science is no more. Let us call things by their proper name. What you are saying is that you are unhappy with the current security personnel of...
The mere mention of the name forced a wheeze from the nightmare being closest to me. At the force of the sound, the beast's massive mouth forced open and chunks of spittle started to drip onto the floor. One chunk of mucus fell, then another, and only with the third did Dr. Barat speak again.
Yes,
he said, defeat and frustration gripping his voice.
We can say that I am unhappy with the current security personnel.
Your complaint has been noted. In the future, a second round of scans can be conducted. The current state of affairs, however, leads us to more pressing questions for the secrecy and stable conduct of the... Primarily, we should be focusing our resources on...
An opening door cut off the female voice. For a moment, all that could be heard was the soft wheezes of the horrid creature next to me.
See?
Dr. Barat finally broke the silence.
They can't speak. I understand the need for secrecy, but how are we to keep this place safe if we cannot communicate with the guards?
He wants us to follow him.
The woman replied as if she was speaking to an idiot.
Perhaps the laborers you've hired have proved to be uncooperative.
Shit.
Dr. Barat hissed after a moment of consideration. I could hear him open the door and run down the dark hallway towards the cathedral hall. After a brief pause, the door opened again and the calm, controlled steps of the female scientist followed. The nightmares heaving next to me chilled my heart to the very core, but I stayed curled up next to them until I was absolutely certain there was no one else around. The thought of what was happening to my guys bothered me, but by then the sheer need for survival and escape had taken over my mind. I knew that trying to make my exit through the freight elevator would lead to a fate no different than Gabbit's. What I also knew, however, was that the pink bottles of GH058 were destined for sale. I was unsure of whether my plan would work, yet no other choices presented themselves. The few crates that were left open were mostly full, but with some quick transfers I managed to empty one enough to make room for my body. The bottles that I shared the space with shone with an irritating pink glow and emitted an unpleasant heat, yet my mind had no capacity for discomfort. All I could do was worry about the loose lid I had placed over my head. All I could do was think about the monstrosities in the adjacent room and the vague stories of terror I had heard about the as a child. I lay curled up inside of the crate for what felt like a lifetime. Sweat rolled down my back, I struggled for breath, and once the hours tallied up, my legs started to cramp. Occasionally, footsteps would cross through the loading dock. Through those few moments, time slowed down to a halt. I was certain I would be found. I was certain I would meet the same fate as Gabbit and the rest of the crew. Yet I didn't. The innards of the crate were beyond uncomfortable, but they kept me safe. I stayed still for long enough for exhaustion to take a grasp of my mind. I thought myself far too terrified to fall asleep, yet the longer I sat in the crate, the less certain I was of being awake. It was during one of my muddy bouts of unconsciousness that I felt the crate being moved. Something heavy, presumably another crate, was placed on top of my lid. I was now fully trapped and breathing became more laborious, but I could tell that my body was in movement. I could tell I was being moved away from the... When the crate finally came to rest, it took me a long time to move. Partially I was consumed by the utter exhaustion of my ideal. Partially I was scared to find myself in a place even worse than that underground hellscape. Yet the longer I sat in the still crate, the higher the chances were of someone discovering me. There was resistance from the top of the crate, but there was enough adrenaline in my veins to not make it an insurmountable obstacle. I found myself standing in a dark warehouse with a leaking crate of pink at my feet. For a moment I had feared I was still inside of the underground structure, but a window revealing an overcast sky outside calmed my mind. Without much thought, I grabbed one of the bottles of GH058, stuffed it inside of my jacket, and made my way out of the warehouse. The warehouse was situated in the long abandoned industrial area of the city. There was no security. Only a man in a beat-up leather jacket smoking by the gate. I was starving and exhausted. My mouth was as dry as sand, yet I still found the strength to climb over the fence and run to safety. The man in the leather jacket didn't even turn his head when I reached the street. I was beyond ecstatic to have escaped the whole situation alive, yet by the time I reached my home, the guilt caught up with me. My crew were good guys. We worked shady jobs for shady people, but they were all good guys. I refused to contact them on the off chance that Dr. Barat or his mute guards might still be searching for me. But I fear I'm the only one who managed to make it out of that horrible place alive. My friends are gone, and I've witnessed hell. All I have to show for it is a pink bottle of GH058.
Once, when we were visiting Thailand, a cab driver tapped Greg's stomach and head. "Happy Buddha," he said. Me and my mom had a big laugh about it. Greg did too. For the rest of the vacation, whenever there was a quiet moment, he would tap his head and cup his belly. "Happy Buddha," he said. Greg never seemed too bothered about being bald. When he came downstairs with that weird tuft of hair on his head, though, Greg looked like a school kid on Christmas morning. He kept running his hand through his scalp as if he were petting a dog. Greg announced he was trying a new hair cream. Obviously, it was doing a good job. We didn't disagree. My mom kept tilting her head during breakfast. The hair hadn't grown evenly, but it did grow. She would trim it in the evening, she finally said. I had never seen Greg get excited about the prospect of a haircut. That morning, he did. The man was in a stellar mood. That was until I asked him where he got his new cream from. "The dark web," he said, sheepishly. I started to lecture the idiot about how he should never order anything off the dark web, but Mom told me not to take that tone with him. With as much sweetness as I could muster, I told Greg the internet is littered with tales of terrible purchases. He had no idea where the cream came from. It could easily be poisonous. He ran his hand through that weird tuft of hair. Again. Greg said he was feeling great. Before she left for work, Mom took a closer look at his scalp. Everything seemed in order. If the cream wasn't irritating to the skin, there probably wasn't any harm in using it. She works at the hospital, but her diagnosis didn't convince me. In the afternoon, when Mom was at work and Greg was watching TV, I snuck upstairs and took a closer look at the hair product. It wasn't difficult to find. The cream sat prominently in the middle of the bathroom mirror, as if it were a trophy. "Happy hair," the jar read. There was a picture of a stock image handsome man next to the labeling. Nothing else. No information about contents, or who made it, or even a barcode. Clearly, happy hair was a product of the murky waters of the deep internet. The cream itself was pink and smooth and smelled faintly of vanilla. I didn't want to get any of it on my fingers, so I closed the lid back shut. The labeling of the jar barely held together. Beneath the photoshopped man, there was something else. Different packaging. I started to work away at the label with my nails, yet I didn't get far. Greg was standing in the doorway. His hair had grown considerably. He also had a 5 o'clock shadow that he could never grow before. Greg asked me why I couldn't just let him be happy. The guy had a bad year. Most of the guides from his touring company walked out at the start of the summer season. He spent every minute of the 5-month tourist rush on the phone with folks confused about their bookings and pissed off about their tours being canceled. The hair cream was a pleasant surprise to Greg in a year of disappointments. It wasn't until I saw him sad and hairy in the doorway that I realized that. I, once again, told Greg that he should be careful with products bought off the dark web and let the matter rest. For a couple of weeks at least. Greg's hair and beard grew thicker and longer by the day. At the start of the week, the guy looked like a thumb. By the weekend, Greg looked like a chubby Jesus. He was beyond excited, and I must admit, it was nice to see him happy after the past couple stressful months. Initially, I got used to Greg's new look, but little by little I started to notice there was something wrong with the hair. Though it looked healthy and lush, there was a strange sort of shimmer to it. When I looked at his beard in the right light, it seemed to be gently moving. I had stopped lecturing Greg about how he shouldn't buy things off the dark web, but the new developments with his hair gave me pause. Greg, as predicted, would hear none of my concerns about his beard moving on its own. Apparently, I was just imagining things. I knew I couldn't convince the man, but I took it upon myself to take another closer look at the hair serum. When I first checked the jar, the cream was pink and solid and smelled sweet. When I checked it again the first time, the color had faded only slightly. There was a trace of yellow in the jar now. The product also turned ever so slightly watery, and some other smell was lingering in its notes. I worked away at the packaging with my nails once more. This time, as if the makers of the cream had started to slack off, the label came off right away. Beneath the generically handsome stock image man, the true nature of the happy hair revealed itself. Thick black letters that read GH058. I did a quick Google of the code name, but nothing showed up. That didn't make me any calmer. I took a second sniff at the hair cream, trying to place the smell, trying to figure out what had changed over the past 2 weeks. Beneath the faint smell of vanilla, there were even gentler notes of scent. Unpleasant smells. The odor of rot and death. Before I could fully place the stench that lingered on the back of Greg's hair cream, I was interrupted once more. This time, it wasn't my stepdad who was watching me from the doorway. It was my mom. When she saw that I peeled off the labeling, she lost her shit. My mom gave me a 10-minute TED Talk about how I shouldn't touch Greg's things without permission, and then, while leading me by the hand, she forced me to go apologize to him. I tried, once again, to convince them that buying cosmetic products off the dark web was a bad idea, but neither Greg nor my mom would hear any of it. Defeated, I retreated back to my room. Over the following week, not much changed about Greg's hair. It still shimmered in the light, and there still seemed to be a gentle sort of movement to it. There was definitely something weird about it, but it was a mere suggestion of unusualness. It wasn't until Greg opened a new jar of his happy hair that things got truly disturbing. Overnight, his lush brown hair had turned coarse and straw-like. I commented on the change the moment I saw it, but Greg denied it wholeheartedly. When his hair turned even more sparse and sickly the next day, he still refused to accept there was something wrong with the cream. He said he was feeling fine. Greg said he was feeling fine, but it was clear that even he knew there was something wrong with the cream. Had my mom been at home, she would have talked some sense into him. Much of the color had faded from his hair, and Greg was turning pale. He was obviously sick. My mom, however, was on a week-long work trip abroad and took all of my concerned calls as the products of an overactive imagination. Seeing that she wouldn't help, I decided to take a third look at Greg's hair cream. The change in the product was crushingly clear. The cream had lost much of its texture and color. It was now a watery, yellowish pink sludge. It wasn't the look of the cream that truly worried me, however. It was the smell. The faint notes of vanilla were completely gone. Even without putting my nose to the cream, I could smell the undeniable, rancid stench of infection. I tried making my arguments to Greg once more, but he'd hear none of it. His beard and hair had turned white and writhed within his skin. There's bags under his eyes, and he's clearly running a fever, but the guy keeps insisting he feels right as rain. My mom won't be back for another 4 days, and I fear it'll be too late then. Whatever is in the hair product that Greg bought off the dark web is slowly killing him. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to do. I just wish my stepdad would be bald again.
Rustam was the most reliable driver I've ever had. Kid didn't ask any questions, was quick at the wheel and wasn't opposed to getting into a scuffle if needed. For 5 years the guy drove me and I didn't have a single problem with him. Once I overheard some of the guys giving him a hard time for his inability to grow a beard, but a smack and some stern talking to put those remarks to rest. Rustam was good people, and he didn't deserve the disrespect. The guys were, however, correct. Rustam couldn't grow a beard. I, of course, did not care. I found his attempts endearing, and if I ever asked him to shave, he did. Rustam's facial hair did not interest me in the least bit. Yet, when one day I noticed his jaw covered with dark, healthy stubble, I found myself curious. I asked the kid if he had been to Turkey recently. He laughs and tells me if he'd been on vacation, I would be the first to know. He tells me he found a new cream that is meant to stimulate hair growth. I don't make much of it then. Next morning, however, Rustam has a beard. A short but thick, black beard that he could never hope to grow on his own. I asked him about this hair cream. I asked him where he got it. He tells me a cousin gave it to him to pay off a debt. It was a busy day, so I left it at that. But the question of the cream kept prodding at the back of my neck. In the evening, before Rustam would drive me back home, I asked the kid to take me to his cousin. The cousin confirmed my hunch. The cream was local. It also didn't come cheap. There was good money to be made with that cream. Being a local businessman, I felt left out. The cousin provided some leads and I sent some guys to follow up on them. By the morning we had an address. The cream was being sold out of a warehouse on the edge of town. The morning that Rustam drove me and the guys to investigate, his beard was long and unkempt. The guys couldn't help but comment in awe. Rustam's smile was covered by his whiskers, but his head was raised in pride for the whole drive. I brought 2 cars of muscle, but they weren't needed. The warehouse was guarded by 2 dumb-looking twins. They each had a rifle slung across their chest, yet they didn't put the slightest bit of resistance. When we showed up, they just stepped aside without a word and let us enter the warehouse. There were a couple of laborers inside that were preparing the cream. They were taking pink plastic bottles labeled GH058 and covering them with packaging which read "Happy Hair." They, much like the mute guards, put up very little resistance to my guys. When we asked who ran their operation, they all pointed to the small office at the back of the warehouse. A certain Professor Bharat was in charge. I left my guys to further investigate the warehouse and made my way over to the office to introduce myself. I consider myself a humble man, but I am also a realist. There are few people in the province who don't recognize me, and even if my face is foreign, my name is well known. To Professor Bharat, however, I was a stranger. The scientist was irritated that his guards had not stopped me from entering the warehouse. Even after I introduced myself, his demeanor didn't change. The man was irritated, rude, and beyond arrogant. With my patience wearing thin, I invited him to look out of his office and say hello to my guys. It's only once he saw that he was desperately outnumbered that Bharat's tone changed. He didn't get scared though. Usually, when I drop in on parasites that don't pay their tribute, they beg for mercy. Bharat simply seemed annoyed. He acted as if my visit was an imposition on his valuable time. He explained that he was a member of a scientific institution and that his sale of the hair cream was a means of raising finances for deeply underfunded research. My patience with the man was already wearing thin. when he claimed he could not pay a proper tribute because his market was wholly local, my patience ran out. I consider myself a humble man, but I have learned long ago that letting insults fester unpunished leads to bigger problems down the line. I gave the scientist a smack and then a kick for good measure. I told the scientist I was not an idiot. The labeling on the bottles of the hair cream was meant for Western audience. If he was going to sell the local magic to the rich, I was owed due compensation. I didn't want to get any blood on my suit, so I called in 2 of my guys to help me with conducting the interview. My punishment didn't do much to change Barrett's tone. He still acted as if it was I that was imposing on his time. Once the guy started working on his fingers, however, he became a lot more forthcoming with the details of his operation. The cream, he squealed, came from his laboratory. It was the result of decades of research, and if the research were permitted to continue, it could solve significantly more pressing problems than just hair loss. As the scientist spoke, my mouth grew wet with appetite. My aptitude for sniffing out business had brought me yet another boon. I was already counting my profits when Barrett revealed the name of the scientific organization he represented. The same hunch at the back of my neck which brought me to the warehouse suddenly sprung cold sweat. Barrett worked for the organization formerly known as the United People's Institute of Science. The United People's Institute of Science was an underground research facility which dissolved along with the Soviet Union back in the early 90s. While the institute still operated, it was the source of much dark gossip. The common folk spoke of missing children and secret weapons and all sorts of other theories about what was happening beneath their feet. Once the institute officially shut down, the commoners still spoke of it, but the tenor of the stories changed. Tales of forbidden science, an experiment that served as an affront to nature itself, became common. The United People's Institute of Science ceased to exist with Gorbachev fumble, but something else was born in its place. The common folk called it. Barrett called it that too. The moment I heard those horrid syllables, I told my guys to let the scientist go. They were happy to do so. They too were familiar with the name. We left the warehouse immediately, without any deals being made. I ordered the guys to leave behind all souvenirs. Most of them were wise and did so without argument. Rustam, however, hesitated. He still put away the bottles of hair cream he took from the laborers, but he hesitated. That night, as he drove me back home, I told him he should stay away from the cream. True, a lot of those things that were said about were old wives' tales, but those foolish enough to investigate never came back. One would be wise not to get involved with forces they cannot understand. Rustam was not committed in his answer. I had hoped the kid would see the light. But the next morning he came into work, his fading hair was twice as thick. Though he disregarded my advice, Rustam did at least trim his new beard to a civilized length. I let the issue of Rustam and his beer fall to the wayside for about 2 months. It was his choice, and even though I didn't agree with the source of his growth, I had more important business to contend with. One day, however, I noticed Rustam's hair and beard had lost much of their volume. I didn't comment on it at first, but the next day his hair grew even more thin and sickly. Rustam himself seemed to be out of sorts as well. There were a gentle slur to his words, and even his driving had lost some of its edge. I asked Rustam how he was feeling, and he put on a stoic front, but past his sickly skin and withering beard, I could see he was ill. I sent the man home early, and I told him to get plenty of rest. He, as usually, didn't argue. As he left the car, I suggested, casually, that it might be time to stop using the hair cream. Rustam nodded, but he said nothing. The half day did not help Rustam's recovery. When I met him the following morning, he looked like death. Both his hair and his beard had turned the shade of bone and had the consistency of straw. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin had drained of all color. The man needed urgent medical attention. I called off all my scheduled meetings and instructed Rustam to drive to my doctor's house. He did not argue. Instead, he thanked me. As we drove, I assured Rustam that he would get the best care and that he would be feeling good in no time. I had paid a good retainer for the doctor and was confident in his service. My positive outlook, however, faded. Rustam's beard was moving. It was writhing. I decided to let Rustam focus on the road. In silence we drove, and I tried to keep my eyes on the passing scenery beyond. Occasionally, I would look over at Rustam in hope that the movement I saw was just a trick of the lights. It wasn't. Like a nest of grey, featureless snakes, Rustam's beard writhed. The doctor always greeted me with a smile, yet when he saw the state Rustam was in, he didn't even shake my hand. He helped Rustam walk up the steps of his porch, but he kept his distance from his face. By then, the strands of Rustam's face were pulsating as if they had a life of their own. There was more than enough business to attend to, but I spent the whole day drinking tea in the waiting room. Rustam's health was important to me. It certainly was a concern. What kept me sitting in the hall all through lunch, however, it was the morbid curiosity. I wanted to know what the hair cream did to my driver. The answers didn't come until the sun had set. The doctor was drenched in sweat and his gloves were slick with blood. He waved to me, managed the weakest of smiles, and bid me outside for a cigarette. His hands shook, and so did his voice. A parasite which the doctor could not identify had burrowed deep into Rustam's skin. His fingers tapped the cigarette as if it were Morse code. At first, the doctor tried to be professional and measured with his diagnosis. But when he eventually stuttered out of the word, his true horror showed. Worms. Rustam's face was filled with worms. had managed to take them all out, but there were hundreds of them, and they were burrowed deep. The doctor said he couldn't explain what had transpired. When I told him about where Bharat's hair cream came from, he let out a long sigh. The doctor assured me he would do his best to make sure Rustam would make some form of recovery. When he shook my hand as I left, he didn't seem confident. He is, however, a very good doctor. 3 weeks later, Rustam sat behind the wheel of my car, and his face was covered. He apologized deeply for not following my advice. He had certainly learned his lesson. Rustam still is the most reliable driver I've ever had. He doesn't ask any questions, is quick at the wheel, and isn't opposed to getting into a scuffle if needed. He wears a baklava when he drives, but I don't mind.
I knew him before he got his nickname. I knew him before he was a story. Adil and me went to high school together, and we both dropped out at around the same time for the same reasons. Both of us got a job with a local businessman. The prospects from this job were considerably better than finishing off our schooling. We would drive goods from town to town, or more accurately, I would drive and Adil would keep a lookout for the authorities or any other competing merchants. It's on one of those drives that Adil would earn the nickname he would be called until the end of the time: the Gambler Worm. Adil wasn't a big guy, but he carried himself as if he was. Back in high school, Adil would never shy away from instigating a fight. He would shout and puff out his chest and threaten to knock out teeth. By the time the music started and everyone joined in on the dance, however, Adil would disappear. He had a big mouth. He was quick to seize an opportunity. The man dealt in buckets of bluffs with no plan B. His temper would ultimately undo him. But that one night, so many years ago, it saved both of our asses. We were moving some untaxed cigarettes across the country. We had been stopped earlier that night, but Adil was asleep. Luckily, the guard who wanted words was no saint. After a brief conversation and a couple sleep bills, our unwelcome visitor became uninterested in the contents of the truck. I didn't have to even wake Adil up. The second time we got stopped was different. The car rode up in front of us with its lights flashing and its sirens blaring. No room for negotiation. No common courtesy. When the guy walked up to the truck, he had his hand resting on his pistol. No chit-chat. He wanted to see our documents and what we were transporting. Neither of us were armed. Guns complicate things, and getting into a firefight over some cigarettes wasn't worth the injury. With the bedside manner of the cop, I was pretty certain me and Adil were going to get cuffed. Wasn't optimal, but it wasn't the end of the world, We would sit for a bit. 6 months at worst, probably less. We would sit for a bit, but if we kept quiet and dumb, we would get our back wages and nifty bonus from the boss by the time we got out. I didn't see any other choice than to cooperate with the patrol. Adil, however, was always vigilant for the faintest show of opportunity. When asked for his identification, Adil didn't cooperate. Instead, he got out of the car and walked over to the lone patrolman. By the time Adil was halfway around the truck, the cop had his gun unholstered. This did not bother my colleague a single bit. Ignoring the orders to get back in the vehicle, Adil strolled over to the cop. He spoke gently and in a friendly manner, but chosen words were sharpened by sudden monotone. Adil bid the patrolman a pleasant evening and then criticized him for his demeanor. To simply run up to a stranger and demand documents without pleasantries would be offensive in the city. It could be deadly out here in the steppe. Even though there was a gun pointed at him, Adil put his arm around the patrolman's shoulder and gestured out at the vast swathe of emptiness beyond. In the darkness, there was nothing but a sea of grass. Off in the distance, eaten up by the night, there were suggestions of hills. Aside from our high beams and patrol cars' flashing lights, the world beyond existed as mere suggestion. We were alone on the roads, Adil told the patrolman. Perhaps he could be a good citizen who's used to being treated without respect. Or perhaps he could be someone who would take high offense to the intrusion. Out here in the steppe in the dark, it could be hard to tell. Watching Adil work at the patrolman was nauseating. I was terrified the hot hat would try to wrestle away at the cop's gun and set us down the short road to prison. But he spoke slowly and deliberately. Instead of attempting to kill the man, Adil extended his hand to him. To my utter shock, the patrolman holstered his gun. The two shook hands. Adil told the patrolman with a smile that he didn't want to have any other interactions with the authorities for the night. As a goodbye, he jingled his cell phone at the cop. Our guys had a faster response time, Adil said. We were just two kids with a vague connection to organized crime and a truck full of stolen cigarettes. But Adil had the patrolman believing he was lucky to have walked away alive. We could have long been behind bars or worse, but we weren't. That night, Adil's gamble paid off. Over the years, stories of similar odds would play out in front of the other guys. Combined with his appetite for dice and poker, Adil earned himself the first part of his nickname, the Gambler. People liked him because he was bold and would never let an opportunity slip. What they didn't know, Adil was just lucky. Adil was just impulsive and lucky, and one day that luck would run out. Last year, the businessman we work for gets a tip about an untapped new customer. His bold driver shows up to work with a head full of hair. Apparently, there is some magical hair cream operation being run out of a warehouse in the sticks. The purveyor of the business wasn't yet acquainted with my boss. We were called in as muscle along with a couple other guys. There were two identical shaved Neanderthals guarding the warehouse with rifles, but they put up no resistance. I don't know what they were riding on, but they just stared off into the distance as we made our way in. The warehouse was a packing operation. A couple dozen folks were wrapping up jars of pink sludge with colorful wrapping that read "Happy Hair." While our boss interviewed the owner, we examined the stocks and took samples. We had seen the boss driver. We knew the cream was the real deal. Our boss calls Adil and me over to the office. The head of the magic cream operation seems to be a scientist type with a lazy eye and a mop of black hair. Apparently, he doesn't understand the power dynamic playing out in the office. He doesn't want to talk to the boss. He treats us like we're some street trash that has tumbled into his place of business. Adil and me set out to convince him that we are to be taken seriously. By the time we break his third finger, he becomes a lot more talkative. The scientist says he works for a research facility. selling the magic hair cream as simply a means of raising funds for important research. There's no space in the finances for kickbacks. When we work away at his fourth finger, the scientist admits that yes, maybe there is some room in the budget for local tribute. Our boss seems pleased, both with our work and with the resolution to the business discussion. He almost seems content to end discussions, yet before we leave, he asks one more question. Our boss asks the scientist for the name of the scientific organization he represents. The scientist answers without any reluctance. He works for the boss tells us to let him go. I would have done so even if I wasn't ordered. The has long been a subject of local whispers. Back in the day, it was called the United People's Institute of Science. Its reputation was far from positive, but it was still set to operate within some understandable human framework. When the Soviets collapsed, the institute shuttered its doors as well. Something else was born in its place, something incomprehensible. The boss forced all the guys to return the samples of hair cream they had appropriated. No business was to be done there. Like, whatever the people of the institute had going on was their own concern. We had all heard stories of incomprehensible signs, of monsters beyond belief, of tainted water which would dissolve all living things into worms. We had all heard stories, and most of the guys were content to stay away from the institute. Adil, however, had different plans. About a week later, he came to me and informed me that he and a couple of his associates had decided to go into business with Dr. Barrett, the scientist whose hands we had mangled. It wasn't a protection racket per se, sure. Some of the money was earmarked to keep the rest of the scientist's digit intact. But Adil was also kind enough to help Dr. Barrett sell his product to a larger audience. Look, he had transportation contacts. He had marketing contacts. The hair cream was indeed magic. It would be a shame to not make some scratch of it. I, of course, wholeheartedly rejected the offer. Many of the stories told about the institute and the dark science practiced within it were undoubtedly made up, but even if a fraction of those stories were true, I had no interest in risking my life and soul. I rejected Adil's offer and suggested to him that he abandon his pursuits as well. Nothing good ever came of getting involved with the... This was one gamble he was better off not making. Yet, Adil, the gambler, wasn't one to shy away from a payday. With some disappointment, he told me he respected my decision. Once the money started rolling in, he said he would buy me a drink. Adil would end up buying me that drink, yet it would not be a celebratory one. For a couple months I did not see him. I had a fair amount of business to attend to myself, and Adil was too busy managing the export of the hair cream. When we finally met for that promised drink, Adil's new suit and jewelry sang a tale of wealthy. His harrowed face, however, suggested things might have gone astray. Initially, the business was doing good, Adil said. The cream was indeed magic. Within days it could make a bald man sprout a head of hair that would make Samson jealous. The cream came ready-made from the institute in little jars labeled GH058. All Adil and his people had to do was package it and market it. For months the business was going swell. Dr. Barrett was a gloomy character, but he understood his position within the local food chain and made no effort to change it. Regular customers were established, new markets were tapped, and Adil's purse grew with each shipment. As smoothly as Adil's business was going, however, Dr. Barrett and the Institute were in need of additional support. About a month ago, the scientist introduced Adil to his new business partner, Professor Henry Willow, an American scientist. Strange fella, stranger than Dr. Barrett. Apparently, this grown man carried around with him a schoolyard notebook covered in Pokemon stickers. He seemed unenthused about Adil's part in the business and barely spoke to him. Professor Willow seemed to find the lucrative hair cream trade to be a waste of time. He had other plans for the institute, and those plans did not include selling cosmetic products. Professor Willow only showed up to the warehouse once. Dr. Barrett showed up daily as he always did for about 2 weeks. Then, he too stopped coming around. Along with Dr. Barrett, the shipments of the hair cream stopped as well. Adil sent some guys to figure out what had happened to Dr. Barrett and to the magical cream, yet they never came back. Adil had plenty of orders to fill, and only half the hair cream he needed to fill them. Left without any answers and the ticking clock, Adil decided to take another gamble. He watered down the hair cream. When he told me he managed to fulfill all the orders with only half the product, I thought myself privy to another tale of Adil's luck. Yet when Adil told me where he had gotten the water to cut his product with, I understood his harrowed face. Thing is that the United People's Institute of Science was an underground research facility. When it had transformed into the continued to operate underground, yet it needed additional security measures. In 2003, there was an attempted raid on the institute by governmental forces. In order to fend off the raid and ensure the safety of the facility, the utilized some of its forbidden science. Around the cement shack that served as the entry into the institute, a moat of foul water was created. This water, rumors said, would turn all that touched it to worms. Adil didn't believe any of the stories about the institute, and he had predators chomping his heels. With the moats being the closest unguarded source of water, he used it. The shipments left the warehouse without incident, but it didn't take long for Adil's phone to be assaulted by furious calls. There was something wrong with the cream. Among the calls Adil had received was one from the local number. Our boss had heard about Adil's new business venture. He wasn't happy, apparently had received a call from a certain Professor Willow, who was not happy either. Our boss wanted to meet Adil and some of the other members of the defunct hair cream operation. He wanted to meet them right by the entrance to the moat. I tried to convince Adil to run. I tried to make him understand that he had made a terrible mistake and his luck had run out. If he were to go to the meeting, I told him he would not come back alive. Adil listened. His face was sunken and tired, and I guess he on some level knew I was right. Yet when I finished talking, Adil simply swallowed his drink and told me he would give his next steps some thought. I told him to call me once he came to a decision. He never did. Instead, 2 days later, I received a call from our boss. We were loaded in a car and driven well outside of the city. It was dark, no one in the car dared to speak a word. But I could recognize most of the passengers. Everyone was a part of the initial crew that went to the warehouse back when the hair cream business seemed like a lucrative untapped opportunity. When the car stopped, we were walked through the forest in the companion of a tall man wearing riot gear armed with rifles. Even in the darkness caught with nothing but a dozen weak flashlights, I could see the foliage around us growing sickly. When all the dying grass and bushes gave way to a clearing of dead earth, I knew exactly where we were being taken. We were being taken to the... In the center of the clearing sat a salmon shack. Around that salmon shack stretched a round moat of shimmering water. Adil and some of the guys who worked for him were tied up and sitting on the edge of the moat. A tall, bald man in a lab coat, who I presumed to be Professor Willow, stood by and jotted down notes in his Pokemon notebook. As our boss spoke, Adil tried to cut in. The gambler tried to talk his way out of the bad odds as he always did, but Adil's words were quickly quieted with a stern slap. He had warned us not to get involved with the Institute, our boss said. He had warned us, and most of us had listened, but not all. Among the tied-up men at the edge of the moat was some guy who claimed to not be a part of the mob. He said he was just a resort owner who came upon some hard financial times. He didn't know what he was doing was forbidden or illegal. He said he had learned his lesson. He begged to be let go. He was the first one to be dropped into the moat. When I heard the gurgling screams from the darkness, I wanted to avert my eyes. The boss, however, insisted that we see what happens when one communes with forces best left alone. He insisted we watch. One by one, Adil's associates were dropped into the moat of rancid water. One by one, they screamed, struggled, and finally went limp. One by one, their bodies dissolved in writhing, pale masses of flesh. Adil went last. He begged for mercy, yet his tone of voice made it clear he knew he would be afforded none. He screamed just like the rest of them. He went limp just like the rest of them. He disappeared just like the rest of them. Adil was a lucky man. But one day his luck just ran out.
I've been behind the wheel of a truck for most of my life. I've transported everything from legitimate goods to drugs to guns. I've been behind the wheel of a truck for most of my life, and I thought I saw it all. None of the strange cargo I've ever ferried, however, can compare to working for Dr. Barrett. I found out about Dr. Barrett while having drinks with other truckers. The man was said to be strange, and his jobs were even stranger. One of my colleagues spent a couple of weeks hauling pallets of medicine from the middle of the forest to a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Another would ferry nervous workmen in the company of armed guards from the city center to the middle of the steppe. Dr. Barrett was a strange man with strange jobs, but he paid in cash. When my colleagues told me he was looking for a long-haul driver, I didn't hesitate. They warned me, but I shrugged off those warnings. I needed the money. The instructions were simple. I would meet Barrett in the industrial district, where he would be waiting with the cargo already packed in the truck. The drive would take about 2 days, but it was a straight shot through the steppe. Nothing too difficult. Naturally, I was not made privy to what my cargo would be. The less I knew, the better, or so I thought. The cold winter sun had barely risen by the time I arrived at the meeting point. My colleagues had described Barrett as a lean man with messy black hair and a lazy eye. Though there was a truck that matched the specifications of my ride, The scientist was nowhere to be found. Out by the pumps stood 4 identical giants with shaved heads and earpieces and rifles. Behind the plexiglass of the gas station stood a sole, nervous clerk. The armed men ignored the anxious teen. They all stared at me with dumb expressions, void of all meaning.
You're here.
Dr. Barrett walked up behind me, stubbing out his cigarette. He was just as my colleagues had described him, yet he looked a lot more exhausted than I expected him to be. Dark rings around his eyes gave him the look of a raccoon. The disheveled lab coat with coffee stains only amplified the appearance.
You're going to have questions. Don't ask them. You'll be riding with one of the guards. Don't worry, we're not expecting anyone to interfere. They're mainly here to make sure you won't get any ideas, which you hopefully won't.
As we walked, he reached for another smoke. He waved the cigarette towards the 4 armed men and whirled it in the air like a conductor. The obedient symphony split. One of the guards climbed into the cabin of the truck. The other climbed into a dark blue Changan parked nearby.
Don't try to talk to the guard,
Barrett said as we approached the truck. He put the cigarette in his mouth to light it, but then thought better of the pumps.
He's not a big conversationalist. Not a rule, just a suggestion. Not asking questions is the rule.
The trailer on the truck was touched with rust. Its doors seemed to be held together with chewing gum and hope. I had my concerns about the cargo falling out on the road, but Dr. Barrett didn't seem like a man who would appreciate interruption.
We'll be driving up front. I have business at the facility we are transferring the cargo to. The guards are just here to ensure the goods get delivered. Hopefully, you got your beauty sleep. Tanker's full, won't be stopping to refuel till the evening, and you'll be driving through the night. There's go pills in the dash if you need them. Cash, half here, half there.
Barrett said, producing a crumpled envelope from his lab coat.
Any questions?
The envelope was heavier than I expected. I shook my head.
Good,
he said. Before he got into the driver's seat of the Changan, he lit up his cigarette. Barrett was right. The bald giant who was riding with me wasn't much of a conversationalist. As I got in the cab, I wished him a good morning and told him my name. He didn't even look at me. The guard just stared on ahead with an expression that suggested little internal monologue. His vague point of focus didn't change until well into the afternoon. Having a rifle in the cab didn't make me feel comfortable. The strange bald giant not even giving me the courtesy of eye contact made the situation worse, but I got used to it. Once we got out of the city, I turned on some music. Half an hour in, I had forgotten about the guard altogether. I thought that this is what my colleagues warned me about. Mystery cargo in a bad trailer with a potentially unstable armed man. I had never worked under stranger conditions, but the money was worth it. Back then, as the sun was starting to dip into night, the money seemed worth it. It was still light when I heard the first sounds. Something was shifting around in the trailer. We were in the midst of crawling through some hills. The shuffling sounds persisted, but I just convinced myself that it was the old trailer settling in from the incline. It wasn't until I heard the first gurgle that I turned off the radio. For about a minute, I traveled in complete silence. Then the sound returned. A strained, wet sound, loud enough to be heard over the engine. I asked the guard if he heard the noise. As expected, he kept his eyes on the road, and his mouth shut. My mind started to race with possibilities about what could be inside of the trailer. I'd never transported something alive. The size of the paycheck started to tug at my imagination. The strange groans persisted, and their origins grew more numerous. As the creatures in the back of the truck continued to gurgle, I tried to place them within the animal kingdom. Cows, perhaps sheep, could make that sort of sound, but I could imagine no livestock that could make groans so deep and loud. It wasn't until the screaming started that I realized I was not dealing with an animal at all. It came with such force and suddenness that I nearly drove the truck into the ditch. The gurgles from the back of the truck rose to a shrill, unignorable degree. The screams were tortured and rabid, and defied all known biology. The horrid sounds coming from the trailer were loud. Loud enough to catch the attention of the bald giant sitting next to me. Our eyes met. "Do you hear that?" I asked. If the eyes are a window to the soul, the man's mental palace was condemned decades ago. He held my gaze briefly, without expression, and then he grumbled something into his earpiece. He listened, past the dark screams from the back of the truck. I could hear a voice buzz in his ear. With a nod and another grunt, the bald giant shifted his gaze back to the world beyond the windshield. When I kept looking back at the trailer and to make sense of the screeching, he nudged me with the butt of his rifle. The armed man nodded to the road. That's where my attention was meant to be. The sounds coming from the trailer rose and fell as the drive went on, yet they never truly disappeared. My mind jumped from the flimsy doors on the container to the nature of the screaming cargo to the question of my personal safety. I'd slept well the night prior, but the screaming from the back of the truck was so intense that I reached for the pills in the dash. I needed to focus. With the amphetamines in my system, time became immaterial. It could have been 15 minutes, it could have been 3 hours. I drove, laser focused on the Changan driving in front of me, trying to ignore the horror at my back. I was brought out of my upper-induced trance by another push of the guard's rifle. Off in the darkness of the steppe there shimmered the faint light of a gas station. Judging by the guard's grunts, we were to stop there. I put up no resistance. Barrett got out of the Changan before I managed to climb out of the cab. With his cigarette, he motioned to the quartet of giants to attend to the truck.
Let them handle the fuel,
he said, walking away from the pumps and putting the cigarette in his mouth.
It's one of the few things they are proficient at.
With my legs weak with horror and my voice trembling with shock, I followed the scientist. I broke the one rule Barrett had clearly stated.
I said no questions.
His voice was stern. But once he lit his cigarette, he opened up the pack and offered me one. I don't smoke, but the drugs in my system and terror in my soul made me hungry for nicotine.
The less you know, the better,
Barrett said, looking off into the endless night of the steppe.
The less you know, the happier you'll be. Take it from me. I know much, and I suffer greatly for it.
The cigarette didn't soothe my nerves in the slightest. We were standing far enough from the truck for the screams to be muffled, yet, even at a distance, I could see the trailer rock back and forth with restless movement from the cargo. I demanded to know what I was ferrying across the country. When it became clear to Dr. Barrett that I would not continue my work without answers, he let out a long, tired sigh.
I work for a scientific institution,
he said, looking out into the ether.
A research facility that has recently come under certain financial strains. Again, the less you know, the better. But if this institution were to say, collapse, if things that were worked on in this institution were to get out into the world...
He shook his head. The quartet of guards stood by the swaying truck, watching us.
We're past the halfway point. By sunrise, we'll stop somewhere safe to sleep. By late afternoon, you'll be a richer man and you'll never have to think about this drive again.
Barrett spared a look to the truck. He scoffed.
I saw the way you looked at the trailer. I concur. It's flimsy. It's flimsy, but what my superiors want, my superiors get. Don't worry, though,
he said when he read the worry on my face.
If any of the cargo gets out, the boys with the guns will take care of it. God knows they're capable of little else.
Just as Barrett mentioned our armed escort, they all reached for their earpieces. Something was being said to them. They listened. They listened, and then with a discomforting unison, 3 of the men started to walk toward us. The 4th waited by the trailer, watching it rock from side to side with increasing tenacity. The armed men moving towards us bothered me. They also seemed to bother Barrett, but before he could say anything, his phone rang.
We're past the halfway point,
he said into the phone with the slightest hint of deference.
The GH-58s have woken up. I hope they'll go back to resting for the rest of the journey, but please, let the people at the new facility know that they might... What?
A cigarette fell from Dr. Barrett's lips.
What? You can't be serious.
All the respect had faded from his voice. Now he was balancing the edge between fury and fear.
Released? Henry, this is madness. The Institute has kept its secrecy for decades. What could we possibly gain from...
Barrett listened intently to the explanation from his phone. I took a step back. The 3 guards had their rifles raised and they were far too close for comfort. Seeing their attention focused solely on the disheveled man in the lab coat, I slunk off into the darkness. I knew full well the bald giants weren't conversationalists. I expected them to load him into the car, to maybe rough him up, yet they didn't. As Barrett demanded the guards to leave him be, they raised their hands to their earpieces. They were given the order to shoot. The gunshot sent me diving into the ditch by the road. What followed was a long, strained silence, only accompanied by the far-off, inhuman screams from the trailer. Before the crack of the shots fully settled into the night, a voice came from the gas station. I could not hear what it said. After a couple words, it was cut short by another rapport from the rifle. With the looming threat of death and the chemistry floating around in my bloodstream, my aim was singular: survival. As silently as I could, I crawled away from the scene of the murder. Through darkness and rocks and cold earth I crawled, until I was sure the men with rifles couldn't see me. It wasn't until I was certain I was hidden by the dark that I raised my head. 3 tall silhouettes stood at the spot where Barrett had been executed. In the fluorescence of the gas station stood the 4th giant, staring off into the ether. Not far from him lay the unmoving body of a gas station attendant. I could no longer hear the screams of my cargo, yet the trailer still rocked from side to side. We were in the middle of the sticks. I had nowhere to run. I was certain that if the armed men saw me again, I would end up just as Barrett or the gas station attendant did. I kept my head low and watched what the giants would do. After lifting his finger to his earpiece, the armed guard by the gas station walked over to the Jangan. He took something out of the car and then went to join the trio in the darkness. Beams of light rendered the silhouettes of the giants whole. With little coordination, the 3 men spread out and started to search the steppe with flashlights. They were nowhere near my hiding spot. That soothed my amped-up heart. What calmed me even further was the realization that the Jangan's taillights were on. The keys were still in the car. Seeing a means of escape, I crept my way toward the gas station. Even though the guard who brought the flashlights was returning back to the pumps, I figured I could distract him and tried to escape in the Jangan. The guard, however, did not return to his post. Instead, he made his way to the back of the trailer. He reached for the doors, but hesitated. Whatever was in the back of the truck had grown even more restless. The trailer was bouncing from wheel to wheel, shedding rust. The screaming had reached a new dark tenor that murmured through the night. The giant raised his hand to his earpiece once more. He nodded. It was a moonless night. The fluorescence of the gas station shined like spotlights on a dimmed stage. They hid nothing. What crawled and leaped out of that truck defied all reason. Blobs of flesh, at least 4 meters tall, with short, stubby limbs, huge eyes, almost cartoon-like in their roundness, took up most of the beast's body mass. The rest was taken up by its horrid, screaming mouth. The things swarmed over themselves to escape the truck, stomping on each other's faces, pushing and shoving and screaming. The faint beams from the trio searching the steppe shifted over to the stampede. The 4th guard had disappeared beneath an avalanche of discolored flesh. His screaming abominations ran off in all cardinal directions. The things were heavy. As I lay on the ground, I could feel their gallop in the earth. The drumbeat of their stumbling limbs got closer and closer until, to my utter horror, one of the creatures fell into the ditch. It landed flat on its face. It screeched into the cold earth with absolute mania. The lumpy creature was stuck. Feeling like I was balancing on the edge of a heart attack, I wanted nothing more but to crawl as far away as I could from the creature. Yet I quickly realized which way the gas station was. The thought of the guards coming back to check on the fallen creature steadied my crawl towards it. I loathed the idea of touching that sickly flesh. Yet the Changan was in one direction, and death lay everywhere else. With bated breath and shut eyes, I crawled over the screaming thing. Its warm flesh nearly sent me into a panic, but I pushed on past the fear. My crawl seemed to have dislodged the creature somehow. By the time I was back on the cold earth, the mass of flesh had risen to its stumpy legs. I crawled away from it as quickly as I could. Behind me, the creature ran in the opposite direction. At first it coughed on the raw earth and stone it had swallowed, but quickly resumed its terrible scream. By the time I had followed the ditch to the gas station, the screams were mere echoes in the plain of night. When I peeked out of my hole, I was further relieved to see the guard had not gotten up. The beams of the searching trio had gone back to searching the night. They were all moving in unison, deeper into the steppe. I took my opportunity and crept towards the Changan. The gas station clerk was dead, undeniably so. A messy patch of dents stretched across his upper chest, and his eyes were rolled back in his skull. The adrenaline spared me most of the horror of the sight, but when I saw the guard, I could scarcely hold my balance. He was fine. The bald giant was laying on his back, looking up at the blinding fluorescence. He was blinking. He was alive and seemed fairly content. When I saw that the keys were indeed still inside of the Changan, I considered returning back to Barrett's body and retrieving the rest of my payment. The searching trio was far gone into the steppe, and the guard on his back didn't seem particularly alert. I considered going back to Barrett's body and getting my cash, but then I realized it was the go pills talking. Thanking all that is holy, I climbed into the Changan and drove off. When I started to back up, the giant that was laying on the floor slowly rose. By the time I was on the main road, he had his hand on the rifle, but he didn't shoot. The gas station quickly became lost in my rearview mirror. Briefly, just as my heart rate started to settle, I saw one of those monstrosities running next to the road. Luckily, my headlights scared it off. Soon enough, it disappeared into the darkness, hopefully never to be seen again. I got rid of the Changan in the nearest city and retreated back home. There's little that could connect me to the job, and I pray the armed escort lacks the mental capacity to remember me, let alone describe me. Next time I see my colleagues, those that, with such warnings, put me in touch with Dr. Barrett, I'll tell them they were right to warn me. I've driven trucks for most of my life, but no cargo has been as haunting as the one I drove for Dr. Barrett.
Our basement is filled with VHS tapes. Originally, I kept them in a box under the old TV set, yet over the years I have developed quite the collection. There's shelves of the stuff now, uncountable black boxes filled with mystery. Usually the faint smell of plastic that envelopes our basement soothes me. It reminds me that I'm not at work. It's the scent of my cherished hobby, of nostalgia. Usually the faint smell of plastic in the basement calms me, yet this time it does not. The dog skitters past her legs, jumps on the couch and curls up into comfort.
Isn't Betty so precious?
My wife fawns, as she sits next to the dog. Her slender fingers quickly find the magic spot behind the ear. Betty's eyes flutter and close.
Aw, look at her. She's already asleep. What a beautiful princess. She must be so tired from the dog park.
Yeah, I say, still standing on the stairs. She did run a lot. I walk down the steps but stop on the last one. Hey, I say, how about we just go upstairs and watch something streamable? It's a better TV. I can make some popcorn.
Betty, do you want to go? No? You're too comfortable?
The dog barely opens her eyes. She's not moving. Neither is my wife.
Also,
She says to me,
Dr. Shipman said we should engage with each other's hobbies. Dog park in the morning, VHS in the evening, and we agreed.
I don't get off the creaky step. I keep searching for a way to get my wife upstairs.
You said there's no porn on those tapes, Ryan.
She says, with more than a glint of accusation. There's no porn, I say. I just like collecting mysterious VHS tapes. It's the truth, I'm reasonably certain. I haven't seen half the tapes in my collection. It's not nudity I'm scared of my wife finding. There are more disturbing things lingering on those old tapes than porn.
What about this one?
She says, sliding a tape out of the shelves.
Professor Willow's Amazing Dog Show. That sounds fun.
I pick up the sleeve. Aside from the neatly written title, there's no indicator of what's on the tape. It's a VHS-C, I say. A home movie. Anything could be on this thing. Could be disturbing.
Well, if it's disturbing, we'll turn it off.
She says, carefree. Then her brow furrows.
Come on, Ryan. I don't get this VHS obsession hobby, but I want to try. We promised Dr. Shipman we would, and there's no point in going to therapy if we're going to ignore the homework.
I feel no more assured, but I submit. With a staccato of clicks, the VCR eats up the tape. A faint image sharpens on the old television set. We're in some expansive, dark warehouse. There's a sparse audience of silhouettes that shuffles before the camera. In the center of the warehouse, lit up by a handful of industrial lights, stands a tall, bald man in a lab coat.
Friends, comrades, and esteemed colleagues, I have gathered you here for another exposition of the research I have tirelessly worked on.
The man does not speak loudly. The barren warehouse amplifies his words enough.
Professor Kamer's fertilizer is indeed impressive. It will optimize the land and provide plentiful breeding space for the hybrids. Truly the scientific achievement of the decade. But now it is time for you to see the greatest achievement of the century.
There's a religious zeal behind the man's words. The warehouse, the scientist's identity, the hybrids he speaks of. It all picks at my hunger for mystery. Yet I still fear what the tape might reveal. I fear how my wife will react.
Bring me the dog.
The scientist yells into the shadows. My wife watches the fuzzy warehouse scene with a deep confusion, yet the moment the dog is mentioned, she sits upright. When the said dog is trotted up on a leash from the darkness, a smile spreads across her lips.
Look, Ryan, it looks just like Betty.
She squeals.
Betty, can you see? That puppy looks just like you.
Betty opens her eyes, but the screen is of no interest to her. She, instead, looks up at my wife in expectation of more ear scratches. When Betty gets them, her eyes slowly shut again.
Oh, how we have tamed the wild wolf.
The scientist proclaims, as he takes the leash from his assistant.
Man has molded Canis lupus to be smaller and meek and friendly. He has taken prey and turned it to ally, to guardian, to companion.
As if to attest to its amicable nature, the dog at the scientist's feet raises its paw.
Man has worked for millennia to transform Canis lupus to his needs. Yet he has not done enough.
The scientist holds the leash far away from his body as if seized by sudden disgust. The assistant takes the dog, silently marching it into the darkness. The man in the lab coat doesn't speak again until they are out of sight.
Man has tried to alter the genealogy of canines through selective breeding, yet this process is far too slow. To mate, to gestate, to raise, to mate again, this is science fit for a monkey. To mate, to gestate, to raise, to mate again, this requires decades, which we do not have. This requires time, which we cannot afford. No, to truly tame the nature of the canine, one must strike at its genome.
Even in the fuzzy resolution of the age tape, I can see it. A flash of static beyond the lights. Something materializes from out of thin air in the darkness.
Friends, comrades, and colleagues, let it be my honor to present to you specimen ND059.
There's no applause in the audience when the thing walks into the light. There's but curious shuffling and a single strained cough. The creature on screen is most definitely not the product of natural evolution.
Oh my god.
She whispers, getting her face closer to the screen.
It's adorable!
The creature is, to my wife's credit, cute. Discomfortingly so. It has the general form of a puppy, yet is bigger than our full-grown Springer. Its eyes are like big saucers filled with innocence, and one of its pointed ears hangs inside out. It looks like a dog. It looks like a dog, but it's not.
Is that real?
My wife says, her forehead almost touching the screen.
This can't be a real thing, right? It has to be animated or something.
I don't need to take a closer look. My sellers are reliable. I know my way around image quality. I know the tape is legit, yet I still meet her face by the screen. VHS-C, I say. Putting any altered footage on it would require a lot of work with the tape. Too much work. Also, see these? Those are tracking lines. They show up on age tapes. I guide her hand, tracing it along the distortions. When I let go, her slender fingers continue to run along the tracking lines. Her soft breath fogs up a bit of the screen. For a moment, a very brief moment, I find myself thankful to Dr. Shipman.
Canines have evolved to be loved by man.
The scientist on the television preaches.
They have the eyes of babies. Their cries provoke our genetic similes. Nature lured the canine with treats to appeal to us. Hybrid ND059 is a mere tug of the leash.
A growl arises from the couch. Betty's eyes are open and her head is low. She doesn't like what she's seeing on the screen. My wife scratches her behind the ear, but the dog's rumble doesn't subside.
Those that do not tend to the land, those that are called to higher purpose and have to spend their days away from life beyond their concern, they need these ties to nature. To the reminder that life is, in its core, simple. Dogs have long served this role in urban societies. When their time comes, hybrid ND059 will take up this labor.
Off in the darkness, there's another brief flash. The silhouette it produces is considerably bigger. Betty's displeasure at the screen grows. She bares her teeth at the hulking form in the shadows. The scientist, this Professor Willow, he once again stays silent until his assistant has left the stage. There's a commotion among the audience. A group of silhouettes moves past the camera to sit further away. They've noticed the creature in the darkness. They're scared of it. Hey, how about we go upstairs, I suggest. We can check out the new season of Yellow Jack.
Shh, I want to know what happens next.
She turns around, but she doesn't look at me. Instead, she holds up a single finger to the dog as if it were a saber.
You too, Betty. Shush, I'm watching something. Be a good girl.
Yet the canine was never just a simple companion. No, he served as protector, as hunter, as the right hand of the law. The dog has helped feed us and keep order, yet its instincts are dull. Its body is frail compared to that which science can birth. Friends, comrades, colleagues, I present to you specimen OD041.
Betty's growls immediately break out into terrified barks. My wife repels from the screen.
What is that?
She yells. It looks like a mole rat. A mole rat with bulging muscles and the snout of a wolf and eyes that scream violence. The assistant does not lead the beast on a leash. He is dragged behind it.
Ryan? That can't be real, right? That thing is not real.
It isn't, I say, trying to think straight past Betty's shrieking barks and the horror on the screen. Probably a prank. Someone just used AI to make that. Happens all the time. From the television, Professor Willow rambles on about security forces and the inherent handicap of canines not being able to bite through steel. My wife is scared and the dog is going nuts, but there's still a part of me that's drawn to the tape. I'm curious about what else Professor Willow has in store. When his speech finishes, the abhorrent mass of flesh and muscles let off the stage. Another flash of static crackles from the edge of the screen. A flame lights up the darkness. I grab the remote. My marriage is more important than the mystery. Television broke, I say. Betty's barks fade, but she doesn't sit down. My wife's eyes stay with the blank screen, but eventually they turn to me. She doesn't believe me. It's an old television. Sometimes it just turns off on its own, I say. How about we go upstairs and we'll make some popcorn and watch a show? Yellow Jackets has a second.
Ryan, was that real?
Of course not, I say. Those things don't exist.
But you said it was a VHS-C tape, and you said there was no way to fake footage on those.
I search for words. I search for something that is not a direct lie, something that I can explain to Dr. Shipman in private next week and still feel like I was being reasonably truthful. I search for words, but none come. Of course it's fake, I lie. Somebody must have taken digital footage and put it onto a tape. Happens all the time. Most of these tapes are probably altered.
Then why do you watch them?
For the mystery, to figure out if they're a prank or not, I say. But this one definitely is. I'm certain of it, I add when her worry doesn't fade. We sit there in silence, surrounded by the faint smell of plastic. My wife looks around the room, worried, considering what other horrors her husband might be storing beneath the house. For a moment I fear she'll say something hurtful about my collection, but Betty saves the day. The Springer spins on the couch once, twice, thrice. Then, with a low grumble, she rests on her paws.
Oh, honey, you didn't like that tape, did you?
My wife soothes our inhuman child. Bet you she liked the dog park a lot more, I add.
Did you like the dog park better, Betty? Yes, you do, but you also like the scratches, right?
My wife's fingers find the magic spot behind Betty's ear. Soon enough, the dog's eyes close and her grumbles turn amicable.
You said something about Yellow Jackets?
Yeah, second season is out. Want to watch it upstairs?
Do we want to watch Yellow Jackets, Betty?
At the mention of her name, the dog gets up and scatters up the stairs. My wife follows her not long after. I leave the basement as well. She insists we watch a season 1 recap before we watch the show. I don't find it necessary, but once we start watching the show proper, I'm happy for it. I would have scarcely recalled any of the Yellow Jackets if I wasn't given a reminder. We watched 3 episodes cuddled up on the couch with the dog. Then, without the dog, we cuddle in bed. We don't make love, but she falls asleep in my arms. As her breaths slow and her quiet snoring begins, I consider how good Dr. Shipman's advice was. I consider how likely we are to stay together. I come away from these questions feeling optimistic. Yet once the dog curls up by her feet and I'm sure she's asleep, I sneak out of bed. I go back to the basement. I go back to finish the rest of the tape. The third hybrid, which the professor reveals is the worst of all. It looks like a dog. It looks more like a dog than any of the other amalgamations, but it defies the laws of physics. Atop the creature's back, spreading to its tail, there sits a steady bright flame. When the creature opens its mouth, boiling spit fizzles from its mouth. Professor Willow calls the creature specimen FA008, yet its scientific designation scarcely masks the fact that it is a beast of hell. To me, it is a creature which should not exist, yet undoubtedly does. I watched the tape multiple times. I listened to Professor Willow's strange ramblings about the hybrids and the final century, and the new world that we will build. His zeal, the fear of the audience, the undeniable nature of the creatures which he presents, it all terrifies me. Once I've viewed the tape a dozen times, I go up to the living room and boot up my laptop. I assure myself that the tape came from a reliable seller. I trace it back to the estate sale of a retired biology lecturer. According to the records, he was in possession of multiple tapes when he died. I search further. 2 tapes from the estate auction pop up, open to bidding. Professor Willow's Underground Highway and Professor Willow's Aquatic Expedition. The bidding amounts are high. I start to check our bank accounts on how much I can offer up. Before I make a bid, however, I hear her voice from upstairs. My wife is looking for me. Soon enough, Betty taps down the stairs to locate me. I close the laptop, but I bookmark the listings. I want to know more about this Professor Willow. I want to indulge further into the mystery of the hybrids. Desperately, I want to plunge myself back into the dark world of VHS tapes, but I follow the dog up the stairs. Dr. Shipman was right. This marriage can be saved.
It is with great sorrow that I must announce the end of the Burnt Quartet. After the incident at our last jam session, we have decided to put all performances at the Rusalka to an end. We have also parted our ways as musicians, for good measure. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has been with us since 2017. Your constant positivity and words of kindness have made every show a pleasure. Even if you've only come once in a blue moon, thank you. You've kept us playing and helped us grow as musicians, as people, even. If I could leave things at that, if I could just tell you that the Burnt Quartet broke up and tack on a warning to avoid the Hotel Rusalka at all costs, I would. But there's the incident from the last show to contend with. I hate the sour goodbye to the Burnt Quartet with a recollection of that horrible night. But it's been 3 weeks. I have already heard my fair share of rumors. Though I rather wouldn't, it is important that I set the record straight. As most of you know, the Hotel Rusalka burnt down in the summer of 2015. Finding the lobby of the hotel well preserved and the city uninterested in doing anything with the building, me and the guys started performing our weekly concerts there. The doors beyond the lobby were locked, but it didn't matter. It was the entryway of the hotel that had the fantastic acoustics. Staying out of the rest of the hotel was an unspoken rule. Even when we found the keys a couple of weeks in, we kept the doors to the rooms locked. The fire had destroyed much of the upper floors. Most of the Rusalka was a burnt husk. It was a reminder of a terrible tragedy. Our weekly concerts weren't about dissecting that disaster. The concerts were meant to be about something positive. On our last show, however, that cardinal rule of avoiding the upper floors was broken. So many lovely people stayed after the show, and it was starting to rain. There was no way we could all fit in the lobby. We probably should have just called it a night, but I knew where the keys were. I also knew, from the floor plan in the lobby, that there was a large dining hall just beyond the entryway. I take full responsibility for my decision. As much as it pains me, I also take full responsibility for the consequences of my decision. The floor plans were accurate. Not only was the dining hall big enough to fit everyone who stayed after the show, we also found a couple of bottles of liquor, and with them, the energy to perform again. Just as we were setting up to play, however, one of the members of the quartet, who I would presume would like to remain nameless, ventured out into the stairwell with one of the audience members. Their tryst was short. It wasn't even 5 minutes after our colleague left that he returned. Both him and his female friend looked terrified. They had ventured out into the stairwell looking for privacy. What they found instead was a foreign voice. From the upper floors of the Rusalka, the floors that had been eaten up by that terrible fire nearly a decade ago, someone was groaning. The suggestion seemed insane. The doors to the stairwell had been locked ever since we started doing our weekly concerts. There was no conceivable way that someone could make their way upstairs without us noticing. The post-show gathering had turned into a party. The dining hall was filled with smiles and laughter, and a steadily strengthening insistence that we play another round of songs. I was almost content with forgetting about the groaning and losing myself in the music. When I checked on the stairwell myself, however, I knew that I could not stand idly by. The groans weren't the sound of the burnt hotel settling. They weren't the winds, and they certainly weren't any animal. Undeniably, the groans were the sound of a man in crisis. Without any hesitation, me and the guys went upstairs to see if we could help. Not to put too fine of a point on our heroics, of course. Going up the charred steps of a building long condemned was not a calming task. The idea of leaving someone suffering upstairs while we played jazz, though, seemed absurd and disgusting. Even with everything that followed, even with the dissolution of the Burnt Quartet, I would not have acted any differently. The higher we rose through the hotel, the more apparent the fire damage had become. The groans were coming from the 4th floor. By the time we could hear the calls for help clearly, the walls around us were soot black. The closer we got to the source of the groans, the more they took shape. There was a sense of urgency to them. By the time we got out of the stairwell and entered the 4th floor, the groans broke into words.
"I'll be late for work."
A strained voice was calling from one of the rooms.
"I need to go. I need to get up. I'll be late for work."
Carpet had been simmered away to reveal the cement flooring. All the doors in the hall had been turned to ash. With the light fixtures long gone, and the sun outside having set, we moved through the darkness with nothing but our phones to guide us.
"The sirens have already went."
The voice called.
"The sirens have already went, and I haven't left the hotel. I'll be late. I'll be late, and I can't be late."
Past the gaze of our flashlights, we saw movement. In one of the rooms, right by the doorway, lay a man pinned down by a chunk of debris. He was alive. He was alive, but he should not have been. The moment we saw the man struggling under the chunk of wall, me and the guys descended to help him. It wasn't until we were squatted around him that we realized the extent of his injuries.
"They've all left."
He rasped, through lips eaten away by rotten flame.
"They've all left for the Institute, and I'm still here. I need to go. I'll be late for work."
The man was alive, but he shouldn't have been. All of his skin was charred beyond recognition. His limbs were worn away by starvation. The thought defied all reason, but the state of the man made it clear someone had survived the fire of 2015. Though the state of the man was beyond disturbing, he was obviously in need of help. As we cleared the debris, he thrashed and screamed and made our job no easier. I did not blame him for it. The man was clearly delirious. Instead, I ordered one of my colleagues who was holding the flashlight to immediately dial rescue services so that the burnt man could receive medical attention. The physical state of the trapped man defied all explanation. Once we got him freed of the debris, he defied reason once more. Though the man should have been dead, though he had been burned so thoroughly that any chance of survival was absurd, the moment the man was freed, he started to sprint. He ran through the dark hallways toward the stairwell with nothing but the bobbing beams of light from our phones to guide him. I am not much of a runner, so I was not able to keep up. One of my colleagues, however, was able to catch the burnt man just as he was about to enter the stairwell. When we first set off to investigate the strange groans, my colleague had taken a bottle of liquor with him from the dining hall. Much like me, He anticipated the strange sounds coming from upstairs to be of no danger. He didn't want to put an end to his merriment. Bringing that bottle with him nearly cost him his life. My colleague tried to restrain the burnt man, but he failed miserably. The trapped stranger was not only shockingly strong, he was also dangerous. When we caught up with my colleague, we found him lying on the floor of the stairwell. The burnt man would not be stopped. When my colleague tried to restrain him, he grabbed the bottle from his hand, broke it, and delivered a strike to the abdomen. Blood was pooling around my colleague's shirt and medical attention was required, but the burnt man was still on the loose. Leaving the guys to deal with my injured colleague, I descended the stairs back towards the dining hall. The gathered audience had to be warned. Luckily, I was more adept at jumping down the stairs than the burnt man. By the time I reached the bottom of the stairwell, I was right behind him. I did not try to stop his mad sprint. Instead, I simply called out to everyone in the dining hall to not get in his way. Once people saw the broken bottle the burnt man was brandishing, no one had to be told twice. I followed the burnt man outside of the Rusalka, yet by the time we made it out of the hotel, he moved far too fast for me to match. Last I saw him, he was sprinting towards the industrial district. I pray that I will never see him again. The injuries from the broken bottle my colleague received weren't serious, but they were unexpected enough to make him swear off ever performing in the Rusalka again. The rest of the Burnt Quartet agreed unanimously. Our weekly tradition came to an end without argument. But why not just perform somewhere else, I hear you ask. Firstly, none of us are in the mood for music. After what we saw that night, we won't be in the mood for music for a long time. More importantly, though, it's the implications beyond that night that haunt us. That burnt man must have somehow survived the fire at the Rusalka. He must have survived and stayed trapped in his room for years and years and years. He survived, and he suffered, and every week he would listen to the Burnt Quartet play. Perhaps we will come back one day to a different location under a different name. Perhaps that terrible night, that terrible sight of the man nearly burnt to bone will leave our minds. Perhaps we will heal. But for now, we stay silent. For now, all we can say is, stay away from the burnt husk of the Hotel Rusalka.
I apologize for any odd phrasing or typos. For the last couple of days, I've been having trouble eating, and I'm feeling pretty lightheaded. Sleep also hasn't come easy. Honestly, being behind a computer is probably the last place where I should be, but I need to get this off my chest before I can carry on with my life. We live in a time of constant distraction. Some spend their days with podcasts buzzing in their earbuds. Some calm their mind with a constant stream of YouTube shorts, and others make ambience for their apartment with quiet Netflix sitcoms. For the past couple of months, my choice of attention dollar has been unsecured CCTV cameras. I'd eat my lunches to feeds from vape shops in Bangladesh or quiet intersections in Stockholm. Working home office has instilled a sense of gentle claustrophobia in me. The live feeds assured me that life existed beyond the 3 rooms of my apartment. For a long time, I found those assurances soothing. But then I found the warehouse cam. It was in an unsorted directory and there were no identifying marks in the footage. I was looking at a feed from the side of some warehouse that bordered the edges of an industrial district. The camera was low, but the streets were empty. I had seen feeds like that before, yet what caught my eye was the gentle snowfall. Beyond the warehouse, there was a forest of pine trees. When I had started my lunch, they were their usual dark green. Yet as I ate, and as the first snow of the season fell, the trees slowly turned heavy with white. The tranquil scene had kept me distracted from my thoughts as I ate, and I was getting ready to search for something new, but then I saw people. A procession, to be precise. At least 36 people dressed in lab coats walked down the road towards the forest in a single file line. They weren't dressed for the cold, and none of them seemed to be pleased with their journey, yet they walked without pause or stumble. I watched the camera long after the scientists had marched by, hoping for at least a hint of explanation, yet none came. The snow stopped falling and the empty streets and forest became a near static image. I went back to work, but I did bookmark the camera address and took note of the time. The next day, as I took my lunch break, I caught the procession once more. They arrived at the same exact time as they did the day prior. More snow had fallen and had covered much of the sidewalk, yet the scientists moved no slower. I found the mystery of the scientists exhilarating, and its regularity allowed it to be a constant in my days. Even when I wasn't on my lunch break, I would keep the camera feed running on the background of my browser, in hopes of catching a passing car's license plate or anything else that would help me locate the feed. I wanted to know where the scientists were. I wanted to know who they were, so that I could understand their daily march. Yet, no such opportunity presented itself. The nature of the camera feed remained a frustrating mystery. It irritated me. I wanted to know more about the scientists. I was naive back then. I didn't realize the comfort that existed in my own knowing. 3 days ago, on my lunch break, I was once again counting the minutes to the usual appearance of the scientists. I'd gotten into the habit of only eating when they finally appeared on screen, and I was quite hungry that day. The moment I saw them, however, I lost my sense of appetite. They still marched through the snow of the sidewalk and mud of the forest trail. They still wore their lab coats, and they still moved in their orderly single file without pause. Yet the scientists had changed. They were burnt. They were all horribly burnt. With some, the flesh had slipped off parts of their face and revealed the bone beneath. Others still had eyes and skin, yet the extent of the damage was undoubtedly fatal. None of them should have been capable of walking. None of them should have been alive. I watched my screen with utter shock and disgust. The innocent questions I had about the daily procession of scientists turned into sheer terror. My heart was seized with fear. My stomach had been thoroughly robbed of all appetite. Yet my mind still hungered for knowledge. Knowing that no one would believe me on my word alone, I decided to record the procession the next day. I had hoped that perhaps with video evidence of the scientists, someone would be able to see something I had missed. The next day I attempted to record the procession, and it was a grave mistake. Over the months I had gotten used to the unfriendly weather that would occasionally accompany the scientists, but when I tuned into the feed the following day, there was a snowstorm the strength of which I had never witnessed before. The sidewalks were engulfed in snow, and the road itself seemed impossible to pass through by car. The weather was horrid, yet the line of burnt scientists still marched. They forced their way through the snow without rest or pause as they always did. That day, however, as the final scientist of the march passed the camera, they stopped. Their skin was too charred for me to even get an inkling of their identity. Yet they clearly stopped and looked at the camera. Slowly, but clearly noticeable on my screen. The scientists shook their head. It was as if they knew I was watching them. Though I was in my warm apartment, looking at the snow-filled scene made me shiver. It wasn't until after the scientists had left, however, that I felt true fear. I do most of my work on the computer. I have not skimmed on making sure I have a strong rig. A simple screen recording is nothing my machine couldn't handle. Yet when I tried watching back the footage from the procession, the video was a complete slideshow. I had tried collecting evidence of the burnt scientists, but all I have is pixelated shots of a snowstorm. When I woke up the next morning, I was committed to making another attempt at capturing the procession. That, however, would not be possible. My internet access had been completely shut off. When I called my ISP to figure out what happened, I was placed into a 2-hour waiting queue, and when I finally managed to talk to a representative, they were cagey. Apparently, my internet had been shut off due to criminal use. Apparently, the police would contact me about the details. I write this post on my phone while sitting at a bistro. I do not know which law I have broken, and I trust the situation with the police will be quickly resolved, yet I fear staying in my home. I fear that whoever is responsible for the procession of burnt scientists knows my IP address. I write this post on my phone while sitting in a bistro. This place used to be one of my favorite lunch spots whenever I wanted to treat myself and order in. I've never refused a burger from this place. It's the best in the city. I'm hungry and the air is filled with delightful smells. Yet I can't bring myself to eat. I can't bring myself to eat because whenever I try, all I can think of is the burnt scientists.
You never wondered what was in that warehouse? I hear you ask. Not even a little? No, absolutely not. I've worked a lot of jobs throughout the years. Shit jobs. The sort of jobs where you're happy to make it through the week with all your limbs attached. When this gig fell into my lap, I didn't play dentist with the gift horse. No, I did not question what I was guarding. I was just happy that I didn't have to count coins when I bought bread. When I first accepted the night watchman job, I expected to be warding off thieves. Or at least drunks. Yet, no such characters presented themselves. For well over a year, no characters presented themselves at all. I was left alone in the peace and tranquility of my guard booth, with nothing but an old television and an even older gas heater to keep me company. The parameters of the job were simple. Arrive midnight, leave at 7. Around 5:50, I would raise the barrier at the guardhouse and unlock the main door of the warehouse. Then I'd take a break in the office. 6 o'clock sharp, the siren goes off. 6:10, it goes silent. I lock the warehouse door, bring down the barrier, and sit on my ass watching television until 7. Whoa, I hear you say. What happens in those 10 minutes? What's in that warehouse? Did you ever check? No. Never give a damn about things that didn't concern me. The world would be a calmer place if others took a similar approach. But what if there were stolen goods in that warehouse, I hear you ask? What if you were working for the mob or a corrupt politician or some other nefarious organization? Wouldn't you want to know? Again, no. I didn't give a damn who paid my bills as long as they got paid. All I knew about my employers was that they were punctual when delivering my paycheck. once a week, in an unmarked envelope, my wages would make their way into my mailbox. That's all I cared about. Did I know something shady was going on? Sure. The world is a shady place. No point dwelling on it. It's not like I was setting people on fire, though. Just opening and closing a door and keeping an eye out. I didn't dig around the moral quandaries much. The TV dial kept those thoughts at bay. Spent seasons in that security booth not questioning about a thing. If I could go back to those simple days, I would. If there was a monetary exchange I could make to rewind time, I would gladly pay the price. Sadly, ignorance can't be bought. She showed up by taxi last week. The car didn't leave after she got out. It idled. The abandoned buildings make folks think that this part of the industrial district is dangerous. It's not. It's abandoned. Yet there aren't any good reasons to hang around it in the day, let alone in the middle of the night. The driver probably thought she made a mistake with the address and would climb in for another fare momentarily. She didn't. The girl waved off the taxi into the darkness and then made her way to the guard shack. After a brief greeting, she confirmed the address of the warehouse with me. I wasn't particularly excited about talking to a stranger, but she seemed harmless enough. Cute, even. Had one of those faces that retain childhood well into their 30s. At first, I didn't think she could do any harm. With each question she asked, however, I started to change my mind. What's in there? Why don't you care? Who owns this place? Those sorts of questions. You know my answers and attitude. How did you get this job? How do you get paid? Why aren't you questioning any of this? Didn't answer those. Instead, I had a question of my own. What was she doing here? Journalist looking into a story. Doing research. Making sure she gets the facts right. I told her I wouldn't be answering any more questions. I also told her that she shouldn't be in this part of the city at night, advised her to grab a taxi and shut the visor. For my part, the conversation was over. From beyond the window, she kept up her interrogation. How did I communicate with my employer? Was there someone I should call in case of an emergency? Who hired me? My first night on the job, I was walked through the rules by some scientist type. Had a lazy eye, and that's all I remember of him. He showed me the landline in the guard shack. No dial pad, just a black receiver on a plastic hook. Only to be called in case of an emergency. I had used the phone once. As I listened to the journalist insistently tapping on the window, I briefly considered picking it up once more. I decided against it. I could get her to leave on my own. Just as she started asking me whether I ever associated with a certain Anton Barat, I grabbed my baton and slammed it against the table. That scared her. When I ran out of the guard shack, demanding that she leave the property immediately, she got even more frightened. I half expected her to run off into the night in fear of getting a taste of the baton, but she only took a couple steps backwards. The journalist said she was going to leave, but she thought I should know that Anton Barat was the owner of the warehouse. Legally speaking, at least. She had reason to believe I had met him before. Since she was reasonably certain I knew the man, she also thought it was important for me to know that he'd been found dead recently. Gas station out in the sticks. Multiple gunshot wounds. Executed. The sole gas station employee present at the time of the shooting left the mortal plane along with him. The name still wasn't ringing any bells, but I asked when he was shot. 2 weeks ago, she said. Well, I'm still getting paid. Probably have the wrong guy, I told her and left it at that. When I got back into the guard booth, as she called for a taxi, I considered picking up the black phone once more. A journalist showing up at the warehouse seemed like a reasonable enough emergency. The one time I used the phone was the summer prior. Some sort of government inspection showed up, waving around badges and documents. They wanted me to lift the gatehouse barrier and let them in. If they weren't appeased, they promised to make their way into the warehouse in a rougher manner. The voice from the other side of the phone was drenched in static and void of all emotion.
What is the nature of your emergency?
Asked a woman in a discomforting tone of voice. I told her. She did not reply. Instead, she hung up. I feared that the inspection would barge their way past the gate I was meant to protect, but almost instantly, the most excited member of the team received a call. I do not know what information was passed on, but within 5 minutes, the inspection was gone. I considered picking up the black receiver the night the journalist showed up, but I didn't. Whatever the inspector had heard on the phone the summer prior had turned him pale as death. Whatever events picking up the phone set in motion were not pleasant ones. The journalist was far too young and pretty to be getting wrapped up in all this. I thought I could deal with the situation on my own. She smoked a couple cigarettes while she waited for her car. 20 minutes later, she got into a beat-up taxi and disappeared into the night. When the taillights of the journalist's ride faded into the darkness, I considered that would be the end of it. I went back to watching my television. Later, as I unlocked the warehouse and lifted the barrier to my usual silent alarm clock, I realized the name she had said did sound familiar. Dr. Barat. The scientist with the lazy eye. He was the one who would walk me through the first day of the job. The thought of him being found dead didn't elicit any strong emotions from me. Barely knew the guy. I was still getting paid. There was no need to dig into a good gig. While I sat in the break room, it had started to snow. As I returned back to my guard box for the final leg of my shift, I noticed footprints in the light cover of white. They went from the entrance of the warehouse and past the gate. Thoughts of the nature of my job nipped at me then, but I buried those ruminations with more television. I chose to ignore the strangeness of my job in lieu of a paycheck. I chose to not ask myself any questions I might not like the answers to. The appearance of the journalist, the murder of Barat, they made my self-imposed ignorance more difficult to hold on to. But I managed. As the days passed by, I found myself returning back to my usual groove of not worrying about things that don't concern me. I almost forgot about the journalist. Almost. It wasn't until this morning that she forced her way back into my life. I made my way out of the guard booth early today, before the siren. The TV was duller than usual, and I was ready to take my tea early. Maybe the fates have rebelled against me. Maybe I'm just an unlucky bastard. I don't know what it was, but I decided to get out of the guard booth early this morning. I raised the barrier and unlocked the main door as per usual. It was cold outside, but the fresh snow made the world pretty. For a moment, I found myself looking at the snow-capped trees that line the road out of the city. For a moment, I found myself wondering how peaceful the depths of the forest must be. The siren quickly washed out all my daydreams. I made my way into the office building and set the pot to boil. As usual. No part of my ritual was out of the ordinary. Yet, as I grabbed my tea and made my way over to the couch, I spared a glance out the window. Dr. Anton Barat specifically prohibited me from doing so, but I knew he wouldn't be around to punish me. As the siren howled into the crisp, snowy morning, I looked out the office window. That's when I saw her. The journalist. She was fiddling with the door to the warehouse. Swinging my baton, I rushed out into the snow. She wasn't the least bit scared. By the time I got to her, she had already pulled the door of the warehouse half open. I shoved her off and demanded she leave immediately. She didn't even apologize. She started rambling about the fire at the Hotel Rusalka, and some old research facility in the woods and missing scientists. She was screaming over the deafening whine of the siren. But then she suddenly went quiet. She caught a glimpse of the darkness beyond the half-open gate. When she saw what was being kept in the warehouse, all the fight faded out of her. She'd gone limp. I barely registered the change in her face. Instead, I just grabbed her and dragged her off the property. It wasn't until we were past the guard box that I spared a glance back myself. The inside of the warehouse was dark, and we were at a distance. But I saw them. People. Standing around, dressed in what looked like lab coats. My eyes aren't what they used to be. I couldn't see the figures clearly. The warehouse being filled with people was definitely strange, but true terror didn't strike until they started to walk. They were burnt. Burnt to death. The figures that emerged from the warehouse were deformed beyond gender or age. They were identical in the severity of their burns, but differed in the grotesque details of their injuries. Some of them still had eyes, but they were misshapen and milky, if present at all. The corpses shouldn't have been able to walk, and their eyes shouldn't have been able to see. Yet they watched us. The burnt scientists moved in a single-file line. They marched through the snow in near-perfect unison. They walked, burnt and deformed, and they stared in our direction. They passed us without stopping. Neither me nor the girl made any effort to interfere with their march. We barely remembered to breathe. The burnt procession shook both of us. What we had witnessed defied all explanation. When the burnt scientists finally disappeared into the forest, I heard myself speak. Without any input from my brain, I found myself offering the journalist a cup of tea. I didn't want to pick up the phone. She's far too young and far too pretty. And judging by her catatonic state, she had no idea what she was getting into. I didn't want to pick up the phone, but I knew that if the contents of the warehouse were to make it into the news, she wouldn't be the only one being punished. She's sitting in the office now. The barrier of the guardhouse is down and the warehouse is locked. So is the door to the office. I feared that the journalist would notice and panic and make this all much more difficult than it has to be. But she didn't. As I locked her in the office, she just sat there nursing her tea with a far-off look in her eyes. I didn't want to lock her in. But the instructions from the phone were clear. The journalist was to remain on the property. I was to remain in place as well. Someone from management would be dispatched to explain the situation to us. The voice on the phone said there was nothing to worry about, but its tone was far from friendly, and even further from convincing. No articles will be written about Anton Barat, or the warehouse that he once owned. In fact, I doubt the journalist will ever write another article again. All that is left for me is to hope that my long history of unquestioning service will be taken into account when my superiors arrive.
Before the burnt people took over, my grandfather's homestead was an oasis of calm. The homestead was in the midst of the steppe, but neither forest nor mountains were far. My cousin and I spent most of our childhoods there. It was a good place for young boys to grow up. Our parents worked, the city was rough, and the old man could always use an extra pair of hands. We had free reign over the property, but our grandfather always warned us to not venture into the nearby forest. At night, by the light of the stove, he would tell us stories about a dark place of science which we were to avoid at all costs. He called it. Though tales of evil and corruption and the incomprehensible piqued our young interest, neither me nor my cousin disobeyed our grandfather's instructions. As long as we were obedient, the old man was kind. Neither of us were interested in seeing his anger. Though the prospect of a cursed science facility provoked all sorts of alluring vapors from our imagination. We kept ourselves satiated by playing with the massive turtles we'd find in the grass. After we finished our schooling, my cousin moved out west. He always had a mind for business and thought of himself as the next great global innovator. I, on the other hand, preferred a quieter life. For a couple of years, I worked in the city doing jobs not worth mentioning, and then, when the honking of cars and smell of smog got on my nerves, I moved back into the homestead to help care for the old man. As we grew older and wearier of fairy tales, my grandfather shifted his stories from the fantastical to practical warnings about drugs, guns, and affairs with married women. Yet, near the end of his life, confined to his bed, with me as his sole caretaker, the old man returned to speaking of... He pleaded with me, as if he could see the future in his fevered dreams, that both me and my cousin and anyone we cared for were to stay away from the forest. He also demanded that we never sell the property, lest it ends up in the hands of forces beyond the reach of man. At the time, I dismissed his words as the ramblings of an unwell mind. The funeral was a small, private affair for a quiet man who lived in solitude. There is much bureaucracy associated with properly burying the dead. It's in the various office waiting rooms that I made peace with my grandfather's passing. The funeral to me was but an end to the legal proceedings by then. As distant as the ceremony was to me, however, during the funeral repast, I found a familiar face that brought tears to my eyes. It was my cousin. He had traveled halfway across the globe to come pay his respects. Though we missed the burial, he stayed for the food. When I found out he had arrived straight from the airport and was yet to arrange his accommodation, I didn't ask. I insisted. My cousin would sleep in the guest house at the homestead. He was, after all, going to be inheriting half of it. My cousin was happy to accompany me out of town. He was curious about how my life had been over the past couple of years. He was also curious about the property. My cousin had made a name for himself out west. Initially, he worked for an import-export company that he quickly rose through the ranks of, and once he had accumulated enough capital, he started to invest. He had made a name for himself in stocks, and he was in the process of making an even bigger name for himself in the realm of cryptocurrency. Even though most of his money was tied up in the clouds, however, my cousin was curious about other investment opportunities. For the first week he stayed with me, my cousin didn't mention anything about developing the land. Occasionally he would bemoan the lack of Wi-Fi or hot water, but for the most part he would speak about the inherent tranquility of the homestead. He said people out west would pay good money to get away from the rumble of urban life to a place like this. It's not until a week into staying on the property that my cousin suggested we try setting up a business. I did not like the idea of developing the land at first, even when my cousin promised to shoulder all of the construction costs. I was resistant at first, but the man had a way with words. He also owned half of the property. The construction crew that worked on additional housing was beyond rowdy and tested my patience every step of the way. Yet when they set up the water boiler in the guest house, they bought my sympathies. Daily hot showers soothed my temper, and soon enough, I found myself amicable to the idea of the homestead being turned into a resort. As my cousin would say, we found much peace on the property when we were young. It would be a sin not to make some money off of sharing it. After about a year and a half, the housing my cousin had commissioned was completed. The cottages were humble, and my grandfather's old home was transformed into a relaxing communal area. Though the lodgings were nice and my cousin offered them for a bargain, we had trouble finding customers. My cousin had accrued a substantial amount of debt and was turning more agitated with every trip he took to the city. Apparently, along with the troubles with our new resort, his cryptocurrency portfolio had turned shaky. He floated the idea of selling the property, but he only did so once. On his following trip to the city, he returned with Batima. Batima said she could ensure our resort would be well booked and my cousin's financial woes would be fixed. I have met few people with piercings throughout my life, but if they were to gather all their jewelry in a pile, they wouldn't have even half of the metal Batima carried on her face. She dressed in garish, bright colors and constantly smoked and didn't inspire the smallest bit of confidence in me. Batima looked well out of place at our step resort, yet she was well versed in the art of the internet. Though I didn't know where to look whenever the two of us spoke, Batima kept her promise. Soon enough, the resort was turning a profit. Through social media and a couple of personal favors, Batima managed to bring our resort to the forefront of people's search results. After but a couple of weeks, we had various influencers from around the world come through our little resort and sing praises to their audiences, who in turn replicated their idol's pilgrimage. I would spend most of my time in my separated cottage, but whenever I walked through the lobby, Batima would be there. Sometimes she'd be working on her laptop, sometimes she'd be chatting with the guests and recommending hikes and other local attractions. We never spoke much. For months, Batima remained a stranger to me. Yet one morning, when two unexpected visitors showed up at the humble resort, I found an ally in her. They both wore lab coats and introduced themselves as Dr. Barrett and Professor Willow. Barrett was local, had a messy head of black hair, and seemed to be less talkative of the two. Willow towered over his colleague and led all the negotiations. When the man realized I couldn't properly understand him, he aimed all his communication at my cousin and Batima. My cousin made little effort to translate, but Batima was kind enough to keep me in the loop. The two men in lab coats, according to Batima, were representatives of a scientific organization that was looking for housing for their employees. They were interested in buying the property. The offered sum spread a smile across my cousin's face, yet Batima disagreed with it. Apparently, the place had more potential. I knew little of the financials, but I didn't like Dr. Barrett nor Professor Willow. I told my cousin I thought Batima was right and that I would not consent to a sale to the two men. When my refusal was translated to Professor Willow, like a child, he stormed out of my cousin's office. Dr. Barrett hung around for a while longer, gently prodding at my cousin with the promise of quick cash. But when it became clear the property would not be sold, he too made his exit. My cousin wasn't pleased with how negotiations had panned out, but Batima soothed his woes. The resort was, after all, doing well. If he would give her time, she could bring in even more revenue with a couple renovations and some investments. My cousin was reluctant, yet eventually, with a fair amount of prodding from me, he acquiesced. When the meeting was over, Batima walked me to my cottage.
I presume you're familiar with the stories they tell about nearby woods.
She asked as she lit up her hand-rolled cigarette. I told her I was.
And I presume you don't believe in them?
I told her I didn't.
Neither do I. But if I did, I would presume those two have business in that forest. I don't believe in children's fairy tales, but I wouldn't want to risk getting into bed with anyone from the...
It had been years since I heard the name. Each syllable of that terrible sound cracked through the cold air like invisible fireworks. I told her I agreed and thanked her for taking my side. The land was not sold to the two men in lab coats. Batima kept her end of the bargain. Over the next half a year, my grandfather's homestead transformed once again. What was once a humble family resort became the detox zone. The walls got brighter, the decor took on a distinctly New Age aesthetic, and the tranquil whistling of the wind was replaced with constant meditation music. The look of the resort was wholly foreign to me, and I disliked the breed of entitled people that would replace our old clientele. But Batima kept her promise fully. The detox zone brought in significantly more revenue than we ever saw before. I retreated to my cottage, saved up my share of the profits, and watched the resort grow at a distance. Every once in a while, Batima would drop by for tea and tell me tales of the bizarre questions the tourists would ask, but our friendship was sporadic and only experienced in short bursts. My cousin, on the other hand, would be at my cottage just about every week with a new bottle of expensive liquor. With every visit, he would reveal more plans for expansion and new avenues for his money to grow. Every visit, he offered to take me along for his investment ventures, and every visit I declined. There were moments when his talk of wealth and luxury had me doubting my resolve, but I am happy I kept my money safe. Were I to join him on his financial misadventures, I too would have ended up destitute. My cousin made some bad investments. A sizable chunk of his money went towards a locally produced hair loss product. In the same breath that he would bemoan all the lawsuits and his imminent financial ruin, the man would still swear by the hair cream. A lot of money was sunk. Some serious people were involved. My cousin needed cash quick. He didn't even ask. One morning, I simply found Professor Willow peeking into the window of my cottage. He had his face pressed up against the glass as if he were trying to spot an animal in a zoo. When he saw that I saw him, Willow's eyes filled with malicious glee. He grinned and waved and stood still for nigh a minute, and then he left. I barely pulled on my coat when my cousin barged into the room. He had made a deal, he assured me. A good payout. A really good payout. For the both of us, with a nice holiday bonus for Batima. Willow offered him considerably better money, and since he knew I didn't want to leave the property, he even secured me ownership over the cottage. Willow was just going to house scientists. It would be a calmer affair than the rich hippies. My cousin assured me that what he did was necessary, and that I had no right to be angry with him. I didn't argue. I was angry, but my cousin looked to be on the edge of a nervous breakdown. I had seen the sort of business partners my cousin had. I knew he had little choice. I was displeased with my cousin's handling of the property, but by evening I found some solace in the idea of housing scientists. They would be, I hoped, a quiet bunch. I went to sleep that night presuming my life would not change much. Soon enough, however, I would meet the burnt people. It wasn't long after the detox zone cleared out that I started to feel uneasy at night. Back when the resort was still functional, there would be outdoor lighting to make sure none of the tourists stumble off into the wilderness. I quickly found myself missing those blinding lights. Each night, there was at least one moment I was certain someone was watching me from the darkness. According to the deal my cousin struck, I was still allowed access to my cottage, but the rest of the property was wholly off limits to me. The lobby of the resort was always guarded by a duo of tall men with shaved heads and a constant sneer on their face. At first, I thought I'd simply witnessed two twins on the same shift, but as the days passed, I always saw the same two faces. Another construction crew arrived at the resort a couple of weeks after the guards appeared. The crew was much quieter than anyone else who had ever worked on the property, and they would actively ignore me when I tried to make idle chatter. At first, I presumed that the crew was there to make adjustments to the resort rooms, yet very little of the original structure was touched. Instead, the work crew erected large black sheets above the resort, as if they were trying to hide something from satellites. The guards wouldn't say a word to me, and my cousin would never answer his phone. I was worried about what was happening on my grandfather's property. I was also worried about the lengthening absence of any communication with my cousin. What I truly should have worried about were the occupants of the new detox zone. The sound of footsteps on gravel woke me up. It couldn't have been more than 5:30. The sun was barely up. They were walking right by my window. At first I thought I was still half in dream. Yet there were many of them, and the sight of them quickly sobered me. Outside of my window in a single file line walked dozens of scientists. They wore clean lab coats, and some of them even had spectacles, but they all had the complexion of corpses. The scientists were burnt beyond recognition. With some, their flesh was merely seared. With others, it was charcoal black. None of them looked like they should be walking. Most of them looked like they shouldn't be breathing. Out of a sheer sense of disbelief, I rose from my bed and peered closely from the window. I'd hoped that the terrible state of the procession would have just been some sinister trick of the light. It wasn't. Not only were there charred corpses walking by my window, they were also looking back at me. Some of them had eyes. Most of them did not. None of them stopped. They all had their heads turned towards me, but they still walked on in single file line. It was only the last scientist of the procession that properly acknowledged me. The man's eyeballs were shriveled, but I could not help but meet them. With a long, charred finger, he tapped on the glass. And then, with something that resembled a furrowed brow, he shook his head. I hid in my cottage until I was sure he was gone. Then, as quickly as humanly possible, I raced to my car and drove off to the city. I tried desperately to get a hold of my cousin. His phone was off. When I went to the hotel he used to stay at whenever he had business in the city, the receptionist said she had not seen him in months. I called Batima. She met me a couple hours later at a cafe in the center. She still had a couple of hooks in her, but most of her jewelry was gone. Batima was muted. Not soon after we sat down, she explained why. She had heard things about my cousin through the grapevine. Most likely he had lost more than money in his hair product deal. Batima presumed the reason why I wanted to meet was because of my cousin. Though the confirmation of my fears stung, the events of the morning were much more pressing. Lowering my voice in an effort to contain my sanity, I told her about the burnt scientists. She listened without any judgment. Even when I talked about the charred cadaver tapping on my window, her face didn't twitch. She simply nodded, smoked her cigarettes, and took long sips of coffee whenever I struggled for words.
I presume your opinion on the stories of what happens in the forests has changed?
She finally said, when my terrible tale concluded. I nodded.
You aren't the only one,
she said as she finished her coffee.
We made some good money with the detox zone. I would suggest you take that money and move away from the property as soon as possible. You can't enjoy that money when you're dead. You can't enjoy that money when you're living near the...
The name of that terrible place once again crackled in the wind. I did not need Batima's advice to convince me. All her words did was assure me that I am not insane. I spent the next week in the city, taking a room in the hotel where my cousin once lived. For the first few days, I'd made more attempts at calling him, yet his phone remained off. Eventually, I made peace with the likelihood of him no longer being among the living. After a week of hiding in the middle of the day, I made the drive back to my grandfather's property. I was not planning on spending the night or any extended amount of time in the cottage. All I wanted to do was to gather my belongings so that I would never need to see the place again. I, however, was not welcome. The mute guards met my car well before I entered the property. They said nothing and let the tips of their rifles draw all conclusions. I did not argue. I did not try to make my way back to the cottage to gather my belongings. I did not try to make my way back to the cottage, for it was burnt to the ground.
I was craving that rush. That gut punch kick of ecstasy that hits you when things suddenly go your way.
Good news, that Scout dug your show. Good news, they're gonna play it on the radio. Good news, you've sold out a whole stadium.
Well into my mid-20s, I believed that a burst of joy was something you had to chase. A carrot that propelled you through life, always just out of reach. Once I hung around enough pricey green rooms, though, I realized that happy kick can be found in powdered form. Like shooting off fireworks from the pit of your stomach. A brilliant explosion in the sternum. Teeth gritting, muscle twitching, howling joy, happiness, straight from a mysterious little man who was a stranger not 20 minutes prior.
Good news, you are high.
When my agent sent me out here, she said it was to get me away from the press. The internet was filled with cell phone vids of my final glorious night. People had all sorts of questions. Answering them would just get me into deeper shit. Last thing I needed was more condemnations. Disappearing off the face of the earth would let people move on to the next star who made a ruckus somewhere public. My agent said I was going to the detox zone to keep a low profile. Nothing to do with the drugs. Not a day into my stay, my gut let me know she wasn't being honest with me. Hunkering down in an unknown rehab facility in middle of nowhere Central Asia would keep me out of news feeds. That was true. What didn't occur to me on the flight, however, was that you can't find buggies in the middle of the steppe. I've never considered myself an addict. I've grown up with them. I've been in relationships with them. Hell, I've done a lot of drugs with them. I've always considered myself far too composed and controlled to be a junkie. 2 days in my stay, I realized the only thing keeping me from being called an addict was the question of supply and time management. I was craving that rush. That rush of raw animalistic victory over the humdrum chemical realities of the brain. Pacing back and forth, digging fingers into palms, shadow boxing the intensity of a life or death battle. I was jonesing bad. The detox zone had saunas and meditation rooms and massage parlors and sensory deprivation tanks. But all of those were downers. Those things were meant to calm me. I didn't need calming. I needed fuel. I needed rush. I needed something to plug that gaping hole at the core of my being. It's with that gulping emptiness in my abdomen that I enter the lobby on the third day. I stalk the lobby back and forth, trying to do mental gymnastics about the length of my stay. No matter how hard I try to miscount, my math always checks out. 2 months. No ties to the outside world. Once my reality becomes unavoidable, I let out a long, labored sigh. The receptionist watches me, but he says nothing. When our eyes meet, he gives me a friendly service industry smile. We don't judge at the detox zone, his eyes read. The receptionist remains professional, but I've worked enough service jobs in my younger years to know he'll be bitching about me to his friends off the clock. I slow down. I take a deep breath. I busy myself with the landscape pictures on the wall. Is this a real place? I finally ask, pointing to the biggest frame on the wall. The stone on the picture is dark and ruffled and ancient. With my eyes strained with sleeplessness, I can't tell if I'm looking at a blown-up photograph or an artist's rendition.
This? Yes, sir. This is real place.
His eyes greet me as if I'd just manifested into the lobby instead of stomping around in it for 20 minutes.
It is real place. We call it, in translation, it would be Valley of Powerful Crab.
His manicured hand spreads out towards the glass walls of the lobby. Out beyond the flat, grassy steppe, there's a suggestion of mountains on the horizon.
Very beautiful place.
The receptionist says,
Very calming.
What's that? 10k away?
Yes, sir. About 10 kilometers. 2 hours away.
My feet are restless. Never been much of a hiker, but my feet are restless. Might go and check it out, I say. The receptionist's face shifts. A glint of discomfort flashes across his eyes.
Sir, you must not.
The man says, his voice dropping by a couple of decibels.
Journey to Valley of Powerful Crab is the bad idea.
Why not? His brow furrows. He thinks hard while trying to keep up a rehab lobby smile.
It is far,
he finally says. You said 10k, I reminded him.
Yes, but 10 kilometers through foreigner and steppe, it is different. Sometimes foreigner go missing.
He glances out of the window and then lowers his eyes.
Sun sharp in steppe. Dangerous. You should stay in facility. We have good massage. Free for you.
I look out of the window at the overcast morning. The mountains aren't particularly close, but the sun seems to be no trifle. I think I can manage, I say as I walk over to the exit. Thank you for the advice.
No!
The receptionist yells, his voice bouncing around the empty lobby. His polite smile drains when he hears the echo.
Sir, going to Valley is the bad idea,
he says, his voice lowering to a whisper.
I will do explaining, but I cannot explaining here.
He watches me, prodding me for trustworthiness. Then he looks around the lobby, assuring himself that there are no other customers. He grabs a piece of paper from behind the counter and carefully writes down a message. Back in 10 minutes. He walks out of the front door of the lobby and I follow him. As we walk through the grounds of the detox zone, the receptionist doesn't say a word. I don't ask any questions. I'm just happy to be in motion. We walk past the gates and out of the facility grounds. Near a cottage that seems significantly less modern than the sleek, new age design of the detox zone, the receptionist lights up a cigarette. He offers me one. I've never smoked a cigarette sober, but beggars can be choosers. The nicotine is like breadcrumbs to a starving man. The longing at the pit of my stomach isn't satiated, but there's the merest of suggestions that I'm moving in the right direction.
You cannot go to Valley of Powerful Crab. It is beautiful place, but it is place of the danger.
What's so dangerous about it? I ask, tasting the notes of cheap tobacco on the back of my tongue. Path to it seems empty enough. He looks off to the steppe and the mountains beyond. He nods.
Path is not dangerous,
he finally says.
Valley of Powerful Crab is not dangerous too. It is not valley that is the danger. It is what is near valley that is big problem.
And dare I ask what's near the valley? He takes another puff, formulating his words. Whatever English vocabulary the man picked up is lacking for what he's trying to express. The smoke comes out through clenched teeth as if he were trying to spook out something deep within his lungs.
Near the valley is the bad place. Place of big problem, of dark science, of evil magic. It is place we call the...
Every syllable of the name crushes through my eardrum like an artillery. The smoke around us grows still, as if the universe itself was trying to cover up our mouths. The what? I ask, once a gust of wind parts the smell of burnt tobacco and returns a hint of normalcy to the conversation. The receptionist doesn't repeat the words. He instead starts recommending the various other activities the detox zone offers. There's a yoga class happening every 3 hours, state-of-the-art gym, a pool, and 1,000 other things I could do instead. I smile and nod and smoke and tell him I appreciate the suggestions, but I know exactly where I'm going. Perhaps there have been too many people in my early life who have told me I couldn't do something. Perhaps it is simply the nature of stardom. Perhaps I have just been raised wrong. But I do not like being told no. I bum 2 more cigarettes from the receptionist, slip him a tip, and then go back to my room. The complimentary water thermos and chocolate raided from the mini-fridge serve as my supplies for the expedition. I chow down on one of the Mars bars before I even leave detox zone property. As I walk towards the gates, I feel the gentlest bit of excitement wash through my lungs. The tide grows and grows until I reach the edge of the gravel pathway leading out. When I cross the threshold over onto untouched land, things for a moment start to feel familiar. I embrace for my neurochemistry to give me a hit, but it doesn't. As I walk across the steppe towards the Forbidden Valley, my internal life simmers back down towards craving. So, I run. I figure I won't feel sluggish if my heart rate picks up, so I run. I've treated my body like a Christmas chemistry set. Didn't expect to get too far. As I pick up the pace, however, I surprise myself. I realize I'm not that out of shape. For the first couple minutes of my jog, I feel good. That tenseness in my abdomen gets stretched out. My thoughts turn sharper and less sluggish, and I'm way too focused on my feet to think about the dread. But then, I get a shooting pain in my side. And then, my lungs start to ache, and then I stop. And eventually, as the misery sets back in, I light up one of the cigarettes I bumped from the receptionist. I'm too proud to turn back, and as I walk, that pride gnaws at me. The detox zone shrinks off on the horizon and storm clouds grow to the west of the mountains, but I keep going. When my internal monologue starts to question what I'm trying to achieve, I make more attempts at jogging towards the valley. Pushing myself to run takes some of the wind out of my racing thoughts, but whenever I inevitably slow down, my neuroses come back to bite me twofold. I drink water to make up for the sweat. When I eat another bar of chocolate to replenish my energy, the sting in my side turns into a stub. A sluggish thunderstrike rumbles across the steppe. There is lightning on the horizon. By the time it starts to drizzle, I can't see the detox zone anymore. By the time it starts pouring, the stitches in my abdomen become a suitable alternative to not get drenched. There's a couple of trees in front of the structure of stone, but I do my best to avoid the shelter. Only a moron would stand under a tree during a thunderstorm. I congratulate myself for finding an outcropping of rock to hide under. My self-esteem takes a dive when I remember what I am. My career is publicly imploding and I'm stuck on the other side of the globe hiding under a rock. Why? Because I want to prove something to myself. What was it that I was trying to improve to myself? That I can't quite verbalize. The lower I feel, the more my nose twitches, the more I realize how rugged I've worn my dopamine receptors. Failure scratches through my veins and stretches the crater at the center of my soul. So many people warned me. My family, my friends, the few women that I let see past my billet walls. They all warned me. They warned me, and I didn't listen. I bury my head in my palms and I weep. I weep for my career, and my decisions, and my past, and my future. Above me the storm rages. Past my sobs, thunder crashes across an unknown land, and torrents of water slip down and touch stone. My mind and soul are a deluge of bubbling chaos, yet beyond my wails and the storm, I hear something else. Behind me, pebbles shift. I do not rush to turn around. I feel far too sluggish. The idea of not being alone in my hiding spot doesn't occur to me at all. What I witness, however, drains at the little sanity I have left. Crabs. Massive crabs with thick shells and terrible pincers and bulbous eyeballs growing from their body. There are 3 of them, but with a sheer number of eyes on display, I feel like I'm being stared down by an audience. When I see them, I shriek in terror. These send them scattering towards me. They pinch their claws and their many eyes stare, and I cannot comprehend what I'm witnessing. Unsure of whether I have simply gone mad from withdrawal, or whether I have stumbled upon something which defies known biology, I run out into the rain. I pay no mind to the storm or where I'm going. The only bright burning goal in my skull is to get away from the incomprehensible crabs. Quickly, I lose them in the curtain of rain, yet no matter how many corners I turn through the maze of stone, I still feel like I'm being watched. I duck through caves and struggle through uneven ground, desperately trying to escape that which I cannot comprehend. When my body finally gives up on me and my legs go limp, I end up in a familiar place. Ruffled dark stone stretches out around me into a grassy clearing shielded by outcroppings of rock. Water slides down from the ancient nature and falls to the earth like domed waterfall. Even past the curtain of rain, I can recognize the picture from the lobby. I sprawl out against one of the rock walls and make sure I am alone. The crashing of the water from above is loud enough to make me doubt my hearing, but after a couple of minutes, my heart calms. Past my labored breath and the storm, I hear no crabs. After a couple of more minutes, even my lungs soothe into controlled breaths. The storm above me dies down. The waterfalls which obscure my view of the clearing trickles down into a symphony of dripping rain. After a while longer, even the remnants of the storm disappear. A warm afternoon sun peeks in through the clouds, and a slight hint of a rainbow spreads out beyond. I find myself tranquil. I do not know if it is because I escaped the crabs, or whether it is the passing storm, or whether it is a sense of achievement from reaching my vague goal, but I find myself calming. I sit on the stones and watch the beautiful nature beyond. There is no rush in my chest. I do not feel the ecstasy that I've been so desperately craving since that horrible night back home. Yet even though I'm not shaken with joy, I do find myself free of want. That hole at the center of my being is still there, but no longer hungers. Sitting on the rocks, I find myself content. I find myself happy in the stillness. I sit and I think and I embrace the peace. Time becomes immaterial. My worries still float around the back of my head, but they're weightless. I know that as long as I stay in my little tranquil corner of the globe, my problems will keep their distance. I sit and I breathe and I enjoy the silence. Yet, when I see the sun dip out of sight, I concede that I can't spend the night in the mountains. Before I get up and return to the dredges of my real life, I stretch, and it feels good. I feel like my journey had the slightest shred of purpose, yet, as I lower my arms, I hear something shift behind me. When I turn, I find 100 eyes staring at me from the depths of the cavern. The crabs. The same ones with those shell-grown eyeballs I thought I had hallucinated. They're back. Their glassy stares are laser-focused on me. With every twitch of my body, the horrible creatures advance towards me, snapping their massive pincers with discomforting volume. My moment of tranquility has sobered me. When I realize that the crabs solely respond to my movements, I calm my breath and I steady my hands. With my bones ready to jump out of my skin, I slowly reach into my jacket pockets and I take out my last piece of provisions. With as little motion as I can, I throw the Mars bar to the other side of the clearing. Most of the crab creatures scattered towards the chocolates. When the fastest moving of the consortium starts to snip at the Mars bar with its claws, all but one of the crabs join in. As the majority of the hellish creatures pass me, I hold my breath and grit my teeth. There is but one left. Its shell is flaky with age, and the eyeballs that adorn it are bloodshot. The creature is the slowest of the bunch, yet its attention is singular. Slowly, ever so slowly, it approaches me. Its pincers click with deadly tempo. I reserve hope that maybe the crab creature is simply old and slow to join with the rest of the group. But that hope quickly falters. With every spidery step the beast takes towards me, with every second of unbroken sickly eye contact, I am certain the crab is heading towards me. It's not until the old crustacean is within kicking distance that I act. With one swift movement, I hope to propel the creature towards its brethren. Yet even with its sluggish pincers, the beast manages to grab a hold of my ankle. Blood quickly springs through my jeans, and the rest of the crabs skitter in the direction of motion. I do not waste any time. With pain surging up my leg and terror beating in my heart, I run. I do not know where or how I shake the beast attached to my limb, but I do. I rush out of the cave system and out into the flat steppe. As I run past the trees, the stitches in my side spring up again with renewed strength, but I pay them no attention. My mind is clear of all pain or concern. I have one goal, and that is to get away alive. I run, and my chest heaves and I feel the need to lie down and vomit. Yet I do not. I keep running. Even as my shoe fills with blood and lungs burn with exhaustion, spittle drips from my mouth like the jowls of a rabid horse. I keep running. I keep running, and I don't stop running until the dot on the horizon starts to take the shape into a familiar rehab clinic. It is only once the valley behind me is a mere suggestion and the visions of the crabs descend back into the territory of potential hallucination that I slow down. I slow down, walking the rest of the way back to the detox zone. As I do, a familiar feeling starts to bubble in my abdomen. At first, it simmers like slowly boiling water. Yet the closer I get, the more the waves strengthen. A rush. From the bottom of my stomach to the top of my sternum, floating bubbles of jubilant ecstasy. A biological victory propelled through neurochemistry. My fists tighten and my lips raise in a vicious smile. My body shoots a message across my mind which dulls every other unpleasant sensations I feel.
Good news! You escaped the killer crabs!
Alyssa was a wonderful person to have around the flat. She was bright, she was funny, and she had all sorts of attractive friends she would introduce me to. When Henry started dating her, I was psyched. For the most part, at least. Alyssa was a wonderful person, but she was a terrible cook. What made the situation considerably worse was that she was a passionate cook. Henry and I would survive on delivery pizza for the most part, yet every couple of weeks, Henry's girlfriend would drop by and treat the two of us to dinner. Most of the stuff in our fridge was well past its expiry date, and Alyssa's approach to recipes was the wrong kind of improvisational. Yet, we'd still let her cook and then pretended to enjoy her food. She was, after all, a wonderful person, aside from the whole cooking thing. Alyssa was a wonderful person, yet, years later, I think it was her liberal interpretation of quiche that began Henry Willow's journey towards madness. The meal was far from good, yet it wasn't until the morning that Alyssa's culinary skills truly revealed their horror. For 3 days, I existed on a diet of Gatorade and white rice. When I finally ventured past our front door for a grocery run, I felt like a changed man. When I met Henry in the kitchen, it was clear he had changed as well. Once before, Henry had complained about his dreams. He was going through a bout of insomnia and swallowed an unhealthy amount of sleeping pills to put it to rest. The morning after his sleeping pill experiment, he told me about a dream where he was a spider, or something along those lines. The morning that we both recovered from our food poisoning, Henry spoke of his dreams once more. This time, however, he was brimming with passion and fear. I can't remember exactly what Henry told me that morning. It's been decades since the two of us roomed together, and the man's speech was frantic. Apparently, in his sleep, my roommate had been visited by a heavenly being that imparted news of his future. Henry spoke of hybrid creatures ruling the world, and the final century of man, and a bunch of other things that made me think that the food poisoning had dislodged some screws in his brain. When Henry mentioned that this heavenly being had given him the winning numbers for the draw of the lottery at the end of the school year, I latched onto that. It seemed funny. In comparison to the other things my roommate was saying, it seemed sane. I laughed and asked him to give me the numbers. I did, after all, suffer from the same poisoning and would be no richer for it. Henry did not find my joke funny. He was uncomfortable. His fever dream communion had been unlike anything he had ever experienced before. He struggled to understand most of what was imparted to him in the dream, yet he was scared that its apocalyptic predictions were correct. I, once again, laughed. I assured him that what he had experienced was simply a particularly nasty fever and that he would forget about it in no time. I assured him he would be fine and that no hybrid beasts would rule the world. Henry seemed to calm at my assurances, and for a moment I felt like I was sitting in the kitchen with my good old easygoing roommate. Yet, after that morning, Henry changed. We both studied in the sciences, but neither of us were especially studious. Henry in particular had a habit of skipping lectures and borrowing the essays of his more academically gifted classmates. It honestly was a miracle that Henry had managed to pass his first year of university. Henry had always been a slacker, yet his communion with the dream being radically changed his ways. I seldom saw the guy around the flat anymore. Henry wholeheartedly committed his whole life to school. He attended every lecture, ceased all of his social activities, and even broke up with Alyssa. Apparently, he needed to focus on his schoolwork. Apparently, that's what the dream being demanded of him. My roommate had stopped drinking or smoking or having any kind of fun. He didn't seem interested in hanging out with me, and after a couple bounced invitations, I let him have his solitude. I just let my life carry on without him. After the first post-quiche morning, I'd forgotten all about the lottery numbers. Henry had not. I was coming back from class at the end of the semester when I heard the television was on, the lottery draw specifically. Henry was sitting on the couch with a bottle of scotch. Expensive stuff, Lagavulin. There was a dent in the bottle, but he was sitting rigid like a man in an electric chair. He didn't even notice me coming in. I grabbed myself a glass and asked Henry for permission. He barely noticed me. All his attention was focused on the television. A bunch of yellow and blue balls were bouncing around a studio aquarium. Our friendship had long faded by then. It even took me a solid minute to remember the lottery aspect of Henry's prophetic dream. When the thought did finally connect, I exclaimed and tried making conversation, but Henry would have no part of it. His attention was focused solely on the numbers being drawn. One by one, his body tensed. When the count was halfway through, he downed the rest of his glass and took a deep breath. Henry didn't budge an inch until the final number was read. As the presenter turned her speech to a crawl for suspense, his eyes remained glued to the screen, unblinking. When the final number was read, Henry gasped for air. He collapsed into himself like a man mortally wounded. I refilled my drink and patted him on the shoulder. Judging by his reaction, I presumed the dream numbers had been wrong. I said something to that effect and started to refill his glass as well. From his nigh catatonic state, Henry grabbed my arm and stopped me from pouring. His words were cold as ice and scarcely resembled my old friend. He told me to never underestimate him again. Visibly frustrated, Henry brought out his winning ticket and waved it in my face. The numbers matched. On screen, the announcer was screaming about a winner in the haze of confetti, but there was no joy in Henry's eyes. He wasn't celebrating his winnings. He was angry at me for doubting his bizarre visions. Seeing my old friend suddenly rich, I tried calming down the situation. I asked Henry how he was going to spend his winnings. I tried to remind him of all the cool destinations both of us dreamed about traveling to back when we first became buds. This calmed him down somewhat. Henry took another deep breath and apologized. The lottery results were a constant source of worry. The months he had spent dedicating himself to science would have been in vain had the numbers not matched. He was simply emotional. With another deep breath, Henry rose and started for his bedroom. Yet, perhaps sensing my confusion, he stopped. It's been decades, but what Henry said will forever stick in my skull. Henry told me, in the calmest of tones, his plans for the future. All of his winnings were to be invested into specific stocks so that his fortune may grow. Henry didn't tell me where his dreams suggested he invest, but he did wave around his winning ticket as he spoke. He seemed quite pleased with himself. Henry said that for his long-term plans he required a lot of capital. In the meantime, he had learned as much as he could from university and would take his leave in the morning after exams. Before I could even ask the question, Henry said his rent would be covered in full. Then, with a handshake, he bid me goodbye. The next morning, Henry's room was bare and the man was gone. He stayed true to his promise and wired me his share of the rent for the next couple of months, and I even briefly got to sublet his room to one of Alyssa's friends. She's my wife now, so I too, in a way, in a less optimal way, won the lottery. I still think about Henry a lot. The horrible quiche, that morning tea, his ramblings about hybrid creatures and the final century. Those thoughts linger and, I must admit, frighten me. Yet, they're not the reason why I have spent years trying to track the man down. I want to speak to Henry again. I want us to hang out, like old college buddies, like we used to back in the day. I want to see Henry, and when I see Henry, I would ask him for a single thing. Just a bit of stock advice.
And so concludes another episode of the United People's Institute series. Next Thursday, there won't be a story. Currently in the process of writing a couple more tales to add to the series, so expect more United People's Institute come December. Can't wait? No sweat! First 4 chapters already up in text form and more are on the way. Where? Patreon.com/MikeJLanger. There's also a bunch of other early/bonus content, and by joining, you're helping to keep the ship afloat. Mosey on down. Big thanks to Jay Buckner for lending his voice to the tale, and to Repulsive for providing the spooky tunes. If you made it this far into the video, tell me what your favorite United People's Institute episode was this season. Always curious about listener feedback. And finally, as usual, huge thanks to the patrons. Big old thanks to Daniel Wengel, Bob Konderk, Dante Kincaid, Matt, Joyce, Mr. Creepypasta, Kus, Christopher Barunda, C.R. Iptid, Nathan Hofstetter, Tara Mitchell, Gretchen Killy, Dying Sun, Charlie Cooper, Paul Evans, Quiet Pills, Shion, and Jacob Verden. If you want to join these illustrious scientific minds, drop by patreon.com/MikeJLanger. That's it for me this week. Hope everyone is safe, sane, and healthy out there.